He was strangled for being a newcomer. The students showed no mercy because he was an orphan. In this world, the weak do not survive. A war against the dragons pushed the world to the brink of collapse. But the ARC project was activated, a military academy created to train the strongest warriors. Lee Han was just a child, yet he stood out for his strength and intelligence until he underwent a forbidden genetic process. In an experiment where only 1 out of 10 survived, he lived. And after that, he trained 100 times harder than everyone else to become the greatest dragon slayer in this world. Inside one of the helicopters, a boy sits with his seatbelt on. He stares at his fate ahead. A voice is surprised that Lee Han, leader of the war orphans, is only 10 years old. The boy is in an interrogation room with his identification on the table. An officer says not to worry because he is not going to jail, and asks if he has ever heard of a place known as ARC. The boy asks if he means the Institute for Psychers, and if that means he is one of them. The officer states that the boy is smart and will become humanity's savior, promising he will no longer starve. But Lee Han replies that only he will be satisfied, not his younger siblings. He then demands that if he goes to ARC, they must take care of his siblings with food, clothes, a place to sleep, and school. The man stared at him surprised by the condition imposed. Then he agrees to take responsibility and care for the children. The boy watches him closely after hearing the answer. The officer imposes the condition that the deal only stands as long as he remains in ARC as a psyker. Lee Han replies that of course he understands. With his back turned, he prepares to leave the helicopter with a bag on his shoulders. The aircraft has landed on the site. Lee Han gets off the helicopter alone. The officer informs him that there are rankings for psychic abilities, and his is not one of the highest, and advises him to do everything he can to survive for his siblings, while the boy walks away. Lee Han finally arrives in front of ARC's enormous building, and clenches his fists, preparing for what comes next. But a noise draws his attention to the side. He observes a group of boys yelling for someone to go back to where he came from. One of them insults another boy, calling him a crybaby dragged here by force. The boy in question is crying on the ground. The blonde-haired youth states that it's because of recruits like him that he is treated the same way, and the boy on the ground reacts to his words. The others around ask who he thinks he is to speak like that. With his eyes shining, he calls them foolish idiots, and states that his starting point is different from theirs. He reveals himself as a trained psyker while levitating a stone. The group is shocked to see a psychic ability being used for the first time. He then turns to the boy on the ground and asks if he will be sent home for being useless, and concludes by saying that in the future, he will still thank him. He throws the stone toward the fallen boy, shouting for him to disappear, but Lee Han intervenes and catches the stone. He comments that the attack was slow, and that it would have been better to just throw the stone directly. The psyker stares at him and asks who the hell he is. Lee Han introduces himself as his etiquette teacher. The crowd around them cheers, encouraging a fight between the two. He then advances toward his opponent. Someone quickly calls them idiots. Suddenly, an instructor approaches and the crowd parts. He stares at the two boys seriously, and orders both of them to step forward. The instructor demands to know the names of the two boys. The blonde youth introduces himself as Del Simon, while the other responds that he is Lee Han. The instructor notices that Simon seems to have received training and asks if his special ability has already manifested. Del Simon replies that for now he can only use telekinesis, and Lee Han does not understand what a special ability is. With a punch, the instructor strikes Simon in the stomach. He calls him trash for acting arrogantly with such a low level of ability. Then he turns to Lee Han and confirms his name, and praises him for defending the weak, but hits him with a punch, saying that if he is not as capable as Simon, he will be worse than trash. Lying on the ground, Lee Han hears the warning that if they cannot use telekinesis in 3 weeks, they will be expelled. The man introduces himself as John Red, the instructor who will turn them into psychic warriors capable of fighting dragons. He ends the introductions and orders everyone to run around the training field until he says to stop. John Red then gives the order to begin. Del Simon shouts his own name as encouragement, while the instructor warns that the moment they give up, they will be expelled. Lee Han begins to run across the training field. 2 recruits collapse exhausted onto the ground, with one saying he can't take it anymore.
The instructor calls them useless and shouts for them to go home.
He then points at the 2 and declares them eliminated, while Lee Han keeps running. While he runs, he seems more concerned about his psychic abilities. He observes Del Simon and wonders if he will also be able to do what he did. Lee Han then questions whether he also possesses psychic abilities. Another recruit starts to stumble during the run. He continues running, even exhausted, but ends up falling to the ground. The instructor approaches and calls him a weak brat, telling him to go home if he wants to sleep. The boy responds that he cannot go, and stares at the instructor with determination. John Red observes him in silence. Lee Han appears to help the boy get up and tells the instructor that he hasn't given up yet, and then turns to his teammate and asks if that's right. The boy nods. John Red stares at them from the side. Lee Han then helps him continue the run under the instructor's gaze. With a whistle, he finally shouts for everyone to stop. Lee Han collapses to the ground completely exhausted. The instructor then notes that 40 out of 73 recruits remain. He warns that they are done for today, but the same run will happen every morning. The boys react to the news, and the next day, training begins again. The routine at ARC starts with the run at 5 in the morning. Breakfast is served for everyone at 8 o'clock. During class, John Red instructs the recruits to imagine an energy point somewhere in their bodies. Lee Han places his hand on his chest and decides he will go with his heart. At lunch, a large breaded cutlet is placed on one of the trays. He then walks with his meal through the cafeteria. He then sees the boy he helped, Kuro, and Lee Han sits with him. He thinks of Kuro as his first friend in life and at ARC. Lee Han then wishes Kuro a good lunch, and Del Simon walks past them with his tray. Simon suddenly stops and turns in his direction. The two exchange a challenging glare in the middle of the cafeteria. Kuro comments that Simon received education for gifted children, and Lee Han says that's why he is so snobbish. Lee Han admits that there is nothing he cannot do, and that they also need to use telekinesis in 3 weeks. Then his new friend reveals that he already knows how to use the ability. Lee Han calls him amazing, but realizes that he should not worry about others. The day's routine continues with classes, combat training, and a night run. After dinner and a shower, the dorm lights go out at 10 o'clock. Lying in his bed, he cannot sleep, and compares the good conditions of the place with the life he had before. He then suppresses the desire to want to go home, and reinforces to himself that he cannot be weak. 2 weeks pass, and a boy celebrates for managing to levitate a pencil. Many recruits can already use telekinesis, but Lee Han keeps trying without success. He then despairs and questions if he has no talent for it. Kuro says he does not know any method to help him. Then Lee Han realizes there is only one person he can ask for help, and goes to Del Simon. Simon sees him approaching and asks what the problem is. Lee Han stops in front of him. Simon deduces that he wants to know the secret to using the ability. He then mocks him, saying that he heard people in his country are educated, but that Lee Han is being arrogant. Lee Han kneels in front of him and asks him to teach him. Simon observes him for a moment before making a decision. He agrees to teach, but warns him not to complain about his methods and asks for a pencil. Then Simon strikes him in the chest with the pencil. Lee Han stares at him, not understanding what the hell just happened. John Red is at the window of his office. He comments that he can't believe it's already designation day, and reflects on how time flies while someone opens the door. A man enters the room and calls for Sergeant Red. John Red greets him, calling him Octo. The newcomer complains about the smell of cigarettes and asks what he is doing there. Octo sits down and asks about the new recruits. Red responds that they are all useless, but he corrects himself and says that maybe 1 or 2 are worth it. He then mentions that Del Simon isn't that bad and is already beyond a first-year level. Octo recognizes him as the last gifted child from the British Training Center and says he is looking forward to seeing him. Then the instructor begins talking about the other boy. He states that the other boy is loyal and has the best spirit out of all the recruits. He would be the perfect soldier. But ARC seeks superhumans, and if Han Lee cannot use psychic abilities, he will not be able to stay. Octo asks curiously what the boy's name is. He then questions the sergeant about what the boys call him, and Red assumes it must be something like son of a bitch. John Red prepares outside for the announcement. Already in front of the recruits, he announces that they will all join the ranks as first-year students, but only those prepared to become psychers will be admitted. He explains that the most basic psychic ability is external manifestation. The manifestation will be visible through the shine in the eyes, and everyone must be able to do that to remain. Those who succeed must go to the technician's side, and those who do not will be taken home by the agents waiting for them. Lee Han faces the challenge with determination. He then spots Major Kang among the agents. The recruits begin to move to form the lines. Lee Han remains still while the others pass him. Kuro looks back worried about his friend. With his hand on his chest, he focuses for the test. The memory of Simon hitting him in the chest with a pencil comes to his mind. With his hand over the wound, he questions if that was really the method, and asks if the boy wasn't trying to kill him. Simon explains that he didn't stab him that deep, and that the pain would help him focus. He then reveals that the wound is now his psychic path, and instructs him to gather his energy through that point, as it is not something achieved through concentration alone. Lee Han realizes that the boy already knew his energy core was his heart. Since that day, the psychic energy he faintly felt began to become clearer and clearer, but he still does not know how to release it. Instructor John Red calls his name, and warns him that he is the last one, telling him to hurry. While Kuro watches, Lee Han focuses, determined not to go back home. The instructor stares at him with his eye shining. All the other recruits step back at the same time. Then he releases an immense wave of power. The instructor states that a soldier obeys his commander's orders no matter what, and prepares to attack him because there are no exceptions. Lee Han panics, trying to think of a way to react. His eyes then fix on the pen in the instructor's pocket. He dodges the strike and slides across the ground. Already standing, he reveals the pen he grabbed and says he doesn't know any other way. John Red questions him in surprise about when he took it. The boy stares at the instructor instructor as he concludes that his psychic path is too narrow. Then he decides that he just needs to make it bigger and stabs himself in the chest with the pen. Del, Simon, and Kuro watch the scene completely shocked. The instructor grabs him by the collar and asks if he truly wishes to die. The pen and the pencil fall to the ground beside a pool of blood. With shining eyes, Lee Han stares at John Red. The instructor releases Lee Han and throws him to the ground, stating that he has never seen a boy with so little talent. Sitting on the ground and wounded, Lee Han hears the instructor congratulating him. Lee Han finally feels that he has reached the starting line. He turns to Kuro and reassures him, saying it was just a scratch. Then Octo approaches and extends his hand to deliver a symbol of his acceptance. Lee Han looks at the device on his wrist as Octo explains that it is a high-tech communication bracelet. The device confirms Lee Han's registration as a new recruit. Impressed by the technology, the boy listens as Octo begins listing the other functions. But John Red interrupts, calling everyone's attention to gather in their designated classes. He informs them that at ARC, everyone is divided into 4 classes from A to D based on their abilities. The designation will depend on their performance over the last 3 weeks, with a chance to rise in class in the future. John Red congratulates the 25 remaining recruits and assumes they all consider him a bastard. Octo reacts discreetly to his statement. Then John Red corrects himself, stating that he is the worst of them all. He announces that Class A will have only 1 person, revealing Del Simon. Next, he points out that Class B consists of 4 boys, including Kuro. John Red then orders the 5 to come with him as he checks a device. John Red finishes the call, assigning 5 to Class C and the remaining 15 to Class D. He then orders the 20 remaining recruits to follow Instructor Wei Chen. Before them appears Instructor Wei Chen, a man with an imposing presence. The man's appearance makes the boys step back, considering him scarier than Sergeant Red. But Wei Chen introduces himself in a friendly manner as the weapons instructor, promising they will stay together until the end. His unexpected attitude leaves all the boys surprised. Meanwhile, Del, Simon, and Kuro begin to walk away with their group. But Del Simon stops for a moment and looks back. He passes quickly by Lee Han, who belongs to the other group. Lee Han watches the other boy walk away. Kuro cannot hold back his tears for having to separate. Lee Han reassures him, asking him not to worry. He turns, promising that he will catch up soon, and Kuro agrees. Wei Chen then calls his group to go to the gym. The group approaches a large gymnasium. Inside the gym, the instructor lifts a huge training spear. With a display of strength, Wei Chen spins the spear at high speed. He then stops the heavy object inches away from Lee Han, who raises his hand by reflex. Wei Chen continues spinning the weapon around him with agility. The fast movement brushes past Lee Han's face. After the demonstration, the instructor explains that the use of swords or spears is tied to the psychic equipment they will use. He reveals that dragon skin and bones are the only materials capable of storing and transmitting psychic energy. Thus, weapons made from dragon parts become lethal against the creatures themselves. Lee Han then asks how they fought dragons before these weapons existed. Wei Chen explains that at first it was all hand-to-hand combat, and hundreds of psychics died to kill a single dragon. Although some could attack from a distance, to kill a dragon, it was necessary to strike up close. One had to pierce the weapon into a vital point to release the psychic energy. Psychics with that ability are called strikers. Lee Han and his classmates are amazed by the revelation. Seeing their reaction, Wei Chen says that today they will find the weapon that suits each of them best. Lee Han then takes a training staff and prepares himself. Wei Chen asks Lee Han if he likes the spear, and the boy confirms that he does. Lee Han explains that he liked the breeze and the sound the weapon made during the demonstration. The instructor reflects that the boy's decisive action against Sergeant Red was not a common feat, suggesting he had a hard life. Setting pity aside, Wei Chen acknowledges that the boy has talent. He tells Lee Han that he is looking forward to working with him, and the boy agrees. The instructor then promises that he will do his best to help him. Lee Han grips the training staff more firmly. He and another boy named Jose train together in the gym. The 2 boys are panting from the intense exercise. Lee Han comments that Jose looks tired and says he can quit if he wants to, but Jose accuses him of being the one trying to stall for a break. He advances and asks if he is wrong. Lee Han blocks the attack with his staff, and the 2 face each other. Jose's staff breaks from the impact of the strike. Lee Han takes the opportunity and knocks the opponent to the ground. 2 weeks later, Lee Han finally manages to corner his opponent during training. With the victory, he defeats the class leader, Jose, who surrenders. Jose congratulates him, saying that he has learned a lot and that since he will rise to Class C, the leader position will be vacant. Then Jose pauses before continuing his speech. He suggests that Lee Han should be the next leader, but the boy responds that the decision is not his to make. But Jose assures him that everyone agrees with the decision, as they have already discussed it. Lee Han thanks Jose and all his classmates for their support. Later, he wonders if being class leader will help him rise to Class C, but John Red suddenly appears in front of him. The sergeant simply denies that possibility. In the academy, a recruit comments that Sergeant Red has a strong temper and has already assaulted him several times. He walks away, thinking the situation is terrible, while another recruit asks who the opponent will be. The news that the opponent is a rookie spreads among the other students. On the other side of the courtyard, Lee Han wields a spear while John Red prepares for the confrontation. He uses the power in his hand to light a cigar. From the windows, some students cheer for the rookie, telling him to hit the sergeant hard. John Red hears the comments and calls the students little bastards. Lee Han maintains a combat stance, gripping the spear firmly. Then the sergeant questions Class D if they really trust someone who doesn't even know how to use telekinesis to be their leader. All the boys in the class remain silent behind Lee Han. John Red calls them fools, but acknowledges that there must be a reason for their confidence before calling for Lee Han. The boy reacts to the sudden call. With a stomp, the sergeant breaks the spear tip and throws the shaft toward the boy. Lee Han manages to catch the shaft that was thrown at him. The sergeant challenges him to prove his worth by fighting him, but Lee Han points out that the improvised weapon is too sharp. John Red asks if he is worried about hurting him, but Lee Han denies it. He then removes the top part of his uniform, preparing for combat. Lee Han asks if the sergeant isn't going to use any weapon, but John Red replies that he wouldn't fight without giving him some sort of advantage. He establishes that the rule is simple. The boy will win if any part of his body touches the ground, and he will lose only by surrendering. Then Lee Han confidently states that he will not lose today. He begins spinning the shaft, preparing for the attack. John Red takes a combat stance, ready for the fight. From a window, other recruits comment that the boy has good posture, but doubt he can beat a sergeant. Del Simon pushes the others aside to get a better view of the fight. He watches the scene closely, referring to Lee Han as a brat. With a shout, Lee Han charges to attack his opponent, but John Red dodges the strikes with fast and precise movements. The sergeant dodges another attack that grazes past his face. Lee Han then leaps into the air to deliver a top-down strike. Lee Han tries to hit John Red with a descending blow using the shaft, but the sergeant grabs Lee Han's shirt before the strike hits him. He then throws the boy over his shoulder with force. Lee Han hits the ground and John Red stands over him. The sergeant stomps hard on the ground right beside the boy's head. Using the shaft as support, Lee Han manages to slide away from the stomp. The boy gets up, panting after escaping the attack. John Red states that he kills both dragons and their minions. He continues, saying that he won't go easy just because the boy is weak, while monsters attack a group of people. The sergeant explains that the fear he feels now is nothing compared to what he will feel when facing those things. Then he asks Lee Han if he usually fights with his mouth. John Red advances, saying it seems the boy can last a bit longer. He grabs Lee Han's shirt again with one hand. With a single move, the sergeant lifts him into the air and then throws him far away with great force. Lee Han is thrown and hits the dirt ground hard. He sits up in pain, but still refuses to let go of the shaft. Suddenly, John Red notices a cut on his face and wonders when he was hit. Lee Han's classmates shout encouragement, telling him to show what he is capable of. With a shout, the boy stands and charges forward to attack again. The sergeant decides to see how far the boy can go and what he is capable of doing. Lee Han begins spinning around John Red, swinging the shaft in wide arcs. The sergeant dodges the spinning blow that passes by him. The boy continues his attack with another powerful spin, and John Red leans backward, barely escaping the shaft. He understands that the boy is using centrifugal force to attack, and realizes why Wei likes him so much. Then John Red says that he also likes Lee Han. He takes a firm step forward, preparing himself. The sergeant announces that he will face his final strike, and Lee Han leaps into the air in one last spinning attack. But the shaft shatters upon hitting John Red's arm, who blocks the strike. John Red pulls a piece of the broken shaft out of his own chest. Then the sergeant grabs Lee Han's neck with his hand. He lifts him into the air with a single hand. John Red then demands that Lee Han surrender. With his hand, he begins using his power directly on the boy's throat. Watching the scene, Del Simon says that this is too much. He shouts for the boy to surrender or else he will die. But Lee Han refuses to give up and says only over his dead body. Wei Chen pushes through the crowd of recruits. He shouts Sergeant Red's name in disapproval. Wei Chen runs toward him, asking if he is trying to kill him, and Lee Han's body goes limp. John Red releases him, lamenting that he did not surrender, but that he also did not lose. Wei Chen holds the unconscious boy in his arms and wonders what he should do. He then tells John Red that he is fed up with his methods and Ark's methods. An alarm sounds throughout the area, and John Red puts his jacket back on. John Red shouts for everyone to shut up. He then turns to the crowd and declares that since Lee Han did not technically surrender, they can just say that he won. As he walks away, he warns Wei Chen that nothing is achieved by pampering the boy. Del Simon watches the scene and states that the boy has overcome his hardships on his own and proved his worth. But John Red instructs him to send Lee Han to Class B as soon as he is treated. Outside, the ARC facility shines under the morning sun. In one of the building's hallways, a door opens. A medical officer reacts with surprise upon hearing about the transfer to Class B. She walks beside John Red and questions whether the superiors will approve promoting a Class D recruit directly to B. He explains that the boy has potential for Class Class A, but his latent psychic abilities keep him stuck in the command's evaluation. But John Red states that they are completely mistaken. He begins explaining that what is necessary to hunt dragons is not psychic abilities. The most important thing is the ability to pierce the beast's hearts under unimaginable fear and pressure. John Red believes that, in that perspective, Lee Han has the potential to become the best striker Ark has ever seen, and cannot be wasted. The officer comments that she has never seen him praise someone so much, and he adds that perhaps that boy could save the world. He then corrects her, saying that it is the opposite of hate, and she calls him a sadist. A week passes with the boy hospitalized. The medical officer finds instructor Wei Chen in the hallway and asks if he isn't going to see the boy. Wei Chen is startled at being caught off guard while carrying a basket. She asks what he brought this time, and he replies that it's just some snacks. The medical officer asks Wei Chen what he is doing standing outside. He responds that it doesn't seem like a good time for visits, while the two look through the window in the door. Inside the room, Lee Han focuses on trying to move a small sphere on the table. An energy manifests around him as he struggles to use his ability. Wei Shen and the medical officer watch the scene with anticipation. The sphere levitates for a moment and emits a flash. Then the two celebrate the boy's success with a high five. She encourages him to go inside the room, while he comments on the boy's concentration. Wei Chen enters and Li Han lets the sphere drop onto the table with a sigh of relief. The instructor greets him and asks how he is feeling. Li Han answers that he feels great and thanks him for asking. He thanks him again when Wei Chen places a basket of snacks on the table for him. The instructor then informs him that tomorrow he will join Class B and praises him for practicing his telekinesis. The boy explains that he felt he needed to learn some telekinesis before leaving, since his psychic scores are still low. While peeling an apple, Wei Chen agrees that it was a wise move, because a psyker needs telekinesis no matter how good he is with weapons. He explains that since most psychic battles happen in the air, one must be able to retrieve the weapon if they lose it. Then the instructor suddenly gets an idea. He asks a staff member for permission to take the boy for a moment despite the late hour. At night, they arrive at the facility's gym. Li Han follows the instructor inside and asks why they are at the gym. Wei Chen explains that judging by the speed of his psychic growth, the chances of his specialty manifesting are low. He says it's better for the boy not to dream about ignition or other special abilities, and also advises him not to expect teleportation like the others. The instructor then asks how he intends to fight. The answer is simple, and he must train his telekinesis until it reaches its maximum potential. Thus, telekinesis itself will become his specialty. Li Han is surprised to hear the term advanced psychokinesis. Wei Chen walks across floating bars, explaining that psychic abilities are like muscles that grow stronger with use. He states that the lowest psychic ability score is nothing more than an illusion, and that the boy's generation has much more potential. The instructor then encourages him to persevere and train. With a yes sir, Li Han accepts his instructor's challenge. He then steps forward. The next day, he stops in front of the Class B door. The boy takes a deep breath before entering the room. When he opens the door, he accidentally bumps into another student. The older student turns around surprised at the bump. He then recognizes him and says the name Han Li. The boy laughs and says that there is no one in the class who doesn't know his name. He introduces himself as the leader of Class B, Dmitry Vladimirovich Petrov, and extends his hand for a handshake. Li Han asks if he needs to say his full name every time. Dmitry asks him to call him only by his first name and welcomes Han with a handshake. He then calls him to follow, explaining that they arrived just in time for weapons training.
They enter the training gym.
Dmitry guides him through the place. Li Han prepares himself for weapons training. Li Han grips a training staff tightly. He prepares for weapons training, his favorite activity. He charges forward with the staff in hand, passing by Dmitry. Dmitry watches him as Li Han gets ready to attack. With the staff, he quickly defeats several of his classmates. Standing over the fallen boys, a voice asks if that is fun for him. Li Han turns and sees Kuro curled up on the floor. He asks if it is fun attacking Kuro's weakness, whose specialty is his psychic ability, and adds that they should be glad there is no psychic combat training. Dmitry watches the scene from afar. He then clenches his fist with a smile on his face. Fallen on the ground, Kuro stares at the wooden sword in front of him. Someone approaches and stops in front of him. Dmitry stares at him and asks why he isn't fighting back, but Del Simon touches his shoulder and says that now it's his turn. Another boy joins them, stating that he will be third in line. Far away, Li Han abruptly stops in the middle of his path. The gym door is smashed open and the boys turn to see what is happening. Li Han charges forward and strikes one of the attackers with the wooden sword. Then he rips the weapon from the other boy's hand. The two attackers are thrown far away. Kuro remains on the ground, looking up with tears in his eyes. In front of him, Lee Han holds the wooden sword ready for combat. Kuro calls his name in a low voice. Lee Han turns to Dmitri and asks if that is what he calls open training. Kuro continues calling him, reaching his hand toward him. Dmitri places a hand on his head and explains that this is the arc way because enemies won't go easy. He points at Lee Han and says that the strange one there is him for helping Kuro like that, then concludes that this attitude is only cornering him even more. Lee Han clenches his fist beside Kuro, but Dmitri admits that 3 against 1 was also a bit pathetic. The 3 attacking boys are sitting on the ground, just watching the scene. With a smile, he invites Lee Han to show them what real training looks like. Lee Han stares at him and asks if he's being challenged. Dmitri advances, striking downward with the wooden sword, but the attack is blocked by Lee Han's weapon. Dmitri attacks again, this time with a horizontal strike. Lee Han dodges the second attack by stepping backward. He lets the opponent spin from his own momentum and lose balance. Dmitri stumbles forward. Lee Han prepares for the counterattack. Lee Han spins and strikes Dmitri with a low blow. Dmitri plants his foot on the ground to push his body upward. Then Lee Han attacks, and Dmitri narrowly dodges and headbutts Lee Han, throwing him to the ground. Lee Han kneels and complains about a headbutt during weapons training. Dmitri stands up and reveals that he has trained Sambo since he learned to walk, stating that the other has no chance if he grabs him. Leaning on the wooden weapon, Lee Han asks if he intends to hunt dragons using Sambo. Dmitri replies that if needed, he could choke out a dragon or 2. The other boys begin shouting and cheering for him. He turns and tells them to stop calling him a baby, because it doesn't match his image. Lee Han simply watches the interaction between them. Dmitri turns back to the fight and asks them to let him concentrate. Lee Han positions himself in front of Kuro, facing the united group. Lee Han briefly turns toward Kuro. Dmitri shouts for him to keep his eyes on the fight and rushes to attack. He blocks the strike and pushes the opponent's weapon aside. Then Lee Han slides across the floor and closes in. Dmitri leaps toward him with a sweeping attack, but Lee Han jumps over the strike to dodge it. Dmitri looks up while the opponent is in the air. Lee Han uses the momentum of the jump to deliver a vertical strike. The attack hits Dmitri's wooden weapon squarely. The other boys watch the scene in awe. Dmitri's weapon splits into several pieces. Lee Han lands on the floor with the tip of his own weapon broken. Unarmed, Dmitri runs toward Lee Han. He throws himself onto the opponent, knocking him to the ground. Lee Han is pinned under Dmitri's weight. Dmitri pins him to the ground and demands his surrender. He twists Lee Han's arm and threatens him while the other boys cheer, but Lee Han challenges him to go ahead and try. Dmitri asks whether he really has the guts for it. Lee Han's arm is broken, and the spectators react in shock. Lee Han falls to the ground, silently contorting in pain. Dmitri stands up, observing the result of his action. He stands over the fallen boy and says that he warned him to surrender. Kuro watches the scene with tears in his eyes. Dmitri turns and acknowledges the opponent's endurance for not screaming. Then he orders one of the boys to take Kuro to the infirmary, but Lee Han stands up and says that all his opponents so far must have been just a bunch of crybabies. He shouts for Dmitri to get up and finish the fight. Lee Han stands with the broken piece of weapon in his hand, while Dmitri is lying on the ground. Dmitri is unconscious and lying against the floor. Dmitri wakes up in the infirmary. He jumps to his feet and asks where he is. Beside him, Lee Han is watching a video message on his watch. On the screen, Major Kang says he is impressed with him and that the other children are fine thanks to him. The Major promises to send a video of them next time, and Lee Han smiles. The message ends with a photo of Major Kang with the children and a "see you soon." With tears in his eyes, Lee Han comments that they look well and even gained weight. He turns to Dmitri and asks him to swipe to the next picture. Dmitri agrees, still a bit confused. Then he questions why he should help him, and Lee Han responds that it's because he broke his arm. Dmitri retorts that he punched a hole in the back of his neck, but Lee Han blames him for letting his guard down, reminding him that that's the arc way. Dmitri is left speechless and just grumbles. Lee Han admits that he was angry that day, but he states he holds nothing against Dmitri. Dmitri agrees and says that next time they will see who the real winner is. Lee Han regrets having hurt Kuro's feelings that day. He reflects that he should have just helped him, not fought in his place. Dmitri says he understands how he feels, but warns that Kuro could die when becoming a second-year student. Lee Han doesn't understand and asks why. The two leave the room and walk down the hallway. Lee Han asks where they are going, and Dmitri answers that it's easier to show than explain. They arrive at the emergency room, and Dmitri explains that it's where they take everyone who is still breathing. At that moment, a stretcher with an injured man is rushed inside. Lee Han is startled and steps back from the passing stretcher. He asks, shocked, what that was. Dmitri asks if he now understands the intensity of their training. Lee Han, however, points and asks if the older other cadets aren't their age. He comments that the person on the stretcher looked like an adult, like the instructors. Dmitri turns around and touches the back of his neck in silence. Then he reveals that when they become second-year students, they begin receiving injections. Lee-han reacts with shock upon learning that the injections accelerate the body's maturation. Dmitri smiles and reminds him that they need to fight dragons in only 3 years. With his arms crossed, Lee-han absorbs the information that Ark will not wait for them to grow up. Then he surprises Dmitri by saying that this is not bad at all. On a winter night, a younger Lee-han states that he always wanted to become an adult as fast as possible. He needed to do whatever it took to survive. In one of his escapes, he runs with a bag while a man falls in the background. He was always competing with adults and being captured by them. A man strikes him in the face with a punch. Fallen on the ground, he is beaten again. The attacker walks away, leaving him behind. Back in the present, Lee-han states that he doesn't need a happy childhood, only to survive. Dmitri comments that he might have the most determined attitude in all of Ark. Lee-han turns his back and says that he understands what he means, suggesting they go back. Outside, Wei-chen announces that the day's training will be parachuting. Wei-chen explains that they only need to do what they already practiced, and must finish final checks by 4:30 p.m. Dmitri adjusts his equipment and asks if Lee-han isn't already missing the hospital bed. Lee-han just smiles in front of his parachute gear. When checking his backpack, he notices it is filled with food. He suspects that this is not a simple parachuting exercise. Dmitri sighs when he sees that some cadets, like Jose, are already eating what they found. Suddenly, something catches his attention. He taps Lee-han's shoulder and points into the distance. The person he points at is Del Simon. Dmitri approaches Lee-han and asks if that isn't the gifted boy from England, saying he would love to fight him. Del Simon notices the stare and turns in their direction. He questions what is wrong with that boy. Sitting next to Lee-han, Kuro keeps his head down. Lee-han observes the situation with a serious expression. Wei-chen shouts for everyone to hurry and board the helicopters. The cadets run in line with their helmets and parachute backpacks. Everyone boards a large military helicopter. Once on board, Wei-chen watches the boys seated, ready for takeoff. The fleet of helicopters flies over the area, and Wei-chen announces that they are departing as well. On the ground, John Red and 2 other instructors watch the aircraft moving away. John Red comments that, finally, the cleanup of those bastards has come to an end. Kuro narrates that he does not remember when it all began, but he saw certain images before Lee-han appeared, and every time he saw them, the boy really came to the rescue. Lee-han always arrived running to save him, but now, no matter how long he waits, Kuro can no longer see him. He assumes that this time his friend will not come. 1 hour earlier, the helicopters were flying over the ocean. On board, the cadets look out the window and Lee-han wonders where they are going. A message on the watches informs them that they are flying over a deserted island. The order is for them to descend immediately and begin survival training. From a submarine, John Red explains that there is food for 2 days in the backpacks and that the rest is up to them. The cadets panic at the news of survival training on a deserted island. Del Simon, however, comments that it looks fun, like camping. John Red looks at his watch and announces the return of the instructors. The message ends informing that they will only return in a week, and that the cadets must survive until then. John Red pulls a cadet out of the water onto the submarine. He turns to another instructor and asks if that was the last one. The instructor looks at the map on his watch and confirms that there are no more lost cadets. John Red questions Wei-chen about landing points, and he responds that 7 cadets have already formed a group. He warns not to see them as innocent children, because they are the same as adults. Without supervision, they prioritize strength and try to steal rations from each other instead of surviving together. The leader of the victorious group thanks the fallen boy for the food. When they open the backpack, they discover that he hadn't eaten anything yet and begin taking the supplies. One of the members shouts for them to leave some for the leader and calls for Carl. Carl approaches and calls them fools. He scolds them for not following the plan to gather as much food as possible before sunset. With his uniform open, Carl asks if they think he gathered them just to share. Then he declares that they need to unite and take everyone's food if they want to dominate the island. One of his followers agrees with a shout of support. The group gets fired up, ready to take on Dmitri, Lee-han, and even Del Simon. With his back turned, Carl stops when he hears a cry for help coming from somewhere. He quickly turns toward the sound. Then he looks up at the trees and asks his group if they heard that. With a smile, he points upward and announces that that is their next target. Far away, Lee-han comes out of the water and walks along the beach. He steps on the sand and laments having wasted too much time. As he walks, he complains about having landed in the ocean. He looks around and concludes that the place is too conspicuous. Then he follows the shoreline in search of a place to camp. Lee-han enters the forest, pushing through the bushes. He runs through the woods, aware that the rations will not be enough for the others. Stopping for a moment, he reflects that if cornered, the others may resort to stealing. In another part of the forest, Del Simon walks alone. He stops and turns to Dimitri, asking why he is being followed. Dimitri stares at him and challenges him to a fight. Del Simon turns away and says he does not want to waste his energy on him. Dimitri reaches out and asks him to wait, saying he did not mean it in a bad way. He explains that he just wanted to fight him once, nothing more. Then Dimitri suggests that they could get to know each other first, since they have plenty of time. Del Simon keeps walking while Dimitri follows him. The sun begins to set on the island. Someone walks through the tall grass, stating that it must be around there. Carl stops and looks up with a smile. The group finds Kuro hanging from a tree, who pleads for help while they mock him. One of the boys takes Kuro's backpack. Carl grabs the backpack and thanks him. While the group walks away, Kuro begs them to help him down, saying they can keep his backpack. Carl turns and tells him to be grateful for being up there, because that way they didn't need to beat him up before taking his things. He adds that Kuro should wait for the instructors to rescue him, because he probably won't starve to death. Alone in the tree, Kuro cries while one of the boys shouts that he also won't die of thirst because it's going to rain. Kuro remains hanging in the tree, crying alone in the darkness of the night. He remembers Del Simon telling him to stop crying because it irritated him. He also recalls Carl yelling for him to shut up, and another boy telling him to stop crying like a baby. Then he wonders why he can't even cry when he wants to. Suddenly, he stops crying and notices something. He stops crying and listens carefully. Then he whispers Li-han's name. A small shape appears floating in front of him. Kuro blinks, not believing what he sees. The sound comes from the bushes moving just below. Li-han emerges from the vegetation and stops beneath the tree. He looks up and asks what that is. The next morning, Li-han is sitting outside a makeshift shelter. Kuro comes out from inside the tent looking frightened. Li-han turns to him and says that he is already awake. Kuro calls his name from the shelter entrance. A tray with cookies and chocolate is on the ground, and Li-han announces that breakfast is served. Already inside the tent, he explains that he did not find Kuro's backpack, so they will have to share his. Kuro holds the tray but hesitates to eat, not wanting to be a burden to his friend. With tears in his eyes, he thanks him and starts eating hurriedly. Kuro continues eating while Li-han watches silently. Li-han suggests they look for water after eating, while small drones fly over the camp. Surveillance drones follow the cadet groups through the forest. In a dark room, John Red watches everything on multiple screens. Octo appears in the doorway and scolds him for smoking inside, but is told to shut up. He enters and asks what John is doing in the dark and if any cadet has caught his attention. John points at one of the screens and tells Octo to come look at a completely ridiculous kid. Knut Meyer from Norway finds it absurd to spend a week on the island, but concludes he only needs to survive. He then builds a raft to try to return to Ark. Li-han drinks some water from his bottle. He offers the bottle to Kuro and says the water is drinkable, suggesting they fill it before leaving. As they walk back to the camp, Li-han comments on the intense heat of the day. He tells Kuro they will need more food to survive the rest of the week. Li-han wonders what they can eat on the island, but Kuro suddenly stops behind him. Kuro grabs him by the shoulder and shouts for him to stop. He is pulled back at the exact moment his foot almost steps on a branch. The two look down into a trap, and Li-han comments that they would have been stuck there for days. Li-han kneels and asks Kuro how he knew the trap was there. Then he asks him if he managed to see the trap. Kuro confirms that he did, with a nervous expression. He tries to describe what he saw, and Li-han realizes he literally predicted what would happen. Li-han concludes that Kuro possesses short-term premonition, a rare and notable trait. Li-han and Kuro walk together along the forest trail. He turns to Kuro, seeing an opportunity in this survival training. The silhouettes of two boys approach the makeshift shelter. Carl lifts the shelter tarp and looks inside. He finds only empty ration packages. One of the boys suggests destroying the shelter, but Carl states they must have gone to get water. With a smile, he decides they will come back later to get them while they sleep. Kuro returns exhausted to the camp, announcing that they finally arrived. Li-han agrees and invites him to go inside and rest a little, but as he approaches, he suddenly stops and tells Kuro to wait. He kneels when he finds a small stone on the ground and states that someone was there. The stone he had placed at the shelter entrance is now outside. Then he points to the various footprints around the area. Li-han decides to break down the shelter and move, because the group will probably return to rob them. The two boys set out to find a new place to camp as the sun sets. Li-han says they need to find a suitable place before it gets dark. He asks if Kuro can see anything, but the boy says he can barely keep his eyes open. Kuro suddenly stops in the middle of the path, and Li-han calls his name. Kuro's heart races as he has a vision. He sees a large creature resembling a panther. Then he sees Li-han in a combat stance with his spear. The creature charges toward him. Kuro then throws himself toward Li-han. He pushes his friend out of the way. A black panther leaps past them, striking Kuro in the process. Li-han falls to the ground from the force of the shove. The animal stops in front of him, while Kuro lies farther behind. Lee Han notices that his spear is far out of reach. The panther opens its mouth, ready to attack. Lee Han closes his eyes, preparing for the impact. A projectile suddenly cuts through the darkness. The attack hits the panther directly, throwing it to the side. The animal then retreats and leaps into the forest. Jose appears and asks Lee Han if he is all right. Lee Han stares at him and whispers his name. Jose finds Han Li and Kuro in the middle of the vegetation. He then places his hand over his bandaged leg. Lee Han points at his injury, but Jose just looks. He explains that some guys set up a trap and that he can barely stand. Then Jose falls to the ground, saying he is happy to have found them. Lee Han comments that they also saw a trap earlier, and Kuro believes it may be the work of the same people. Jose assumes there must be a group looting, but states he has nothing for them to take. Then he says that as soon as he got hurt, he ate everything he had before someone could take it. Lee Han watches him silently. He then suggests they first find a place to rest. Far away, Carl is sitting alone in front of a campfire during the night. He looks up at the stars. In a memory, he turns to the side and questions him. A man reveals to Carl that the airport detectors reacted when he arrived, suggesting he has psychic abilities. He then offers Carl the chance to enlist an ARC, but the boy questions him about the movie he is filming. The man grabs Carl and states that if he becomes a psyker, he will have fame and fortune far greater than as an actor. He then says that when the war ends, the psykers will become the military power of the nation and Carl will dominate everyone. Carl turns and walks toward a building. He then says, "Damn." In another part of the forest, Dimitri does push-ups while Del Simon watches from afar. Del Simon then asks if he isn't tired, but the boy is just sitting under the shade of a tree, eating. He comments that they also don't have much food left. Dimitri stands up, cracks his shoulder, and asks how he will survive the next 5 days. He then slaps his own arm, stating that it is pure muscle. Dimitri explains that if he wants to be a good attacker, he needs to keep training. But Del calls him a fool, saying psykers fight with their psychic abilities. He just stares at him and asks, "Oh, really?" Dimitri then laments missing Han Li, the only one good enough to train with him. Del turns to him and asks if he has ever fought Han Li. With a smile, Dimitri realizes he took the bait. The next morning, they find a shelter in a cave in the forest. Lee Han then wishes everyone a good morning. He suggests that the three of them stay together for the rest of the week. Lee Han warns that he and Kuro will go out to gather firewood and food. Then he asks Jose to protect the place, since his leg is still injured, and the boy agrees and apologizes. But Lee Han reassures him, saying that thanks to his ignition ability, they have the advantage in this survival training. He begins explaining that having fire means that they can get food that way. Kuro then asks if he knows how to fish since they have no rods, but Lee Han just calls him. He thanks Kuro. Then Lee Han explains that it is because he saved him when he was in danger and for finding the cave. He says that helping was the best he could do for now, but he realized that he couldn't defend him forever, so he no longer knew what to do. Lee Han states that yesterday he finally got his answer and declares that Kuro is a psychic genius. He concludes by saying that Kuro has the strength to defend himself and protect him too, and that from now on they can count on each other to survive. Lee Han reminds him that after all, they are friends. Kuro then remembers when he was just a lonely child in an orphanage in Japan. Without a name, he was called Kuro because of his skin. He was constantly insulted by the others, but now he had a friend who believed in him. Lee Han says that his ability is much more powerful than he thought and asks what they will do now. The two then look at the fish in the water. Kuro uses his ability to see one of the fish. He is able to know where the fish will move. Lee Han explains that if he uses his premonition with telekinesis, they will be able to fish without any tools. At Lee Han's request, Kuro then activates his ability. He lifts a fish out of the water, and Lee Han celebrates his friend's achievement. They manage to catch enough fish for a meal. On the third day of training, the two return with full baskets, and Lee Han praises Kuro for having caught 8 fish. Kuro says that Jose will love it, and Lee Han adds that he is getting very good at cleaning the fish. As they approach the cave, the two hear a noise coming from inside. Lee Han reacts to the sound. He then shouts for Kuro to wait and runs down a slope. The boy runs toward the cave entrance. From inside, he shouts, asking what happened. Lee Han finds Jose lying unconscious on the ground. Dimitri throws a wooden sword to Del Simon and tells him to catch it. Del questions why he brought 2 weapons for what was supposed to be a simple parachuting exercise. Dimitri explains that he has been thinking about using dual swords to look cooler and asks why he agreed to fight. Del then deduces that if he managed to fight evenly with Han Li, he must be Dmitry Vladimirovich Petrov, the leader of Class B. He raises the sword, saying he heard that his transfer to Class A was already a done deal, and he wants to see if he deserves it. Dmitri states that he is starting to like him. Then the two charge at each other. Del blocks Dmitri's strike, who realizes that the abrupt stop will affect his rhythm. He then dodges his opponent's next strike. Del hits him with a counterattack. He then asks if Dmitri thought it was already over. Dmitri stares back at him. Del dodges another one of Dmitri's strikes. Dmitri then advances. saying it is even better if he retreats. Del blocks his multiple attacks. Del is struck by Dimitri's blows. Dimitri then attacks him with a sword strike. Del dodges and predicts his opponent's next move. Dimitri realizes he needs to protect his back. He stumbles and Del prepares for the counterattack. Del then strikes Dimitri while he is off balance. He knocks him to the ground. Dimitri supports himself with the sword to get up. He then shouts that he got him. Dimitri attacks him from behind. His sword stops just before striking Del's neck. Del's eyes manifest. Dimitri is immobilized with a blade at his back. Del says he won the weapon fight, but that they are psychers. He then wonders if that means Han Li is stronger than Dimitri. Li Han holds Jose in his arms and shouts for him to wake up. He then stops for a moment, panting. Jose wakes up and tells Han that he is not dead, asking him to stop shouting. Now around the campfire, Li Han asks who did that to him. Jose reveals that it was Karl Heinz and his group of 7 people. He says they took all the food and will probably come back, so he suggests they move. But Li Han refuses. He tells Jose that he is not calm enough to let some guys who hurt his friend get away so easily. Jose just watches him. Li Han then decides that they must first find a new place to camp and let the other group keep the area for now. He declares that when the sun sets, they will attack them. Later, Li Han and Kuro hide in the vegetation. They watch Karl's group from afar in their old cave, and Li Han says he knew they would take it for themselves. He then tells Kuro that when he is ready, they will begin. Li Han states that it would be impossible to do this alone, but that together they can defeat those guys easily. Kuro focuses, remembering that Han is his only friend who ever believed in him. He then activates his ability, determined not to disappoint him. Then he launches several stones in the direction of the enemies. One of the stones hits one of the men in the chest. Another is hit in the legs and asks what that was. Karl hears the noise, shouts that they are under attack, and orders someone to check it out. One of the men falls to the ground while the others run to attack. One of them warns the others that they are throwing stones and to dodge as they advance. Kuro uses his ability to predict the path they will take. The stones hit the men, who complain about not being able to see in the dark. Li Han then jumps over 2 of them. He strikes the men with his staff, taking them down one by one. Karl stands among his fallen companions. Li Han faces him at the cave entrance, ready to fight. He then prepares for the final confrontation. Karl faces Han Li, surprised to recognize him. He doubts that Han Li defeated 6 men alone. Then Karl realizes he is not alone and asks who is with him. Kuro comes out from behind the bushes, but Li Han warns that he can take care of Karl alone. Karl gets irritated when he realizes that the 2 of them, including Kuro, defeated all his men. Li Han states that they are there to avenge Jose and that he won't go easy. He then bends down to pick up a staff from the ground, saying he has heard enough. Karl states that he will take the opportunity to teach him a lesson, but Li Han challenges him, saying he would love to see him try. Karl charges and attacks him with the staff. Li Han blocks the strike and hits him in the face. The boy recoils from the impact of the blow. He then attacks again, but Li Han dodges. Li Han strikes him in the chest with a blow from his staff. Karl bends over from the impact. Li Han immobilizes Karl with the staff and asks if it hurts. He then warns him to prepare himself because he is just getting started. Karl shouts for him to stop bragging and attacks. Li Han defends against his opponent's strikes. He then breaks Karl's staff and throws him to the ground. Karl cannot believe that Han Li is that strong. Li Han approaches, saying that Jose was already injured and that he did not need to hurt him so much. He stops in front of Karl, who tells him not to underestimate him. The boy then shouts for him not to dare underestimate him. He remembers when he was an acting prodigy in Germany and how his father used his popularity for his own career. His father encouraged him to become a psycher so they could dominate the country and crush anyone in their way. Back in the present, Karl stands up, saying that he has come too far to be defeated by someone like him, and throws dirt into his face. Karl then charges at Li Han. He hits him with a punch to the face. Kuro runs toward them and shouts Han's name. He rushes forward as Karl continues to punch Li Han. Karl turns to him and tells him not to approach. He then goes back to attacking Li Han. Kuro watches the scene. Karl stands over Li Han, who is lying on the ground. He then picks up Li Han's staff. Karl says he will make sure he never tries something like that again. A stone hits the staff he was holding. He faces Kuro. Kuro activates his ability and shouts for him to leave Han alone. Karl asks if he also wants to face him. He then grabs Kuro, saying that he never liked him and that he should not be an Ark. While he insults him, Li Han stands up. Li Han then punches Karl in the face. Li Han questions if he doesn't feel useless for thinking he could overpower everyone just because he had greater numbers. He then states that Del Simon, Dimitri, and Jose, and Kuro are all better than he is. Karl just stares at him. Li Han says that there are many obstacles for him to overcome on his path to the top. He then shouts that Karl is nothing. Li Han raises his staff to attack. The staff stops near Karl's neck. as Lee Han says that everyone has a reason to reach the top. He advises him to find another path if he wants to climb, and warns him not to hurt his friends again. Fallen, Carl remembers his father and how he never wanted to be a psyker. He then lies on the forest floor. Later, it was discovered that Karl Heinz left Ark voluntarily. The 3 remaining days on the island pass. The rescue helicopters finally arrive. Reunited, Jose and Kuro comment that they never want to go through that again. A group of cadets gathers around Han Li, Kuro, and Jose to thank them. Then one of the boys asks Kuro how he caught all those fish, while another asks Jose about hiding his ignition ability. But Jose points at Lee Han, saying that he is the one they should truly thank. A holographic message announces the end of survival training, congratulating everyone for the good work. Sitting next to Del Simon, Dimitri comments that he never thought he would be happy to hear Sergeant Red's voice. The message then instructs them to board the helicopters in the order their names are called. The rescue helicopters fly over the island. Inside one of the aircraft, Sergeant Red faces them. He reveals that the instructors watched them throughout the training and agreed unanimously about the 4. The sergeant explains that the training was not only about survival, but a test to determine who would become a guardian of the human race. He then begins calling the names of Kuro, Simon, and Dimitri. And finally, Han Li, announcing that the 4 are on the list to advance to the 2nd year. On a rare day off at Ark, the cadets enjoy their free time. Jose approaches Han Li and suggests that they play soccer, since they haven't had a day off like that in a long time. Lying on his bed with a book, he simply questions, "Soccer?" With a ball in his hand, Jose asks if he knows how to play, and Lee Han confirms he does. On one of the academy fields, the cadets gather for a soccer match. Jose asks if everyone is satisfied with their teams, while Dimitri warns Del not to use psychic abilities. It was rare for them to have a day off unless something important was happening, such as the first-year instructors meeting. The purpose of the meeting was to discuss which cadets would be promoted to the 2nd year. In the meeting room, John Red and Wei Chen are among the instructors present. ARC's chief director, Alexander Lacour, begins the meeting. Chief researcher Sasha Grace notes that there are 4 candidates this time and asks what they are like. Alexander states that Del Simon and Dimitri are more than fit to advance, but suggests they first discuss the other 2, starting with Han Li. Since he entered Ark, he has been ranked among the lowest in psychic ability. One of the instructors questions how he is on the list, saying that if it weren't for Red's special treatment, he would be stuck in Class D. Alexander then asks them to explain why a boy like that should be promoted. As witnessed in the training fight with Sergeant Red, Wei Chen explains that Han Li is not only remarkable in weapons training, but also has patience and a strong mentality, possessing everything a soldier needs. Alexander comments that he has never heard Wei speak so well of someone. John Red adds that regardless of his psychic potential, his telekinesis is quite sophisticated and that he used it to reinforce his spine. He continues, saying that the most impressive thing is that he acquired that ability on his own. No one taught him how to do that. After a moment of silence, Alexander decides to proceed. On the field, Jose praises Han Li for having some skill even without ever being trained, but he simply says he doesn't know. Nearby, Dimitri asks Del if the British aren't supposed to be good at soccer, but he questions what that has to do with him. Back in the meeting room, Sasha Grace slams her hand on the table and asks if they are joking. She looks at Kuro's profile on a holographic screen and exclaims that he is far too sensitive. One of the instructors reminds them that a strong mentality is exactly what is needed to endure the body conversion surgery that will take place after promotion. Sasha then accuses him, asking if he is trying to kill the child. John Red explains that there has been no child who demonstrated growth in psychic abilities at such speed as Kuro, but Alexander states that the problem is his mentality. John Red explains that they need Han Li to advance as well, because Kuro's mental stability is heavily affected by him. Alexander rubs his face, wondering why they are talking about Han Li again, while an instructor adds that he acts like an older brother to Kuro. He then comments that it seems they truly want the boy to advance. On the field, one of the players runs with the ball. Lee Han kicks the ball between the opposing team's players. Jose receives the ball and praises the pass. He advances with the ball, challenging the others to try to steal it if they can. Kuro positions himself as goalkeeper. Jose notes that Del and Dimitri, his opponents, are all in their positions. He then kicks the ball backward, passing it to Lee Han. Lee Han scores the goal and his team celebrates. Jose shakes Han's hand, saying that the plan worked and that they make a great team. A shadow suddenly appears over the 2 boys. John Red approaches and says that the meeting is over, but since they are all there, he will tell them the results now. He announces that all 4 will advance, to the surprise of Dimitri, Del, and Kuro. Jose taps Han Li's shoulder. He then asks why he has that look on his face and congratulates him for advancing to the 2nd year. Jose asks him to go ahead and save a spot for him, but Lee Han extends his hand and says that they will meet again. John Red interrupts them and orders them to return to their dormitories. He then orders those who will advance to pack their things. Lee Han turns and thanks the sergeant. He says he owes everything to him for having been elected class leader and for the outcome of the meeting. John Red warns him that now he will no longer be able to quit, and that they will meet again after second-year training. He then wishes that Han Li comes out of there alive. The boy simply salutes. John Red watches him from afar. At dusk, the four boys walk toward the dormitory. Dimitri asks if they should go already, while Del Simon stares at him. Kuro then confirms with Han Li if they should meet at the secondary infirmary.
Li Han holds Kuro's shoulder and tells him not to worry because they will have each other.
But Kuro confesses that he is very afraid, because now they will have to undergo that surgery to become adults. Dimitri raises his fist and says that there is nothing to fear, because it means they will become much stronger. Upon arriving at the secondary infirmary, a voice welcomes them. A woman introduces herself as Dr. Sasha Grace and informs them that she will be in charge of them for the next 5 weeks. Li Han then questions the 5-week period. She explains that during that time, their bodies will be fully matured, with the first 2 weeks in cultivation capsules and the following 3 in rehabilitation training. Dimitri, Del, and Kuro react to the information that they will spend 2 weeks in a machine like that. Li Han grips the strap of his bag. He then raises his hand and says goodbye, telling them he will see them in 2 weeks. The other 3 watch him. Dimitri and Kuro then join their hands with Li Han's. Sasha Grace observes the boys' interaction. Dimitri insists that Del join his hand with theirs, and he does. 1 week earlier, Sasha Grace orders the injection of the cultivation serum. Inside tanks, Li Han and Del Simon are submerged in a liquid. Octo, also submerged, complains that he feels like garbage. Meanwhile, Li Han feels as if he is suffocating. Sasha watches and asks them to hold on a little longer because they will fall asleep soon. She then reflects that today's procedure will decide their fate. Walking through the laboratory, the scientist questions whether saving the human race with so much effort is worth it. Her assistant comments that Professor Grace seems exhausted. Then, she suggests that the researcher should take a break. Sasha Grace approaches a break room. There, John Red asks why she is always in the secondary infirmary since she said she didn't care about the children. He stares at her intently. John then explains that he would be in trouble if she accidentally killed all of them. Sasha closes her eyes for a moment. She sits down and informs that since there were no problems, they are applying the second round of cultivation serum. Sasha explains that the second round is a concentrated formula of the dragon's psychic core, also known as Dragon Heart. John Red reflects that this will force their hearts to resonate with the core, generating a natural affinity with psychic abilities. Then, an alert sounds from Sasha's wrist device and the two turn. She runs hurriedly down the hallway. As she advances, the researcher asks what is happening. Inside the tank, Li Han thrashes around. The assistant arrives and warns that he regained consciousness and is likely in great pain. Sasha reaches out and says they need to get him out of there. She then tries to pull the tank lever, but her hand is stopped before reaching the control. John Red grabs her by the wrist and she asks why he is stopping her. He states that she cannot stop now, because that boy needs to reach the second year. Sometime later in her office, Sasha speaks with an older Li Han. She asks how he has been. With a smile, he answers that he is fine, thanks to her. Sasha then reveals that they had never seen a case like his, a psyker who rejects his own abilities. At that moment, Sasha had shouted that it would kill him, and that they needed to stop the procedures. She remembers that Han was not promoted because of his psychic abilities. John Red holds her and says to forget ability induction, because the boy would survive anyway. Back in the present, Sasha informs him that he will be registered as a special case and asks if he felt any irregularity. Li Han replies that he feels invigorated and that at least he will no longer be expelled because of his grades. The researcher reflects that the boy's willpower is impressive, and perhaps that was what the sergeant was looking for. She then dismisses him, concluding that his strong mentality must be linked to his rejection of psychic abilities. Dimitri greets him cheerfully, saying he waited for him and that now they are second-year students. Del Simon watches them from a distance. Li Han comments with a smile that the 5 weeks flew by. He then says that everyone has changed a lot, especially Kuro. Han then expresses his happiness that everyone came out alive. Del turns and warns him not to think he is the leader of the group. As Del walks away, Dimitri asks Han not to provoke him, explaining that he is just in his rebellious phase. The second-year facilities are similar to the first, but the cadets are divided into squads. Each squad has 4 to 10 members, with 12 squads existing in the second year. Li Han enters his room and reflects that he will need time to get used to an individual space. A boy introduces himself as Kato Suki, the leader of Squad 7, and confirms the identities of Han and Kuro. Gathered with the team, he informs them that although there is a lot of training, the focus will be on firearms, aerial combat, and simulations. Kato asks the reason for weapons training, and Han answers that it is to fight against minions. The leader explains that the identified minions are ogres, grunts, and werewolves, all with low intelligence. But those who act as commanders are the Elu, who possess high intellect and use psychic abilities. He then confirms that an Elu can use those abilities to defend against physical attacks. But unlike dragons, their psychic energy is limited and runs out. Kato highlights that aerial combat and battle simulations are important because they are a competition competition between squads. The simulations are reduced-scale trainings that take place in ARC's artificial forest. In the main event, Capture the Flag, the capacity and strategy of each squad are put to the test. He warns that although they do not use real blades, the steel weapons can cause serious injuries. Finally, aerial combat is an exercise to knock all members of the enemy team off their platforms. Kato explains that for aerial combat, it is essential to have a supporter, someone who controls multiple platforms for the team. He then tells Kuro that since the squad did not have a high-level psyker for that role, they no longer need to worry. Kuro seems apprehensive about the responsibility. The squad leader then asks if he is up to the task. A more robust teammate pressures him, asking why he is mumbling and saying that he must do what the squad demands. Lee Han intervenes, assuring that Kuro is the right guy, but explains that he does not do well under pressure. The veteran turns to Han and tells him to shut up, asking what a novice like him knows. Kato interrupts the discussion, saying that Han is right and that it is their first day. But he warns Han to mind his manners, since the others are his superiors with more experience. With a smile, Kato continues speaking. He reveals that, to be honest, he only accepted him because he wanted Kuro in the squad, and the two came as a package. Kato then tells Han not to get in the way, because he does not expect much from someone with the lowest level of psychic abilities. As the others laugh, Lee Han clenches his fist. He simply replies that it is fine. With a smile, Han extends his hand and promises that he will do his best not to get in the way of leader Kato. Kato reluctantly agrees. Lee Han then shakes his hand firmly. The squad leader decides to see how long the arrogant rookie will last. With a smile, Han accepts the challenge. Lee Han takes a shower. On a shooting range, the cadets practice with their rifles. He fires with precision at the targets. Katsuki watches him from afar. Han runs forward through the course. He continues shooting at the targets while moving. The boy turns around, confident that Kato will no longer call him a burden. But he notices that Kuro looks nervous. One of the veterans shouts for Kuro to pull himself together. The boy fumbles with the rifle. Kato approaches, frustrated with the situation. Later in the shower, Lee Han wonders if he is still not good enough. He then dries himself off in his room after the bath. In the locker room, Kato informs Han that he is on standby. One of the veterans explains that in simulations, their squad already has many members specialized in close combat. Kato informs Han that he may watch the simulation in the training arena, so he does not feel bad about being left out. Holding a device, Han looks at a photo and states that it is no problem. In an arena, it is announced that today's Capture the Flag match will be between Squads 3 and 9. Kato points and tells a teammate that with the new faces in Squad 3, they should analyze the enemy's strategy. Lee Han then realizes that the newcomer can only be Del Simon. On the battlefield, Del Simon advances with his teammates. In the stands, the other cadets comment about the psychic prodigy. The leader of Squad 9 questions if the opposing team intends to start a full frontal engagement. One of the members of Squad 3 declares that they have nothing to lose with a great psyker on their side. Del Simon then states that he will take everyone out and grab their flag easily. The leader of the other squad orders his men to attack him before he can use his abilities. But the members of Squad 9 notice that their weapons have disappeared. Del extends his hand toward them. The swords then float above their heads to everyone's astonishment. With a single gesture, he launches the weapons at the opponents, who are hit. The leader of Squad 3 shouts for his team to advance. While Del Simon watches, his teammates charge into the attack. In a direct confrontation, Squad 3 overwhelms their opponents. The leader then raises the flag and celebrates the crushing victory. Back in the arena, Kato explains to Kuro that a talented psyker is essential, and that their strategy will be similar. Kuro remains apprehensive about the idea. Lee Han approaches and tells Kato that he does not think it is a good idea. He points out that Squad 9 did not use tactics, relying only on individual combat skill. Han begins to speak but hesitates. Kato then pressures him to continue. The squad leader questions him if he was going to suggest that he would be a better leader. Lee Han finally understands the reason for his superior's disdain. A veteran calls Han and gives him a thumbs up. The two then walk out of the arena together. The teammate says that although he is a talented recruit, he does not belong to Squad 7 and that the other members think the same. Lee Han understands that Kato was controlling him and asks why he does not belong to Squad 7. The veteran explains that Han is not afraid to confront the leader, and that occasionally he makes better decisions than him. But the squad can only have one leadership, because if the others start questioning Kato, it will cause division. He then warns that as long as Kato is the leader, Han will never participate in the simulation training and should request a transfer. Lee Han closes his eyes for a moment. He now understands that the squad needs absolute faith in the leader, and he was threatening that bond. The boy then considers the idea of being transferred to another squad. The day ends at ARC's facilities. Before an instructor, Lee Han presents his request. Wei Chen analyzes the document and asks if the cadet is sure about the decision. With a smile, Han confirms that he is. The instructor explains that he will need a meeting with the other second-year superiors, which may take time. Back in his room, Han thinks that this will give him the time he needs. While waiting, he decides to focus on his personal training and analyze the competitions of the other squads. The door opens and Kuro enters the room, calling for him. Kuro asks about the conversation with the commander, but Han only wants to know if he is ready for the aerial combat tomorrow. He then reveals that he can now move 4 platforms simultaneously. Kuro confirms that he can move them with people on them. Impressed, Han says that this growth puts him at the top of all second-year students. He then encourages Kuro not to be nervous, because he will be cheering for him. The friend simply thanks him for the support. In the arena, the other cadets comment about the amazing recruit from Squad 7 and cannot wait to see him in action. From within the crowd, Han watches Kuro on the big screen. On the platform, Kato tells the team to advance, because they are counting on their supporter. Kuro then focuses for the start of the combat. The aerial combat battle between Squad 1 and Squad 7 begins. Aerial combat is crucial, since most dragons can fly, and the platforms are used together with other equipment. In competitions, each person controls 2 platforms to move or directly attack the opponent. But the most important position is the supporter, who controls multiple platforms to minimize the team's energy consumption. Han watches the screen, knowing that the position is perfect for Kuro, who can control 4 platforms at once. Kato orders Squad 7 to advance, confident that victory is certain if they follow the plan. He then commands the Vanguard to take their positions. Squad 1 advances to attack. A member of Squad 7's Vanguard advances, noticing that the opponent moved exactly as Kato predicted. 2 members of Squad 1 exchange a look and prepare themselves. They then separate and move to the sides. An opponent leaps toward one of the Vanguard members. The Squad 7 cadet is hit and knocked off his platform. Meanwhile, Kato strikes one of the opponents with a blow. With a smile, he watches the opponent fall, satisfied that everything is going as planned. In the stands, the cadets comment that Squad 7 seems to know exactly where the enemy team would move. In a previous meeting, Kato explained that since Squad 1 did not have a strong supporter, Kuro would be crucial for the strategy. Han then instructed his friend to use his premonition to move the platforms according to the enemy team's actions. The veteran agreed, saying that they could knock everyone out if they focused on close combat. Watching the match, Lee Han concludes that for now Kato's plan is working. In the arena, the 2 veterans prepare to continue. Kuro concentrates to the maximum, knowing that one mistake could cost the team the victory. He then uses his ability to predict the movements of the battle. A member of Squad 1 attacks and knocks down one of Squad 7's cadets. The last 2 members of the enemy team realize that only they remain. Squad 7 positions themselves to face the 2 opponents, with Kuro in the rear. The enemies realize they cannot win if they do not eliminate the supporter. The leader of Squad 1 signals to his teammate, indicating that they will use Plan A. The other cadet understands the signal. He then advances at high speed. Kato prepares for what seems to be a simple frontal battle and warns that the enemy is coming, but the opponent uses his fallen teammate as a springboard to jump over the Vanguard. He then flies between the 2 members of Squad 7. The other enemy grabs them from behind, and Kato shouts for his men to block him. The first attacker manages to pass and moves forward, leaving the others behind. Kato turns around and watches the opponent approach Kuro. A teammate shouts for him to stop chasing him, since the other enemy is determined to knock them down. From the stands, Han realizes that they should have protected Kuro so that he would not be separated from the squad. In a previous conversation, Kato instructed Kuro to keep platforms 4 and 8 always by his side. The opponent flies directly toward Kuro. The boy then remembers platforms 4 and 8. He summons both platforms and uses them to defend against the attack. The enemy prepares to attack again with his sword. Kuro appears exhausted after the effort. The other member of Squad 1 is finally defeated and falls. The remaining members of Squad 7 watch the fallen enemy. Kato then advances and asks what is happening in the rear. The last member of Squad 1 stands over Kuro's body. With a smile, he stares at the opposing team. The enemy flies through and knocks the last members of Squad 7 off their platforms. In the stands, the spectators comment that although his abilities were amazing, he lacked combat capability. Lee Han understands that Kato's plan relied solely on Kuro's psychic abilities. Fallen on the ground, Kuro tries to use his powers, but the opponent strikes the platform in front of him. The platform explodes and the enemy watches Kuro on the ground. Kuro remains down, panting. The opponent raises his weapon and laments the situation. The pressure on Kuro led him to make a mistake. The screen announces Squad 1's victory and the crowd cheers. Han then reflects that if it were him, he would not have left Kuro alone. 3 weeks later, Wei Chen calls Han to discuss the documents he submitted. The instructor informs him that his request to form a new squad has been approved. Han receives the unexpected news. Wei Chen explains that due to his high aptitude for leadership, the instructors decided to test his popularity and charisma. He then hands him the conditions, which require at least 4 members and allow recruiting only 1 person from each squad. With these rules, Han knows that the other leaders will do everything to stop him from taking their main members. But he clenches his fist, determined to form the squad if he can recruit the members. Wei Chen says goodbye, saying he is looking forward to seeing what he will do, and Han leaves the room. As he walks, the boy remembers Jose and Kuro, the first people he thought of. Since Jose is not around, he decides to speak with Kuro first. Han stops for a moment in the hallway, but suddenly he remembers that there is one more person. He then goes to Dimitri's door and knocks. Dimitri opens the door with a smile and asks what he wants. A young man holds his head and complains aloud. He tells a teammate that their win rate keeps dropping because of Kuro, and that they should have recruited Simon, even if it was hard. Then he praises Del Simon's abilities, who not only fights well, but also defeated several enemies alone with his powers. Kuro listens from a distance to the comment that he can't do anything alone, and that his abilities are overrated. He remains listening as the men say they only use him in battles because they have no one else to fill the position. Elsewhere, Dmitry Vladimirovich Petrov asks if a new squad is being formed, and who else is being considered besides him. Li Han replies that he started all of this to have Kuro on his team, but Dmitry doubts any leader would simply hand over their member. He then points at Dmitry, reminding him that his question still hasn't been answered. Dmitry thanks him for the offer but refuses directly, saying his answer is no. He explains that he is next in line to become the Squad 5 leader and cannot simply abandon his teammates. Li Han reacts for a moment and then closes his eyes, saying he understands. Dmitry turns and stretches his neck, saying there is one more thing. He then states that he finds it more fun to be an opponent than an ally. With a tap on the shoulder, Dmitry warns him not to cry next time, and Li Han replies that he'll break both his arms. As Li Han walks away, two people comment about his desire to become a leader. As Li Han walks away, other guys comment that he is a cocky punk, but he ignores them. Then he stops, since the announcement of his squad formation made all the leaders evaluate him. One of them stares at him and asks if that is how Li Han repays him. He says he doesn't care if he leaves or forms a new squad, but he cannot take Kuro. The leader and his teammates stand in front of Li Han, but Li Han states that Kuro will not reach his full potential under his leadership. The leader argues back, telling him not to be arrogant, because Kuro will become a great member of Squad 7. Then Li Han asks if he would also wait for the enemy in a war, assuring that he can take Kuro to his maximum potential now. He adds that a commander's duty is to lead his team to victory despite limitations, and blaming others doesn't change the result. The leader grabs him by the collar, shouting that no matter what he says, he cannot take Kuro. Li Han simply replies that the decision is not his, but Kuro's. Then the other guy turns and looks toward Kuro, calling his name. He threatens him, saying that if he decides to leave, he will kill him. Kuro reacts to the direct threat from his leader, but Li Han provokes him, saying he is all talk and would keep talking even while they buried him. The leader punches Li Han, who falls to the ground. As he recovers, the leader grumbles, and Li Han wipes the corner of his mouth, saying he'll let it go because he doesn't want to be called in because of that. Li Han then turns and begins to walk away while the other watches him. He stops next to Kuro and says he will be waiting for him. One of the guys comments that no one would betray their squad to join a leader who hasn't even proven himself, and another adds that he might not even be able to form the team. Kuro remains silent with a worried expression. Li Han walks down a hallway, thinking that he has already reached out to everyone he had in mind. He wonders what else he can do, because at this rate he might really fail. Distracted, he bumps into a person wearing a skull mask and apologizes. The person walks away quickly, and Li Han is surprised by their speed. He then wonders if it is allowed to wear the uniform that way. Suddenly, his wrist device starts beeping. He reads the message summoning all squad leaders to the secondary infirmary. Outside the building, several squad leaders are lined up in 2 rows. Sasha Grace announces that 6 cadets have leveled up and are awaiting assignment, and that the new squad leader will have the first choice. Sasha Grace then calls Li Han to step forward, and he sees this as his chance to recruit at least one member. He introduces himself as the leader of Squad 13, stating that they are short on members and that anyone is welcome. Other cadets react with disdain, commenting that short on members means he has no one, but Jose raises his hand and volunteers. The others react surprised, shouting Jose's name. Later that night, in a room, someone comments that it's a pity. Jose tells Li Han that it would have been nice to get one more person, but Li Han thinks it makes sense since it's a new squad. He thanks Jose for trusting him and joining his team. Jose replies that he always wanted to be on the same team as him, and that the others would have lined up if they knew his talent. Then he stretches, saying they can continue recruiting tomorrow, and that he's going back to his room. Just as he prepares to leave, someone knocks on the door. The door opens and Kuro appears in the doorway, surprising Li Han, who calls his name. Li Han asks what happened to his face as Kuro, covered in bandages, scratches his head. He says he told Kato about leaving Squad 7, and that in the end, the leader didn't have the guts to kill him. Li Han says that's amazing, and asks if he is the same Kuro he knew, but he replies it was nothing. Jose celebrates that the island team is together again, and that with the 3 of them, no one will be able to stop them. Then a 4th person approaches, saying they look like they are having fun and asking if there is room for one more. He addresses Li Han, stating that everyone considers him a traitor, which is why Squad 13 will be the most interesting. Jose reminds Lee Han that the newcomer was in Class B, and Lee Han agrees that they need him in the squad. The boy named Knuth Meyer makes a hand gesture. He says he is looking forward to working with Squad 13, and asks if that means they can officially form the new squad. Lee Han confirms, but warns that now they are enemies of everyone and can be disbanded if they fail, which would bring consequences. Kuro and Knuth Meyer declare that they already expected that. The new Squad 13 gathers, aware of the immense weight on their shoulders. With a determined look, Lee Han says goodbye, saying he'll see them tomorrow. A man welcomes Squad 13. He introduces himself as Grossman, the head instructor of the second-year students. Grossman then identifies the squad leader, Lee Han, and the members Jose Batista and Knuth Meyer. He turns to Kuro and asks what happened to his face. Kuro replies that he fell down the stairs. With a smile, Grossman simply tells him to be careful. He then informs them that starting that day, the squad will have a 3-week period before entering the matches. After that, they will participate in the confrontations, with opponent and category chosen at random. Lee Han understands that Grossman is warning them not to take the situation lightly. The competition is a weapons survival match against Squad 9, who have the highest scores in firearms training. In the middle of the forest, Knuth Meyer removes his helmet, complaining that it is suffocating and that all they need to do is not get hit. Lee Han hits him on the head, asking if he is trying to get himself killed. He then grabs him and orders him to never take off the helmet under any circumstances. Lee Han states that he will not let anyone in his squad die and announces that the name of the operation is Mobile Bunker, asking them not to laugh. The squad members question the name Mobile Bunker. Then a signal sounds, announcing the start of the weapons survival match between Squad 9 and Squad 13. Squad 9 prepares, with their leader stating they will finish everything quickly and easily, but Lee Han gathers his team, telling them to show what they are capable of. Elsewhere, a crowd watches the broadcast and yells for Squad 9 to eliminate the traitors. Dimitri watches the crowd and comments on their popularity. Del Simon also watches and wonders what Lee Han's plan will be, since a direct firefight is a shot in the dark. In the forest, Squad 9 advances and notices there is no sign of the opponents, who seem to be waiting at the starting line. A member decides to approach them, but realizes they are faster than he expected. Knuth Meyer touches his device and reports that Squad 9 is at 660 feet and that he is on his way. The overview of the battlefield shows the positions of both teams. A member of Squad 9 hides behind a tree, realizing they are already coming in his direction. Jose and Kuro catch their breath, with Jose commenting that Squad 9 gives them no time to breathe. They manage to prepare everything but need time to recover their strength. Lee Han watches from a distance, saying that Knuth probably already knows that and should be doing something else instead of joining them. A gunshot echoes through the forest. Then Knuth Meyer is shot in the leg while running. He reacts to the wound but keeps moving. He points in a direction and shouts, drawing the enemy squad while dragging himself. Then he turns to face his pursuers. He fires his weapon repeatedly, determined to take at least one of them with him. But the members of Squad 9 dodge the shots, saying no one would get hit by that. Knuth falls to the ground after the recoil of his shots. He is hit by more shots while lying on the ground. Even wounded, he gets up and decides that it is wiser to buy time for his team. Squad 9 questions why there is only one of them, and why they would need a lookout for a group of 4. One of the members volunteers to go ahead, asking his teammates for cover. The remaining 3 members of the squad prepare to provide cover. Far away, Lee Han warns that it is time to move, as Knuth has bought them enough time. Jose assumes he must be wounded, and Lee Han concludes that he decided it was better to buy time than join them immediately. Jose explains that thanks to Knuth, they recovered a lot of strength since they used their powers to knock down a tree. They combined their abilities to cut the trunk. Lee Han declares that now it is their turn to show what they can do, with the tree trunk floating in front of them. The crowd watches Squad 13 moving with the fallen tree and wonders if they are using it as a shield. Dimitri and Del Simon observe, and Dimitri comments that the strategy was only possible because of Kuro. Meanwhile, Knuth keeps shooting to buy time. His weapon runs out of ammunition, and a Squad 9 member surprises him. The enemy soldier asks if he is alone and says the tactic was pathetic. Dimitri comments that one member of Squad 13 has been eliminated, and questions if they can win with just the tree shield. But Del Simon states there is a critical disadvantage in that tactic, and that Lee Han must already know that. Squad 9 shoots at the trunk, realizing it is getting closer and that they cannot stop it. Their leader realizes that since he chose only shooters, there is no one with psychic ability to push the object away. He understands that Lee Han discovered this weakness and keeps advancing with the suppressing fire. One of the members is hit, and the leader shouts for everyone to hide behind the trees. He orders his team to buy time, since their psychic will eventually get tired. Lee Han knows the plan is not perfect, but explains that the tree shield is only a way to get close. Then Jose uses his ability to ignite the vegetation ahead, creating a barrier of fire and smoke. The members of Squad 9 are caught off guard by the fire and the smoke spreading quickly. The crowd reacts to the tactic, questioning the ignition ability and the smoke covering the enemy squad. Jose informs Lee Han about the smoke cover, and he instructs him to eliminate anyone who tries to escape. Two members of the enemy squad remain disoriented in the smoke. One of them is then hit and eliminated from the match. The leader of Squad 9 realizes that two of his men have been eliminated and tells the last teammate to remain calm. Suddenly, the last two members are hit by an object. It is revealed that they are equipped with vision capable of seeing through anything. Lee Han then fires his weapon with precision. Squad 13's victory is announced, and the crowd celebrates, impressed with Lee Han's aim and Kuro's strategy. Dimitri celebrates the victory, while Del Simon watches the result. On the battlefield, the members of Squad 13 celebrate the success of the mission. A man watches the crowd and the broadcast of the match. Grossman observes the scene, mentioning Lee Han's name. Squad 13 toasts in celebration. One of them comments that he can't believe they got a special meal for the victory. Lee Han says that all the work was worth it, and Jose reminds them that Knuth even got shot, but he says Jose has no idea what it's like. In the middle of the meal, someone suggests a toast. Jose then points at Lee Han, asking for a toast from the leader who led them to victory. He thanks everyone and says that although the tactic was risky, they won because each person played their role. The squad members listen attentively to their leader, but Kuro disagrees, stating that it wasn't risky, but rather a great plan. Lee Han explains that they were lucky because Squad 9's strength made them easier to predict, since it was obvious they would face the best shooters. Knuth praises Lee Han's ability to read the other team's tactics, saying he knew he wasn't wrong to choose him. Suddenly, Knuth doubles over in pain, and Jose asks if he shouldn't be resting. He insists it's nothing and that he can't miss a meal like that even if he dies. Laughter echoes from their room late into the night. In a dark room, Grossman is sitting at his desk. He reflects that he didn't imagine they would defeat Squad 9, which he himself had chosen, and decides he needs to contain them before they think they're special. Grossman analyzes the options on his screen, considering Squad 7 for the next match. He reflects that Squad 7 would do anything to defeat Squad 13, but wonders about the possibility of another victory for them. Then he decides that all he needs to do is make sure Squad 7 cannot lose. That night, Lee Han lies in his bed unable to sleep. He sits up and compares the situation to the worry of being expelled, but reassures himself by thinking that now he has the best members on his team. With determination, he states that they will win again, no matter who the opponent is. The next challenge is announced: Squad 1 versus Squad 13 in a mission to defeat the captain. Gathered with his team, the leader of Squad 1 asks if everyone remembers the strategy. He instructs them to be careful with Kuro and Jose, who are unmatched in their psychic abilities among the second-year students. The leader tells a teammate that those two will be marked to break their concentration, and the other agrees. He ties a headband, stating that although he doesn't know the ability of the other two, it won't matter. A bulky team member declares that they will make their captain the strongest man in the arc. In the audience, Dimitri comments to Del Simon that they must have angered the instructor to face Squad 1 right after the previous battle. The mission rule is clear. Victory is achieved only by defeating the captain with the headband, but he is too strong to be taken down easily. With his frontal assault specialty, the captain leads the group while the others block long-range support to annihilate the enemy squad. Dimitri says he can't wait to see Lee Han's strategy, but Del Simon tells him to shut up and watch. A member of Squad 1 comes across the opposing team. He wonders why Kuro is the captain. His teammates question what to do, since they also can't see Lee Han. A voice tells Kuro to relax, and he agrees. Jose and Knuth position themselves in front, ensuring that the two of them will protect him. The opposing captain orders his team to advance as planned, because it doesn't matter if Lee Han is hiding. Then Squad 1 advances for the attack. Lee Han suddenly appears. He leaps into the trees, distancing himself from his team and drawing the enemy's attention. The three remaining members of Squad 13 prepare for the confrontation. The two teams face each other in close combat. Jose attacks one of the opponents with his power, but the enemy says he doesn't stand a chance. The opponent dodges the strike and advances against him. Meanwhile, another soldier breaks Knuth's weapon. Lee Han signals to Kuro, saying they are almost ready. Lee Han jumps from a great height, stating there is no reason to worry because they practiced a lot. The captain of Squad 1 prepares to attack. Jose and Knuth then throw themselves on top of the captain to immobilize him. Their leader orders his teammates to hold them, declaring the maneuver perfect. Lee Han flies toward Kuro as the enemy squad approaches. The two soldiers advance to attack Kuro with their weapons, declaring certain victory, but Kuro raises his arms using his ability. The soldier stops the attack, confused about where Kuro is looking. Then a strong impact hits the ground behind him. The two enemies turn toward the direction of the impact. Kuro takes advantage of the distraction to raise a cloud of dust around him. The enemy soldier questions what is happening as Kuro recovers from the effort. The captain is thrown violently against the ground, while Jose and Knuth catch their breath. Kuro kneels over the defeated captain, surrounded by the remaining members of Squad 1. Lee Han then appears holding the headband and states that they captured the captain. The match ends with the announcement of Squad 13's victory. leaving the audience in silence. Then the crowd begins questioning Lee Han's jump, which was higher than a 5-story building, and erupts in celebration. Dmitri comments that everyone was rooting for his death, but understands the reaction, since Lee Han has shown one spectacular strategy after another. They wonder who that incredible leader is, and why Squad 7's leader never made use of such talent. The former leader of Squad 7 clenches his fist upon realizing that he obviously failed to recognize Lee Han's talent. One day before the battle against Squad 1, Lee Han is hurled high into the air during training. Kuro then tries to control his teammates' descent with his hands, but the boy ends up colliding with the ground. Kuro comments that they will have no problems in the real battle, and Lee Han praises him for being amazing. He then questions Lee Han's courage, saying he would only risk breaking his nose in training instead of his own life the next day. Lee Han explains that controlling a living person with telekinesis is extremely difficult, otherwise every psychic would be able to fly. He details his plan to jump from a high place, asking Kuro to control the speed of his fall. Back in the present, Kuro apologizes repeatedly for his teammate's broken arm. With his arm already immobilized, Lee Han reassures him, stating that he did well in a difficult task. During the meal, Knuth Meyer tells Kuro not to blame himself, because without him, the beast would not have been defeated. Jose then asks if they will have no more scheduled battles until Lee Han recovers. Suddenly, a battle notification for 2 days from now appears for everyone. Lee Han then stands up and walks with determination. He approaches a large double door. On the other side, Instructor Grossman awaits him. The door opens and Grossman comments that he did not expect that visit. But in truth, the one who enters the room is Kato Suki. Outside, Jose is outraged at the situation, saying that with an injured teammate, the battle against Squad 7 is a guaranteed loss. He goes on complaining, stating that the situation is unfair and that they should protest. Grossman explains to Kato that the intention is to make Squad 7 win and asks if he is not confident. He then states that they would win anyway and orders the squad leader to ensure victory. Already outside, Kato realizes that the instructor did not listen to him. He then walks down the hallway. Meanwhile, Lee Han tells his teammates that crying will not change anything, and that all they need to do is win. He admits that he has not yet thought of a strategy, but assures them he will find a way for them to win before the battle. From afar, Kato finds the scene fascinating. He then approaches Lee Han and hopes he is not just bluffing, asking if he will be okay with his arm in that state. Lee Han states that although it is a bit much at the moment, his right arm should be enough to defeat Squad 7. Kato steps closer to him and warns that he will be humiliated to death if he does not do his best. He then points at the boy and threatens to kill both him and Kuro. Kato glares back at him. Lee Han warns him not to make threats he cannot carry out. Then Kato walks away, shouting for them to just wait and see. Jose calls him a resentful bastard. Lee Han admits they will not be easy opponents and suggests that for now they head to the gym. They then make their way there. In the gym, Lee Han uses his ability to levitate an air bit. The device floats in the air in front of him. He explains that in his best condition he can control 2 air bits at most, but now he can barely manage one. He then watches his teammates training. It does not seem easy for Jose to control 2 air bits while using his combustion ability. Lee Han thinks they could rely only on Kuro, but does not want to place such a heavy psychological burden on him. He considers that Squad 7 is well balanced, and their teamwork, strengthened by Kato, makes them even stronger. In light of that, he concludes that they cannot beat them in a direct confrontation. Jose then approaches and tells Lee Han that there is a problem. Jose demonstrates his combustion ability. He explains that with nothing flammable in the air, his power does not pose a great threat. And since everyone will be flying quickly, it will not be easy to aim at them either. Lee Han listens to his teammates' analysis. From a distance, a member of the enemy squad mocks their skill level. He tells Kato there is nothing to worry about, and the leader agrees. Lee Han then realizes there is no way for them to win, nor any reason for their opponents to lose. On the day of the confrontation, the other cadets comment on Squad 13's battle even with Lee Han injured and lacking aerial experience. Dmitri comments that they were basically lined up to lose, calling Instructor Grossman a horrible man. Del Simon is at his side. Dmitri then pulls him closer, saying it is disgusting, and that he should just stay by his side. Del explains that Grossman decides the matchups based on data analysis to keep everyone's win probability at 50%. He concludes that it will be difficult to win this battle, thinking of Lee Han. In the arena, Squad 7 waits in formation. On the other side, Squad 13 positions themselves for the start of the battle. Kato orders them to completely destroy their opponents, and his teammate reinforces that they must show what happens to traitors. Lee Han asks Jose about his condition, and he replies that he could not be better and will burn everything. The The boy then asks Jose to take good care of them, since he is the core of the strategy. The battle begins, and a voice announces for both teams to launch their air bits. Squad 7 then launches 6 air bits in total, but Squad 13 surprises everyone by launching a much larger number of devices. Kato reacts upon noting his own team's count of 6 air bits. He then realizes that their opponents have launched 16 air bits in total. His teammate states that it is impossible for Kuro to control 10 air bits alone, and asks for orders. Lee Han tells Kato that he looks perplexed and offers to clear his thoughts in an instant. 16 air bits float above Squad 13. 2 members of Squad 7 question whether that is really possible. Kato then says not to be shaken by it. He orders them to follow the plan and destroy them calmly one by one. The members of Squad 13 advance on their air bits. Lee Han explains that they did not rest while training their telekinesis. And even with his telekinesis below average, he learned to concentrate his powers wherever he wanted. Using that ability, he can do more than just control objects with telekinesis. He can send them flying even faster. A single air bit shoots forward at high speed, forcing Squad 7 to scatter. Kato is surprised by the speed and by the way they are using all of their air bits. But he states that as long as it does not come straight at him, he can always react. During training, Jose had explained that his combustion ability was not very useful without flammable material in the air. Jose then unleashes his combustion ability. Lee Han then reveals that he came up with something that could be burned during the aerial battle. The flammable material was the air bit itself, which explodes in the middle of Squad 7. The explosion spreads across the arena. From the stands, Dimitri and Del Simon react to the scene. The crowd cheers at the explosions, shouting for them to blow up all the devices. Lee Han and Jose continue their combined attack. A series of explosions lights up the combat arena. Kato orders his teammates to block the attack, but they fear being caught in the explosion. Instructor Grossman runs across the arena. He orders them to stop immediately. In the chaos, Kato shouts Lee Han's name. Lee Han recalls the moment when Grossman stared at him for 10 minutes in his office. The instructor breaks the silence, saying he knows it is strange to start that way. He then asks Lee Han if he knows how much each air bit costs. The boy replies that he is aware they are expensive. Grossman states that if he were not a member of ARC, it would be an amount he could not pay for the rest of his life. Lee Han asks if he was not called there because of his strategy. Grossman gestures with his hand. The instructor explains that although the tactic was not against the rules, it was controversial. He objects to the strategy and asks to be informed next time, and the boy agrees. Lee Han then asks to pose one more question, and Grossman allows him to speak. He argues that if they were fighting dragons, the strategy would not be controversial, because they need to win at all costs. Then Lee Han asks if that is not the purpose of their training. Grossman begins to laugh and comments that he sounds exactly like someone he knows. He praises Lee Han's attitude and says he looks forward to his future matches. The instructor dismisses him, and the squad leader salutes. Back in the battle, Kato clenches his fist. He charges toward Lee Han on his air bit. Then an explosion hits him in midair. He realizes that his opponent intends to fall alongside him. Already on the ground, Kato points at the fallen opponents and states that no one will value him for winning with such a cowardly strategy. Lee Han states that will be decided later and asks if Kato waited just to tell him that, but he denies it. He walks away, promising to crush him anyway, and warns him not to lose to anyone else until then. The sun sets over the dormitory. Back in their room, the team welcomes their leader with a meal. With his arm still in a sling, Lee Han greets them. They discuss the victory, with Kuro confirming the decision, and Knuth commenting that although it was not against the rules, it was a strange win. Kuro then asks Jose what bothers him, and he replies that something always happens during their banquets. He then points at his watch with a mischievous grin. As expected, the same happens with the others. Suddenly, everyone looks at their watches in shock. A notification for a Capture the Flag match against Squad 5 in 7 days is displayed. Elsewhere, Dimitri strains under the bench press, thinking it is to fight the strongest in that format. Lee Han comments that it is exactly like Instructor Grossman, and that it is one thing after another. Later, Dimitri finishes his run down the street. Satisfied with the training, he fans himself, complaining about the heat and saying he wants to go back as fast as possible to take a shower. As he walks down the street, Dimitri crosses paths with someone coming from the opposite direction. A cadet with long hair walks past him. Dimitri then turns and tells him to wait. He calls him ex-squad leader, correcting himself right after since he is now the leader. The young man then grabs him, asking if he will be ignored now that he is at level 3. Dimitri boasts that Squad 5 has been doing incredibly well since he became the leader. The former leader then tells him to get away before he kills him. Dimitri asks what is wrong with him. He then suggests that after they fight, he can hear the details. In a forest, Lee Han positions himself to fight. He questions what is wrong with his opponent. A hooded and incredibly strong adversary charges toward him. The opponent then reveals a skull mask beneath the hood. He then disappears and reappears in the blink of an eye. The masked fighter attacks him at high speed. Lee Han ends up falling to the ground, defeated. 6 days earlier, he reacts with surprise in Grossman's office, who asks if the information is true. The instructor confirms, but says he cannot reveal the details at the moment. A scene shows the former leader of Squad 5 standing over a man's body. Grossman explains that Dmitri was injured and will not be able to participate, but the match will proceed as scheduled. Lee-han understands that without Dmitri, Squad 5 will be an easy win. The instructor then says he called him there for another reason and holds up some papers. He hands Lee-han a transfer request for his squad. Grossman praises Lee-han's ability to utilize his teammates, and the boy thinks he already expected something like that. The transfer requests are from several level 2 cadets who could compete immediately. Grossman suggests he think carefully, but Lee-han accepts them immediately, stating they are not in a position to choose. Lee-han welcomes the 4 new members of Squad 13. He then introduces them as Domingo, Kasim, and Andy. And lastly, Jung Gi-jo. He informs them that they will start preparing the next day, and that he will observe their abilities to assign roles, asking if anyone objects. Jung Gi-jo then calls out to squad leader Lee-han. He asks Lee-han to take good care of him, because he is also Korean. Lee-han replies that nationality is irrelevant in the arc, and that he must prove his worth with his abilities, causing Jung Gi-jo to retreat. The leader dismisses them, and Jung Gi-jo quietly insults him for being so strict. He then turns and mutters an offense. Andy asks Kasim what the word means, and he explains it is a Korean curse word he heard in a drama. On the day of the match, the arena dome closes, creating a nighttime environment for the Capture the Flag match. The members of Squad 13 complain about the cheap trick to make them lose. Lee-han calms them, saying not to get worked up because the opponent is in the same environment, and suggests waiting for their eyes to adjust. Lee-han assigns Knuth's team to lead while Jose's team acts as reinforcements. He, Gi-jo, and Kuro will flank from the side. Lee-han states that without Dmitri, Squad 5 will be the easiest opponent they have faced, but instructs them not to lower their guard. 10 minutes earlier, the lead and reinforcement teams took their positions. Lee-han then announces that his group will also advance. 5 minutes earlier, Knuth's team advances against a member of Squad 5. With the enemies defeated, one member questions if all were eliminated, but another points to the flag. Knuth Meyer points at a lone opponent near the flag. The hooded figure remains seated beside the objective. He then stands to face them, and the team questions if he merely watched while his teammates were defeated. The lone opponent charges and attacks several team members simultaneously. Suddenly, Lee-han is grabbed from behind. Kuro shoves him out of the way, shouting for him to be careful. He then takes the hit in his place, being thrown far away. Lee-han watches the scene. Lee-han realizes the opponent possesses a teleportation ability. With no time to be surprised, he immediately moves to counterattack. But the masked opponent retreats with agility as Lee-han strikes. Jung Gi-jo questions if they will even be able to get close enough to touch him. He then charges with a swing of his weapon. The opponent leaps over him, dodging the attack. Gi-jo expresses his frustration at the failed strike. The opponent hits him with a precise kick. With Jung Gi-jo defeated on the ground, the masked opponent turns to the next one. In the stands, cadets wonder who the masked fighter is, and one suggests the name Silence. The name Silence spreads through the crowd amid surprised whispers. Del Simon reacts upon hearing the name. He explains that after an incident, Silence lost his voice, but his battle abilities developed abnormally, making him a level 3. Spectators question the legality of a level 3 participating, while the fighter activates a device on his wrist. The masked opponent turns around. Lee-han declares that he does not know who his opponent is, but he has no intention of losing. He then calls him Skull Mask. Lee-han then focuses his ability on the tip of his weapon. With that, the two prepare to face each other. Del Simon realizes the opponent is Silence, who is on a completely different level from the others. He then concludes there is no way to win and wonders what Lee-han will do. Lee-han knows it's over if he cannot block the next attack, but he won't lose that easily. He analyzes that the opponent's teleportation distance is approximately 15 meters at a time. The victory condition is capturing the flag, not defeating him, so he can win if he can interrupt him momentarily. And he believes he can interrupt him. He notices that he can interrupt him at the exact moment he uses his ability. The area around the opponent blurs slightly at the moment of teleportation. He then observes the teleportation points and begins counting 1, 2. On the third, he strikes the exact spot where Silence reappears. The masked opponent reacts, surprised by the interception. Lee-han then uses his ability to block the opponent's attack. He stretches out his arm to reach the flag right behind his opponent, but the opponent grabs him by the neck before he can take it. Then the masked fighter prepares for the finishing blow. Suddenly, a projectile hits the masked opponent in the head. The hit lands cleanly. Part of his mask breaks from the impact. He then retreats, momentarily disoriented. His mask then shatters. Lee-han, already back on his feet, says that recovering consciousness in 3 seconds was impressive, but it was enough time for him to capture the flag. He then turns and declares his win to Skull Mask. In the stands, the crowd reacts to Lee-han's victory against a level 3. Del Simon grits his teeth. Elsewhere, Kuro calls a cat while holding a piece of wood. He then feeds it, commenting that there was a similar cat near the orphanage. Kuro explains that he had no friends because he wasn't good at anything and looked different. He then states that now he has something he is good at and also has friends. Junggijo approaches and asks Kuro what he is doing there. He then explains that he thought they could discuss something on their day off. Junggijo steps closer to Kuro and says that their squad does not have a vice leader at the moment. He then volunteers for the position and asks for his teammates' support. Annoyed by the cat rubbing on his leg, Gijo kicks it away for interrupting his conversation. Kuro reacts to his teammates' behavior. He then tells Junggijo to get out of his way. The two face each other in the courtyard. Kuro then releases his ability. Gijo watches in fear as a nearby trash can begins to tremble. The trash can is then completely crushed by force. A stone floating in the air is also pulverized. The fragments fly past Gijo's face. Kuro warns him to never do that again, and Gijo agrees, terrified. After the confrontation, Kuro runs off, leaving his teammate exhausted on the ground. The cat that was kicked earlier calmly jumps. It walks in front of the hospital room where Lee Han is visiting Dimitri. Dimitri, his head bandaged, asks Lee Han what brings him there. Certain it isn't for fun, Lee Han listens attentively. Dimitri says he can only make assumptions since the Ark he keeps it secret. But now that he sees him, everything makes sense. The boy then asks if it was a level 3 that put him in that condition. He confirms it was his former squad leader, admitting that a level 3 is on a completely different level. Dimitri grips his bedsheet and corrects himself, saying it's not just a different level. He reveals he couldn't make a single move before being defeated. Then he adds that his attacker didn't seem like himself, acting as if he had gone insane. Lee Han suggests that if he wasn't like that before, it may be related to level 3 activities. His friend then points out that there is more than enough to complete the training up to level 2, making Lee Han realize something. Lee Han concludes that they will fight in real combat before reaching level 3, and Dimitri questions what happens upon reaching that stage. In an unknown place, a figure wearing advanced armor approaches a bright light. The light reveals a long corridor ahead. On the other side of the corridor, the cat strolls calmly down the sidewalk. Kuro then runs toward the feline, saying he finally found it. Kuro picks up the cat, apologizes, and invites it to come back and eat more snacks. Suddenly, he is startled by something in front of him while holding the cat. A figure in imposing armor appears before him, and Kuro asks who he is. Kuro asks who the mysterious figure is, but recognizes the voice. The armor helmet opens, revealing the person's identity. Sergeant Red greets Kuro, commenting that he changed so much he barely recognized him. He then mentions that the boy is far from his quarters in the Ark Development Center. Red grabs 2 cans from a vending machine and offers one to Kuro, telling him to wait for a car. Kuro accepts the drink and asks if the sergeant isn't angry. The man then asks why he would ask that. Red explains that there's no problem with him discovering the Psycho Frame, since level 2s cannot leave Ark. Kuro then understands that they are considered assets and cannot leave until they become unable to fight. The sergeant confirms the information. He then states that people who get angry for no reason are just lunatics, making Kuro flinch. Suddenly, an older man appears behind Kuro. The newcomer asks Red how the test went, and he answers that the response rate to psychic abilities was great. The man suggests lowering the amount of dragon material in the system to make control easier. Red then comments that, unlike the first generation, the new ones can manifest their abilities as easily as breathing. The man introduces himself as Charlie Smith, the chief of Team 1. Red introduces him as the legend who designed the Psycho Frame, and Kuro introduces himself formally. Charlie explains that the first generation Psycho Frame was rustic, but the second generation will be the best equipment. Red comments that the suit was designed for them since he can barely maneuver it, making Kuro realize he will have to use it. He then imagines the suit being used to face hordes of monstrous creatures. The thought of having to wear that suit and enter real battles terrifies him. As a car approaches, Red bids farewell to Kuro. The sergeant then asks what will happen to the mainframe he tested earlier. Charlie replies that it will have to be dismantled and recycled due to the rarity of the dragon material, but Red suggests leaving it for now, since you never know if someone might be able to use that suit. Daily routine at Ark begins at 5 in the morning, but Lee Han always wakes up at 4. He writes down strategies and records his squad mates' abilities, evaluating them objectively. His psychic powers are still below average, and he can't use the supreme telekinesis instructor Wei told him about. But he discovered an ability that only he, among boys his age, can use. It is absolute precision in using his psychic abilities, allowing him to write while Kuro and Simon can only turn a pencil into dust. Lee Han knows he can surpass anyone in psychic control and must train more to refine his precision. His watch beeps, indicating it's time to leave. Lee Han and his squad run together, keeping pace. Other squads also participate in morning training. Dimitri approaches Lee Han and asks how the dimensional rift he saw the previous day was. He replies that there wasn't much to see, but it was very bright and perfect for a date. The dimensional rift is a remnant of the Dragon Troop's assault, and level 2s were split to observe it. Grossman explains that the rift is a place where Earth and another world connected, and the theory is that it influenced the emergence of psychics. He reassures them, saying it will be a good experience and that there is no danger, since the rift has shown no activity for 10 years. Lee Han asks if psychics feel something strange when approaching it, and Dmitri confirms it's a feeling of dizziness. He then runs off, encouraging everyone to do their best again. The morning sun illuminates the art complex. Lee Han informs his team that they will gather at the helipad at 10 in the morning, and that they have free time after the meal. Jose comments that it feels like they're going on a field trip. The squad leader then dismisses his team. Wei Chen approaches Lee Han and invites him to have breakfast with him. Lee Han recognizes him as John, the leader of Squad 10, who feels honored to be remembered. After Silence's defeat, Squad 10 was one of the few that managed to beat Squad 13. John says he learns a lot from Lee Han's strategies and wanted a chance to talk, but his colleague says he is nothing compared to him. On the way to their destination, a helicopter flies over the ocean. Major Kang explains that they are headed to Sinuiju, one of the places where the gates opened, and that North Korea turned the region into a land of the dead. He continues, saying that South Korea had to accept the refugees, which caused social and financial chaos. Kasim asks if South Korea is Lee Han's homeland, and he confirms that it is for both him and Gijo. As they approach the dimensional rift, the pilot announces they have arrived in Sinuiju. The rear hatch of the helicopter opens as they approach the rift. Andy and the other cadets feel a crushing pressure coming from the rift. He feels as though he could be swallowed whole at any moment. All squad members struggle to withstand the force emanating from the place. Other helicopters also fly in formation around the dimensional rift area. On the flight back, squad members complain about the exhaustion and horrible sensation the place caused them. Lee Han watches the landscape through the helicopter window in silence. He then spots another aircraft flying beside theirs and identifies it as Squad 10. From the window of the other helicopter, John gives a thumbs up. Lee Han returns the gesture with a smile. Suddenly, an attack hits Squad 10's aircraft. Lee Han watches the scene, shocked by what just happened. The aircraft carrying his comrades explodes in midair. Kato wonders what that light just now was. Then he hears through the comms that Squad 10 was completely annihilated. He remembers greeting Jung Gijo for the first time that morning. Meanwhile, a voice repeatedly calls for Lee Han. Grossman grabs him and urgently orders all squad members to parachute out. He warns that the aircraft will crash soon and that he will contact HQ for reinforcements, telling everyone to hurry. Lee Han and his teammates acknowledge the order and prepare for the jump. Immediately, several squad members jump from the aircraft. Grossman gives the final command to jump, and Lee Han responds affirmatively. Then he orders the boy to gather the squad members on the ground and assume command if the main instructor does not show up. But Lee Han is hit by an attack while trying to confirm the order. The falling aircraft is struck by a second shot. Grossman rushes forward and pushes Lee Han out. Then the aircraft explodes and sends the instructor flying. Alone, Lee Han continues falling toward the forest. Lee Han remembers the instructor being swallowed by the explosion. He gets tangled in the parachute cords on the branches of a tree. Then the boy catches his breath and tells himself he needs to stay calm. Lee Han says he was trained for this and that he needs to find the other squad members. He decides to head toward the smoke, assuming it might be a signal from Jose. The boy then draws his combat knife to cut the cords. After freeing himself, he moves carefully through the forest. Suddenly, he hears noise coming from the bushes. Someone appears from behind and Lee Han turns into a combat stance. But it was Jung Gijo, and the boy asks how he got there. He explains that he saw him jumping last, and that in situations like this, they need to regroup with the leader. Lee Han then says they need to regroup as fast as possible, surprising Jung Gijo with his judgment. The two run through the forest, marking their trail so they won't get lost. They finally reach the location of the smoke and find the wreckage of an aircraft. Lee Han identifies the craft as Unit 2 and concludes that Squad 8 must have been aboard. Inside the aircraft, they find the bodies of the other squad members. Jung Gijo reacts in horror at the sight. He says that if they hadn't escaped, they would have ended up like them. Then Jung Gijo turns and vomits while Lee Han remains still. He turns to Lee Han and asks if nothing affects him. But the boy replies that it isn't the first time he has seen a corpse, and that they need to hurry. Lee Han looks forward with determination. A huge creature appears over the wreckage of the aircraft. He identifies it as a werewolf. Lee Han tells Jung Gijo to look for something useful inside the aircraft while he distracts it, but his companion suggests they flee. He explains that if they turn their backs, they will die, and that they need to kill the creature right there. The werewolf leaps toward them. Its tail wraps around Lee Han's arm. He shouts for Jung Gijo to get out of the way. Immediately, his companion throws himself aside. Lee Han is dragged by the creature's tail while Jung Gijo runs toward the aircraft. Jung Gijo expresses his desire to keep running and escape. Then Lee Han uses his knife to cut the tail that was holding him. "Free!" He shouts for Jung Gijo to get inside the aircraft. But the werewolf charges toward the boy again. A burning branch falls and strikes the creature's head, interrupting the attack. The creature then rises and launches a claw strike. Lee Han dodges the blow, which slams into a tree beside him. At the entrance of the aircraft, Jung Gijo hesitates. considering using his partner as bait to escape. He then scolds himself, calling himself a loser. Jonggijo decides not to be a coward and runs back into the fight, stating that he would never betray his partner. The werewolf prepares to attack Lee Han again. Meanwhile, Jonggijo finds a weapon in the wreckage but realizes there is no ammunition. Lee Han notices that the tentacle he cut just regenerated. The creature corners him, and he wonders if this is the end for him. An object is thrown and strikes the werewolf squarely. Lee Han watches the creature standing right in front of him and calls for Gijo. Then Jonggijo appears holding the weapon's handle. He apologizes to Lee Han for being late. The creature turns and now focuses on its new opponent, but the werewolf is hit by a second projectile and recoils. Jonggijo says he knew Lee Han would observe his actions and react accordingly. He shouts that he trusted him because he was smart. The creature turns and charges at Jonggijo. Lee Han throws his knife to his companion as the monster closes in on him. The werewolf knocks Jonggijo to the ground. He is pinned down by the creature. Then the monster opens its jaws to attack him. Lee Han's knife pierces the creature, preventing the attack. Lee Han now holds the complete weapon, which has reassembled itself. Under the werewolf, Jonggijo asks if the creature is dead. Lee Han congratulates him for a good job, and his companion complains that his body feels like it is splitting apart. Then he helps him walk through the forest, saying that ARC's rescue unit will come. Somewhere else, Jose and the other squad members wait around a campfire, confident that Lee Han will see the smoke. Qasim agrees, stating that their leader always makes the best decisions. Nearby, two members from another squad comment on how confident Squad 13 is in their leader. Then a noise in the bushes catches everyone's attention, and Jose asks if it's Lee Han, but it's Squad 9 emerging from the darkness of the forest. The leader of the group asks if they also fell and got scattered, but Jose denies it. One of the newcomers explains that they were ambushed and only they managed to survive. Jose then asks if they encountered the werewolf, while two figures approach from behind. It's Lee Han helping Jonggijo, and Jose calls out to them. Lee Han reveals that there were 3 hunter-type Ilu tribes controlling the werewolf as if it were a hunting dog. The others panic for having no weapons or equipment, questioning if they will die, but Lee Han turns to everyone and orders them to stay focused. Lee Han announces that he has a plan and asks for everyone's strength. He explains that the rescue unit will take 5 hours and that they will build a fortress to endure until then. 2 hours later, all preparations were finished. Lee Han comments that since they are all psychics, it was possible. One of the cadets questions if it's okay to leave the place so illuminated, but another explains that werewolves have night vision. Del Simon approaches Lee Han saying he needs to ask something, even if the rescue comes. He asks what will happen if that lightning hits the rescue team and if they will know about the situation. Lee Han replies that they should worry about that after they survive, making Del realize that he already knew about it. Del reflects on how real battles are grim compared to the competitions he had with his classmates. Then a threatening presence emerges from the dark forest. All the cadets immediately take combat positions. A voice shouts Kuro's name, who activates his ability. A force field expands and covers the entire fortress. The other cadets are surprised by the intensity of Kuro's ability. One of the lookouts alerts that a beast is approaching from the 6 o'clock direction. Lee Han orders the dart launching unit to get ready to focus fire on the target and advances with Knuth. He instructs everyone to throw the spears with psychic energy as if they were pushing them. The unit then launches their projectiles simultaneously. The spears strike the creature directly. Lee Han and Del Simon shout the command for the next attack. The two advance and strike the monster with their spears, but Del is hit by one of the creature's tentacles. He is thrown far away and Lee Han shouts his name. On the ground, Del tells them not to worry about him. The monster recovers from the attacks while the archer unit prepares. Immediately, a rain of arrows hits the creature. Lee Han runs and asks Kuro for the next location. Kuro informs that 2 beasts are approaching from the 12 o'clock direction. Lee Han orders Jose to ignite the barricades. The 2 creatures retreat in front of the wall of flames. Lee Han orders them to attack the first beast that crossed the fire. Then the creature leaps over the flames towards them and the boy gives the attack command. Immediately, the monster is hit by several spears mid-air. The creature falls into the fire and roars. Lee Han turns to the last creature remaining. The launcher unit attacks again, hitting the monster, but it shields itself with its back, and one of the cadets wonders if the plan is to wait until they run out of spears. Lee Han realizes that the creature is not irrational and asks Jonggijo to follow him. He leaps toward the monster, shouting that he will open its mouth. Then, the boy uses his spear to pin one of the creature's tentacles to the ground. With the monster's mouth open, Jonggijo seizes the chance to thrust his spear into it. He yells for the creature to shut up and die. Kuro shouts Jonggijo's name, warning him. Lee Han pushes his companion away, taking the hit from the creature's tail in his place. The monster finally collapses, and Lee Han questions if that was its last effort. Jonggijo says that luckily only his clothes were torn, but then an arrow hits him in the chest. Lee Han shouts his name as he falls to the ground. Kuro apologizes for not being able to prevent everything, but says it's better to be hit by an arrow than by a werewolf. Then, Lee Han asks Kuro to estimate the location of the Elu hunters and announces that it is time to use the surprise attack unit. Domingo, Lee Han's trump card, prepares to act. The surprise attack unit is composed of 3 people. Lee Han had explained that they would use a floating board to move quickly. Kuro would then use his ability to escort them to the hunter's location. The unit advances and attacks the Elu hunters before they can raise a barrier. Domingo finishes one of the hunters with his knife. Exhausted, Kuro falls to his knees and says he cannot use his power anymore. Lee Han realizes that everyone has used up their strength, and that if more enemies appear, they will need to flee. Suddenly, he looks toward the darkness of the forest. Several other creatures emerge from between the trees. A new pack of werewolves charges toward the fortress. Lee Han and his companions brace for impact. He realizes that the creatures are trying to surround them, and that there must be a leader somewhere. Then the boy spots something among the enemies. A different werewolf, the White Fang, emerges as the leader of the pack. The creature stares at the cadets with its teeth exposed. A dark substance begins emerging from the ground and locking Lee Han's feet. He is immobilized and states that the feeling of despair is beginning to trap him. The White Fang howls and its command echoes throughout the forest. Lee Han wonders what they should do now. He then looks up at the sky and sees a set of lights approaching. Hope rises in his eyes. Lee Han breaks free from the dark substance and shouts that they can survive. He orders everyone to take their spears back because they only need to endure a little longer. Kuro agrees, saying that there is only a little more left. Kuro prepares for the imminent attack. The pack of werewolves, led by the White Fang, charges the cadets. Lee Han shouts that they are coming. Then, a massive rescue craft emerges from the skies and fires a container. The strike hits the ground, causing a massive explosion in the middle of the pack. The shockwave of the explosion throws the cadets backward. A soldier in mechanized armor emerges from the container, stepping on the remains of a werewolf. He states that it is a miracle they survived for so long. Jose stretches his hand toward the sunlight. He looks at the sky and says it was a miracle. Sitting on a bench next to Del Simon, Jose comments that half of the troops died, but they survived. He continues, saying that the psycho frame was incredible. Jose recalls how the armor's weapon annihilated the werewolves with ease, but he remembers that despite the terrifying moment, everyone was celebrating and shouting for having survived. Del Simon looks at Lee Han, who remains silent. Even during the celebration, he seemed to be thinking about something. Ever since they returned from the dimensional rift, the small rivalries between squads became insignificant. In the psychiatric ward, Dmitry Vladimirovich Petrov calls out to Lee Han. He confesses that he despised him before, but now he is relieved to see him alive. Dmitry admits that, as Lee Han had said, he was not prepared to kill or watch someone be killed. But he says that this time he realized who their true enemies are. Back in his room, Lee Han states to himself that they need to become much stronger. Suddenly, a fist is pressed against the wall of his room. Then, the fist punches through the wall with a single blow. Lee Han turns around, surprised by the intrusion. Through the hole, a holographic message summons Lee Han to an emergency meeting. He temporarily fixes the wall, but wonders who would break in like that. Lee Han then walks down the corridor, followed by Silence, whom he considers truly insane. He turns and asks who called the meeting. Silence types a message on his wrist communicator. He then sends the message to Sergeant Red, asking him to stop bothering him. Lee Han simply agrees and wonders if he dislikes him because of the last competition. They arrive at one of ARC's main buildings. The two walk through the lobby toward the meeting room. John Red turns and asks if they called him. Lee Han and Silence approach where John Red and Del Simon are seated. Silence leans in close to Lee Han. Del Simon remains seated in silence. John Red tells him to stop loitering and sit down, warning that this will take a while. In a meeting room, an officer reports that a quarter of Level 2 died in the incident during training. Alexander Lacour, ARC's head of state, states that they must interrogate the commander responsible to reveal the truth. He informs them that the Supreme Council's final decision was to blame Chief Instructor Grossman for everything. John Red and the other officers in the room prepare to discuss the incident. The officer explains that based on the recordings, the attack appears to have been organized by Elu mages, not just low-ranking werewolves and hunters. An officer comments that it is the first time the Elu mages have appeared since the war, and that they are also capable of opening portals. He continues, saying that the war may happen sooner than the prophecy predicted. Another officer then asks if they should not awaken the Oracle. John Red informs them that the only letter remaining for the team code is W, and gives them the choice between white or whiskey. Del Simon, Lee Han, and Silence sit together, waiting for the decision. Lee Han and Del are surprised to learn they will form a temporary squad for special operations. Silence types on his communicator and chooses the option white. Del Simon and Lee Han agree and also choose the same option. John Red then announces that the squad's codename will be Whiskey. He leans back comfortably on the sofa and prepares to explain the mission objectives. Meanwhile, Lacour reflects that although it would be good to have the Oracle now, there may come a moment when they will need him more urgently. He then turns and asks Sergeant Red's opinion. John Red agrees to wait for the Oracle, but asks for authority to form a team. He states that they will capture the targets alive to torture them, as it is the easiest method to obtain information. Their mission is to capture the Elu mages in Sinwiju. Octo welcomes the level 2 newcomers, instructing them to first choose their standard dragon weapons. Li Han holds one of the weapons and analyzes it. Then, the spear blade activates, and Octo explains that the material is storing his psychic energy. Del Simon asks if there are other forms, such as a thinner and longer blade. He responds that customized weapons can only be requested at level 3, and Del agrees. Octo then presents the next piece of equipment, holding a small spherical device. The object begins to float in the air. Li Han recognizes it as an air bit. Octo confirms that it is the smaller and lighter version, with all functions removed except for personal maneuvering. Li Han is shown with his full tactical gear, activating the device on his back. The man wishes the squad good luck, who run toward a helicopter. Their destination is the Shinuiju Dimensional Rift. To avoid bombardment, they will walk from that area to the operation zone. Del Simon informs them that the name of the operation is Mage Hunt. He concludes by saying that the goal is to capture the target alive and return as they advance through the terrain. Li Han defines the searchline order as Silence, himself, and Simon, respectively. John Red questions him about the reason for his inclusion in that operation. In a flashback, Li Han says that there are much stronger level 3 members, and John agrees, if he were only looking at overall combat ability. But he explains that from a strategic perspective, the group led by Li Han managed to survive without equipment while fighting the minions. John Red continues, saying that this is not his only strength, since most who return from the dimensional rift suffer from psychological trauma. He states that when placed in an irrational environment like a battlefield, humans are bound to break at some point. John concludes that from that perspective, Li Han is a monster, and that at one point he thought he was a psychopath. Back in the present, Del Simon reflects that the only thing Li Han lacks is real-life experience. It is for this experience that Sergeant Red selected Simon and him. A memory shows a crowd celebrating Li Han's victory against a level 3 opponent. Del Simon was in the middle of the group, celebrating the feat. In the present, he observes Silence and Li Han, determined to show who is superior during the operation. The squad leader announces that they will take a break and split into 2 teams. The group finds themselves in a destroyed area near a forest. The 2 teams separate to rest among the rubble. Li Han observes the forest right in front of him. He remembers the members of his squad who did not return, believing that they are somewhere around there. Then he turns and sees Silence putting on his helmet. Silence adjusts the equipment on his head. Li Han offers to turn his back, suggesting that he take off the helmet for a moment. But Silence gestures with his hands, refusing the offer. The helmet visor displays the message, "I am not hot," and Li Han simply agrees. A moment later, the leader warns that normal communication devices will not work past that point. He informs them that they will switch to a squad local network as the group enters the woods. Silence moves stealthily through the trees. His interface alerts him about the presence of 2 Elu scouts ahead. The 2 targets are seen getting closer and closer. The rest of the team points their weapons, but the leader orders them not to shoot. He then asks Silence to take care of the situation. Silence rushes forward and attacks the 2 scouts at once. The message "End" appears on Silence's helmet, and Li Han comments that his ability is a cheating tool made for assassination. In a fast simulation, Silence positions himself crouched in the forest near one of the scouts. Back to reality, he observes the 2 targets moving through the trees. Then he prepares to attack the scouts, but a voice asks Silence to wait. Li Han suggests that it would be better to follow them instead of killing them, and Del Simon questions the reason. He explains that because they are walking toward the rift with their guard down, they are probably returning from a reconnaissance mission. John Red praises Li Han's logic and orders Silence to follow them at a distance. Del Simon becomes frustrated, as he had only thought of killing them, and promises himself that he will still defeat Li Han. Silence then begins running through the forest. His camera records the 2 scouts as they move away. The group follows them to a place where several figures are gathered in front of the dimensional rift. There they spot the Elu mage, the target of the mission. The team leader points to the gem on the mage's staff. He then explains that it is a psychic crystal, which they learned about during training. Li Han and Del Simon react upon realizing what a psychic crystal is. The leader explains that the crystal stores a massive amount of energy and was likely used to bring down their aircraft. He adds that at the moment, the object appears to have enough charge for at least 1 more shot. The opponents consist of 1 Elu mage and 6 warriors, totaling 7 enemies. The leader orders all members to regroup with Silence to begin Operation Mage Hunt. He warns that Elu mages can teleport, and therefore Silence will capture him before the team is spotted. The rest of the group will eliminate the remaining Elo, and the leader emphasizes that there is no more room for mistakes. Li Han observes the area and questions what those things set in front of the altar are. His eyes activate to see better. He then realizes that the objects on the ground are bodies. Among the dead, he recognizes his squad mates. Li Han shouts Kasim's name. Li Han shouts the names of Kasim and Domingo, While someone tries to call his attention, John Red notices that his psychic energy is leaking and wonders why he is acting that way. He knows that if Lee Han continues like that, everyone will be in danger, since Elu mages can sense psychic energy. John Red decides that there is no other choice. He then orders squad whiskey for everyone to retreat. Silence and Del Simon question the retreat order. John Red approaches Lee Han, deciding that he will handle the situation himself. Del Simon realizes that the enemies have not detected them yet and hopes the energy will not leak further. But John Red prepares to act. Then he rushes toward Lee Han. Del Simon watches the scene, surprised by the action. At that very moment, the Elu mage finally detects their presence. John Red strikes the back of Lee Han's neck, while the mage turns toward the group. Lee Han collapses unconscious, calling for Sergeant Red. On the ground, John Red holds Lee Han and asks if he finally regained his rationality. On the ground, John Red orders Lee Han to assume command as second-in-command and advance. Lee Han announces over the radio that they are retreating and requests cover. Lee Han helps John Red withdraw from the battlefield. Looking back, Lee Han laments the situation. The Elu mage then utters an incantation. His warriors advance under his command. Silence draws his blades and prepares for combat. He clashes his sword with that of one of the Elu warriors. Silence continues to fight, facing multiple opponents at once. Del Simon joins the fight, blocking the attack of another warrior. He fires an attack at one of the enemies while another strikes from behind. A warrior throws him to the ground, and Del realizes it is too late to react. The enemy corners him, ready to deliver the final blow. The warrior raises his axe and questions if that is the end. But at the last moment, a figure appears and blocks the attack that would have been fatal. Del Simon looks at the wound on his chest. He sees Silence standing over a defeated enemy and wonders how Lee Han managed to beat him. The Elu mage shouts a command to his troops. The remaining warriors then retreat toward the dimensional rift. Del Simon asks if they gave up chasing them. As the group approaches, Lee Han takes responsibility for the error in strategy. Silence then punches Lee Han in the face. He knocks him to the ground with the impact of the blow. Next, Del Simon touches Silence's shoulder and says, "That is enough." John Red, wounded, states that it is now impossible to follow the plan, as the enemies will strengthen their vigilance. Lee Han stands up and insists that they must continue with the strategy. Silence grabs Lee Han's head. He strikes him again in the face. Del Simon yells at Silence, pointing his weapon at him. He warns him that Lee Han is the commander, and that he will not stand still if the aggression continues. Silence remains motionless while Del Simon grabs him by the shoulder. He then brushes Del's hand away and folds his arms. Del Simon turns to Lee Han. He reminds him that the current situation is his fault, and that if the new strategy is bad, they will retreat even if they have to beat him up. But for now, he will listen before judging, admitting that Lee Han is the smartest among the second-year students. Lee Han asks them to listen and states that the current overall situation is not bad. Del Simon questions his statement. He confirms it and asks what the reason was for ending the strategy with an intensive surprise attack. Lee Han explains that it was because of the Elu mage's psychic fire and the concern that he would escape via teleport, but now they no longer need to worry about that. Del agrees about the fire since the mage used what remained, but asks why he thinks the enemy will not use teleportation. Lee Han responds that the cunning and cautious monster did not escape even with his life on the line. He continues, saying that the mage tried to annihilate them even if it consumed the psychic crystal, and then ordered the withdrawal and protection of his soldiers. Lee Han concludes that none of that would have happened if the mage could teleport, and that there must be a reason for his inability to leave. The group gathers in a forest clearing to discuss the plan. Del Simon approaches Silence and agrees with Lee Han's strategy. Del Simon asks Lee Han to tell them the strategy. He holds the air bit in his hand. Lee Han declares that he himself will capture the Elu mage. He explains that he will perform a surprise attack from the opposite side of the rift. Then he asks the two of them to draw the mage's attention from the front. Lee Han continues, saying that it will be difficult for the enemy to detect him while passing through the rift's energy, and his vision will be impaired. Del Simon listens, and Lee Han says that the same applies to him, in addition to it being hard to secure a clear line of sight. He asks if Del can control the air bit while enduring the intense pressure of the rift. Lee Han warns him that a single mistake will result in death, but states that he has confidence in his psychic control. He says he did not volunteer to have his error covered. Lee Han concludes by explaining that he did so because his probability of success is the highest. Silence observes Lee Han, concluding that he is like a machine, a cold bastard who probably saw his squad mates in the pile of corpses. Del Simon counters that if he felt nothing upon seeing that, he could not even be considered human. Even with everything going wrong because of his mistake, Lee Han was able to observe the enemy and plan the next course of action. Upon reaching his position, Lee Han considers himself lucky for making it in time, understanding why Squad 13 trusts him completely. He then launches several reconnaissance drones through the dimensional rift. Lee Han walks toward the edge, knowing that a single mistake means imminent death. He activates the air bit in his hand. The 15-minute timer on his wrist reaches 0. Lee Han prepares for the attack. The plan begins, and Silence and Del Simon advance toward the battlefield. Lee Han launches himself into the rift, using the air bit to boost his jump. He steps on the device to maintain balance in the air. On the front line, Del Simon and Silence run to confront the enemies. The Elu mage turns toward the two. Del Simon realizes that there are now more Elu warriors present. One of the Elo warriors asks if all the guards patrolling the area have regrouped. Silence advances and attacks multiple opponents at once. Del Simon fires his weapon, but the enemy blocks the shots. The Elu warrior is hit and retreats. Another enemy advances, attacking one of the soldiers. Del Simon defends against the strike of one of the warriors. He then readies his weapon for another shot. Silence fires a projectile from his wrist device. The attack hits the Elu warrior's head dead on. Del Simon and Silence prepare for the next wave of enemies. He tells Lee Han not to fail their first mission. Meanwhile, Lee Han navigates through the interior of the dimensional rift. He feels the same sensation as before. He balances himself on the air bit, recognizing what is about to come. Lee Han encounters the manifestation of the dragon fear within the rift. Lee Han tells himself that it is only an illusion. He orders himself not to hesitate as the creature charges to attack him. Then he bites down hard on his own tongue. The young man breaks free from the trance. He pushes forward straight through the illusion's mouth. Meanwhile, Del Simon fires at one of the Elo warriors. He then reports that only 2 enemies remain. The remaining warriors position themselves in front of the mage. Silence explains that they will not advance because they need to protect the mage. Del Simon aims his weapon at them again. The mage reacts and prepares an energy shield. The 2 warriors join him, reinforcing the barrier. Del Simon acknowledges that they saw where the weapon was aiming and created a perfect defense. The mage states that it is a perfect defense from the front, as a figure appears behind him. Lee Han appears behind the mage, ready to strike. Lee Han attacks the mage from behind, causing him to drop his staff from the impact. The 2 remaining warriors turn, surprised by the attack. Silence then activates his teleportation ability. He appears behind the 2 warriors and defeats them instantly. Lee Han holds the mage and injects a substance into his neck. He hurries the injection to take effect, fearing the enemy may still teleport. The injected liquid begins reacting within the mage's body. The substance spreads, causing the enemy to start disintegrating. The mage screams in denial as his head dissolves. Then, the mage's body explodes in a wave of energy, and Lee Han laments the situation. He observes the result of the explosion. Lee Han holds the mage's body and asks if they succeeded. The scene shifts to Ark's base, located on an island in the middle of the ocean. Back at the base, Lee Han watches John Red, who is seated with his hand bandaged. John Red tells them not to stand around staring like dogs that need to pee. John Red asks Lee Han to stop apologizing, saying he can use a prosthetic and receive disability pay. Lee Han agrees, and John states that it was the correct decision to proceed with the plan. He says he finished the report and needs the details of the captured mage, and Lee Han asks if beings from another world can be interrogated. John Red explains that in Ark there is a person with telepathy, the only one in the world. Then Silence appears at the doorway. John invites him in, saying they have finished talking. Silence approaches and asks through his device if he is feeling well. John Red jokes that he was thinking of going on a diet, but now he doesn't need to anymore since his body is lighter. Lee Han reacts upon noticing that Silence is laughing. The 2 continue laughing together. He observes the scene, finding it hard to believe that Sergeant Red is one of the few people capable of talking with Silence. John then dismisses them, calling them old man and fake ninja. He says he will reminisce about his lost leg and drown in deep thoughts. Once outside, Silence sends a message apologizing for hitting him, saying he would have done the same. Lee Han replies that he deserved it for putting everyone in danger, but Silence concludes that he overcame the situation and now understands Sergeant Red's high expectations. As they walk, Lee Han comments that he does not think Sergeant Red can distinguish what he likes from what he dislikes. He adds that regardless, the sergeant still intimidates them. Upon reaching a fork, Lee Han says goodbye to Silence. The 2 wave at each other in farewell. Lee Han starts walking away, but Silence remains still. The boy turns for a moment before continuing his path. Silence then sends him a message, telling him to work hard and join the level 3 soon. A memory shows the conversation with Del Simon about the rift pressure and air bit control. Del had warned him that a single mistake would be fatal, but Lee Han stated he had confidence in his psychic control ability. Lee Han recalls saying that he was not volunteering to cover up his mistake. He did it because he was the most likely to succeed in the mission. A private jet lands on a runway, and a group of people disembarks. Several visitors of different nationalities walk across the airstrip. One of the visitors, Inspector James Rue from the United States, loosens his tie and complains about the heat. They are greeted by a welcoming team on the runway. An officer is informed of the inspection committee's arrival and orders that they be safely escorted to the conference room. 3 soldiers salute the committee, thanking them for coming. They are informed that they will be escorted and will receive communication devices with a guide map installed. A soldier offers to accompany Inspector James Rue, but he says that the device alone is enough. He turns, stating that he will take care of himself, since inspectors have that authority. The soldier reluctantly agrees while James Rue walks away. Suddenly, the inspector stops walking, which surprises the soldier. He turns with a smile and asks where the bastard named Lee Han is. James Rue finds Squad 13 and offers them a handful of candies. He says he is giving them treats because they are like nephews to him. Lee Han informs him that they need to continue training, and the inspector agrees not to interrupt them further. Lee Han orders everyone to gear up and head to the shooting range, while Inspector James Rue identifies him. James Rue recalls that, based on Level 1 data, he was nothing special, but became famous for his achievements. He then waits outside the shooting range. The man stretches against the fence. James complains that there have been no competitions since the Rift incident, and that while others rest, that squad trains relentlessly. He keeps observing the training through the fence. Then the squad exits the area, and the inspector wonders if they are done. The leader announces that everyone is heading to the weapons facility. James Rue watches them leave, commenting that they are really persistent bastards. The scene shifts to the training gym. Lee Han approaches Kuro and says that today he will train with him. Kuro reacts to the news. Lee Han instructs him to take position for combat. Kuro wonders why Lee Han wants to fight him. He realizes that this does not seem like normal training. Lee Han explains that in the dimensional rift, he learned something extremely important. He states that it is impossible to fight using only psychic abilities, so Kuro needs to become a complete fighter. Kuro may have been weak in level 1, but now that their bodies have transcended, everything comes down to mental capability. Then, Lee Han moves in for the attack and warns that he is coming for Kuro. Kuro reacts to his rapid advance. Lee Han delivers a series of strikes with his staff. Kuro manages to predict his attacks. He then blocks the strike with his staff. Kuro braces himself on the ground, prepared for the next move. Then he manages to block multiple simultaneous attacks. Lee Han continues to pressure him with a sequence of blows. Kuro says that it is suffocating and that he feels like he is going to die, while Lee Han observes him. The two then clash their staffs in a stalemate. Lee Han informs him that even with premonition, he cannot win by only defending. He then instructs him to try attacking, and Kuro questions the order. Kuro pants heavily after the exchange of blows. He then clenches his teeth, preparing for the next move. With a shout, he charges forward and attacks with his staff. Lee Han observes his opponent's strike, but the attack misses the target and Kuro loses his staff. Lee Han instructs him to attack with his eyes open and to grip his spear more firmly. Kuro apologizes for the mistake. Then, Lee Han challenges him to attack with everything he has next time. The order surprises him. Jose and Nuth Meyer react to what Lee Han said. The two fighters take position again at the center of the gym. Kuro prepares for the new confrontation. Lee Han warns that from now on, he will attack with everything he has, and that Kuro must do the same. The other members comment that if they judged by weapon handling alone, Lee Han would win, but with psychic abilities, the result is uncertain. Lee Han asks what the problem is, and whether he is worried about getting hurt, irritating Kuro. Kuro admits that he honestly does not know why Lee Han is acting that way and apologizes, but he states that he is sure there is a reason, simply because it is him. Then, Kuro declares that he will do exactly what was asked. Multiple spears then fly around him, because he believes in Lee Han. Wei Chen asks Lee Han what brings him there today. He offers him oolong tea and invites him to try it. Lee Han tastes the drink and thanks him, saying that it is delicious. Wei Chen finds his reaction cute, and comments that it is nice when they can act like people their age. Lee Han then explains that he actually came because he is worried about Kuro. Wei Chen repeats his name, surprised by the reason for the visit. The boy reveals his concern, saying that Kuro hesitates to attack and that this could kill him someday. Wei Chen explains that humans adjust their psychological distance based on the weapons they receive, and Lee Han questions the term. He clarifies that it is the resistance to harming others, which is difficult even for soldiers in close combat, but they can easily kill civilians with a remote detonator. Lee Han states that it is too brutal for Kuro to kill under command, and that he seems to need an opportunity. Wei Chen suggests that it should be like on the deserted island, when he acted because he had complete faith in Lee Han. Back in the gym, Kuro is surrounded by dozens of floating spears. Lee Han opens his jacket, understanding what psychological distance is. Jose and Knuth Meyer observe the scene, commenting that Kuro has no middle ground and wondering if they should stop them. James Rue watches the fight from afar and wonders if that is the power of a rank A. Lee Han admits that Kuro's ability is incredible, but also very characteristic of him. Knuth Meyer comments that Kuro can predict Lee Han's movements, and Jose adds that it will be impossible to approach without being hit. Kuro launches one of his spears in Lee Han's direction. Lee Han manages to dodge the attack. He realizes that even when launched with telekinesis, the spear has the same level of power as when he throws it directly. Jose questions whether Lee Han will have to parry the attacks instead of dodging, and Knuth Meyer responds that it is not something just anyone can do. Lee Han provokes him, asking if he is trying to belittle him for launching only one spear, and asks if he will be able to launch them all by the end of the day. Kuro reacts to his provocation. Lee Han reminds him that eventually he will have to attack him with the spear in his hand. Then he advances to attack Kuro directly, but the attack is intercepted by one of the floating spears. Lee Han warns him that there are not many floating weapons left. With a shout, Kuro prepares for the final attack. He jumps into the air and launches all of his remaining spears at once. Lee Han uses his jacket as a shield. He manages to block all the spears at once. The impact of the attacks throws him backward. Knuth Meyer and Jose are surprised to see that he used telekinesis on his jacket, and Lee Han shouts for Kuro to extend his spear. The two approach one another rapidly. Lee Han breaks Kuro's staff with his bare hands. He then stands face to face with his opponent. Lee Han flicks Kuro's forehead. He praises him for keeping his eyes open during the attack. Then he squeezes Kuro's hand firmly. Jose and Knuth Meyer call him a bloodless, tearless battle machine, while Lee Han says that Kuro is too soft. He asks why Kuro aimed at his body when throwing the weapons, saying it would have been harder to avoid if he had aimed randomly. Kuro replies that he could not risk hitting his head by mistake, and Lee Han simply laments his response. James Rue observes the scene, concluding that Lee Han is far beyond the rumors, and that he can tell him what Ark is not telling them. He then approaches the group and asks for a moment of their time. James Rue approaches and calls out to Lee Han. The boy asks if he is referring to what happened in the dimensional rift. Lee Han states that he has already sent everything he knows in his report, but James Rue insists on hearing about his actions directly. The inspector invites him to sit and tells him to get ready. He then reveals that he has a special ability enhanced through infinite concordance. The name of the ability is super reaction, which is not psychic in nature. He explains that if he agrees with a person at a crucial moment, they will feel good. This can cause the person to reveal information they did not intend to, and he demonstrates an exaggerated reaction of agreement. James Rue gets close to Lee Han, asking enthusiastically what happened next. The boy becomes confused and asks what he means by what happened next. The inspector realizes that was all the information in the report and asks if there is nothing more to the story. Lee Han confirms that all other details are in the report, leaving James Rue frustrated with his cunning. He then says goodbye, saying he will go train a bit more, and walks away. Lee Han reflects that he received orders to keep his mouth shut about squad whiskey, and that Inspector Rue will get nothing out of him. As the boy walks away, James Rue takes out his phone and makes a call. On the phone, James Rue asks them to check if Lee Han has been at Ark since the Dimensional Rift incident. Meanwhile, Lee Han and his squad are in their morning training. Other squad members run right behind him. The whole group exercises together on the track. They keep the running pace in sync. Dimitri runs with great intensity. He approaches Lee Han to greet him, and Lee Han comments on his usual energy. Dimitri responds that he needs to keep himself busy at any cost. He then points to an inspector from Russia who is observing the training. Dimitri says that the man bothered them for days, saying that they need to fight for their nation after the war. Lee Han questions what they would fight against, and Dimitri reveals that Ark will be dissolved when the war ends. The group continues running on the track. With a serious expression, Dimitri calls out to Lee Han again. He reveals that the higher-ups plan to start a war to dominate the world after they defeat the dragons. The news leaves Lee Han completely shocked. In the training room, Jose swings his staff, putting all his strength into the attack. Then, Kuro springs into action, skillfully twirling his weapon. But Lee Han just watches his classmates, holding his combat stance and waiting for the right moment. It's revealed that all the cadets are taking part in an intense group training session. Lee Han reflects to himself, thinking how hard it is to understand the recent events. We see a flashback, where even after they defeated their greatest enemy, peace did not last, because humanity still had a long fight ahead, facing new threats that emerged in the aftermath. Back in the present, a strange man storms into the academy, yelling that he's finally found Lee Han. He starts shouting, saying he knows Lee Han has been missing since the Shinjuku incident. With this, he accuses the boy of taking part in a secret mission during that time. The man then declares he'll turn his strong suspicions into hard evidence today. Bringing 2 security guards with him, he says he doesn't mind scaring him a little to get what he wants. The other cadets go on alert at the commotion, while one of them glares at Lee Han angrily. But suddenly, the man's expression changes to pure shock, unable to understand what just happened. In an instant, Lee Han appears behind him and grabs him, terrifying the man. Seeing this, the 2 guards draw their weapons, ready to shoot the boy. But then a cadet uses his power, completely dismantling the guns in midair. The guards feel a terrible pain in their hands, screaming without understanding the attack. Lee Han then informs the man that he's placing him under immediate protection. He explains that he was just following orders, but the inspector keeps shouting, demanding a reason. Suddenly, the boy looks to the side, as if he's waiting for something. With a serious look, he reveals this is an enemy attack, shocking the inspector. An alert message pops up, making the man realize there's a traitor among them. Lee Han then tells Jose to watch the inspector, while Giho and Knuth get the weapons. The white-haired cadet looks confused, asking if the enemies are the Elu monsters, but Lee Han replies coldly, saying that this time the enemies are human. The scene changes, and the invaders are already tied up as the cadets receive their ammunition. Now equipped with rifles, the young warriors prepare for the coming fight. Looking at his device, he asks how many targets each of them can protect on their own. Kuro, Dimitri, and Del answer, showing that together they can protect 12 people. The inspector watches everything, thinking how the others accept Lee Han as their leader without question. With a plan in mind, Lee Han orders everyone to regroup at the 4th battlefield. The entire squad then starts to move, taking the prisoners with them. Along the way, he asks the inspector if he knows anything about the enemies. Lee Han says he doesn't think he's the traitor, since he seemed to recognize the alert message. The man then reveals the name of the group that attacked them, calling them the Purists. Jose is confused by the name, and the inspector confirms that's what they call themselves. It's explained that this group wants to kill all psychics because they don't consider them human. Del is outraged, but the man explains they blame psychics for the future dragon invasion. Their crazy belief is that the dragons will disappear if there are no more psychics on Earth. But at that moment, several enemy helicopters appear, completely surrounding the Ark Academy. One of the terrorists shouts from above, saying he's found the monsters who go against Providence, and right after, multiple shots are fired at high speed. The base's defenses activate, blasting the enemies with a powerful and precise attack. The base's defenses continue firing non-stop, destroying several helicopters in the sky. But an explosion happens near the ground, and Allied soldiers begin to advance. However, the enemy attack continues at full force, with dozens of soldiers descending. Lee Han realizes the battle is getting closer and closer, so he needs to act. Suddenly, he turns his head, as if he heard something important from far away. An overhead view shows that a helicopter has crashed, and the smoke catches the group's attention. One of the cadets reports that the enemy aircraft made a forced landing nearby. Lee Han asks Del if he could see how many enemies were on board the craft. It's explained that he wanted to go to the battlefield to avoid combat, but now he understands there's no way to escape the coming confrontation. With that, he tells everyone they need to prepare for what they must do now. With a dark look, he says what they need to do is assassinate. The scene changes, and we see ARC soldiers being brutally eliminated by the terrorists. Despite all their bravery, the base's troops seem to be no match for the attack. The enemy shows no mercy, finishing off soldiers who are already on the ground. The firefight begins in earnest, with terrorists shooting everywhere without pity. An ARC soldier is hit head-on, thrown back by the force of the shot. With a look of pure hatred, the fanatic screams that Earth belongs to humans. Lee Han repeats with a dark look that what they need to do now is murder. The cadets and the inspector grow anxious, analyzing the tense situation that has formed. The inspector then thinks that most of the prisoners won't be useful, with one exception. With that, Lee Han calls Knut, telling him that the two of them need to go on ahead. As the two walk away, the inspector explains that these guys are stronger than the Purists. He warns that the big difference is that these opponents are veterans when it comes to killing. The scene changes, and now Lee Han and Knuth are running armed through a hallway in the base. Worried, Knuth asks his partner if he's really going to be okay with this. He tries to calm himself, saying he'll pretend they're deer so he can shoot them. Lee Han then falls silent for a moment, as this brings back a bad memory for him. The scene shifts to a flashback in Seoul, Korea, showing two people running. Someone shouts from a distance, telling the bastard to stop running right now. We then see it was a younger Lee Han, fleeing desperately. The sound of a train signal starts to ring, making the atmosphere even more tense. But despite the danger, Lee Han keeps running without looking back. Suddenly, young Lee Han is grabbed from behind. It's revealed that a train was coming at high speed, directly towards them. At that moment, Lee Han kicks the man in the face to break free, pushing him into the train's path and killing him. Lee Han then rolls on the ground, not quite understanding what had just happened. Completely terrified, the boy starts to cry in despair in the middle of the rain. The scene returns to the present, with Lee Han and Knuth observing the destruction at the base. Lee Han then gets ready to act, and the two hide to wait for the enemy. With his plan in mind, he activates a kind of flash grenade he was holding. Then, he throws his jacket to attract the attention of the approaching terrorist. The tactic works, and the enemy shoots non-stop, thinking he hit someone. The terrorist is confused, wondering what he just shot at. But then the grenade explodes, releasing a blue light that blinds nearby enemies. Knuth seizes the chance and shoots the terrorist, who drops dead. Another terrorist prepares to retaliate, cursing with rage for being tricked, but he ends up taking a clean headshot. Lee Han was already aiming, providing cover for his friend. Seeing the man's body on the ground, Knuth is deeply shaken by the situation. He then approaches the terrorist, saying he needs to make sure it's over. With his face in a cold sweat, he stares at the man, who looks back at him in pure terror. Then he tells himself to open his eyes, and without a second thought, he fires the final shot, settling the matter right there. Lee Han appears from behind, seeing the state of shock that has taken over Knuth. But the boy just replies that he's fine, despite the grim look on his face. The scene shifts to the rest of the group, waiting anxiously in the middle of the battlefield. The white-haired cadet thinks the inspector is in a pitiful state, staring into space. With his hands tied, the man suddenly warns that they're coming, leaving everyone confused. The boy then panics, thinking that if they don't shoot first, they're going to die. The inspector continues to stare intently upwards, waiting for what was about to arrive. A terrorist appears out of nowhere, and the inspector yells for everyone to get down immediately. The white-haired cadet and Jose panic at the enemy's surprise attack. At that moment, one of the boys tries to grab his weapon, but the inspector snatches the gun from the cadet. He fires back, taking down the terrorist with a burst of gunfire. The boy is in shock, realizing the man took his weapon. But the danger isn't over, as another enemy appears at the door, already aiming at them. The psychic cadet reacts quickly, creating an energy shield to protect the group. With the cover, the inspector shoots again, eliminating the second terrorist who appeared. He asks if that was all of them, and the boy says yes, still impressed by his own powers. Just then, Lee Han and Knuth come running, asking if everyone there is okay. The inspector then tells the psychic cadet that he's smart and has already figured out the situation. Lee Han just nods, agreeing with what the man just said. He then tells everyone they need to keep moving forward, without stopping. But suddenly, a massive explosion occurs. Amidst the fire, the leader of the terrorists observes the destruction he has just caused. He sees that the explosion has cleared the way, saying that the rat's hole has finally opened. With that, he raises his weapon and gives the order for his soldiers to finish them all. The terrorist leader then shouts that Ark is deceiving the entire world with lies. With a hateful glare, he says the dragons will no longer invade Earth. He accuses Ark of using psychics to try and dominate the entire human race. And then, the villain orders his soldiers to begin the purification in the name of humanity. The scene changes, and we see battlefield number 4, where the cadets were sent. They are all gathered there, awaiting further orders from their leader, Lee Han. We're then told that all the level 2 cadets have been gathered there. Suddenly, one of the inspectors rebels, shouting that they will pay dearly for this. But before he can finish his sentence, the inspector is grabbed forcefully by the neck. It was Simon, who furiously tells the old man to shut up before he kills him. With his eyes glowing with rage, he screams that one of the inspectors is the traitor. He continues, saying that because of this traitor, he was forced to take a life. The boy trembles with hatred, having never felt anything so disgusting in his entire life. But then Lee Han intervenes in the fight, telling Simon to stop at once. Simon then calms down and ties up the other inspectors along with the prisoners. The main trio then prepares to advance, following leader Lee Han's plan. Jose is surprised, wondering how the famous Simon obeyed the order so easily. The scene shifts to the level 1 training facility, now under enemy attack. Inside, a pool of blood on the floor shows that the situation has gotten ugly. We then see that Wei Chen, despite being injured, took down one of the terrorists with his bare hands. The instructor managed to defeat several enemies, protecting the younger cadets, but he eventually feels the pain from his wounds, clutching his injured arm. Just then, he uses his communicator to send an urgent message directly to Lee Han. With this new information, Lee Han and his squad run as fast as they can. He instantly understands that the bastard's target is the level 1 cadets. Wei Chen then reports that the only ones who can stop them are the level 2 cadets. With his last bit of strength, he says he is entrusting this important mission to Lee Han. The group knows that if they are late, it will be the end for their comrades. The scene shows a soldier being gunned down, revealing the massacre has already begun. The terrorists then corner one of the instructors, gunning the man down without mercy. Their leader just watches from a distance, finding the whole situation very irritating. He complains about the shelter's complicated layout, which makes it difficult for his men to invade. Just then, one of his squads finds a door, reporting the discovery over the radio. Meanwhile, the other terrorist team prepares to engage in battle outside. The two groups finally meet with the cadets running towards the enemy. Lee Han then shouts that there's no more time and that they will fight head-on. He asks Simon if he can block the shots, since they aren't using heavy weapons. Simon replies with a shout, saying he'll show them something new and to fire on his signal. Lee Han orders Simon to go first, telling everyone to gather behind him. The terrorists start shooting, but the cadets keep advancing without any fear. Using his power, Simon creates several energy barriers that block all the shots. With his eyes glowing with power, he screams with all his might for them to fire. At that, a wave of psychic energy is unleashed, rushing straight towards the enemies. The terrorists are hit head-on, thrown back by the power of the attack. The terrorist is terrified by the power, wondering what the hell that was. With the opening created, the other cadets fire non-stop, hitting the enemies. Fallen on the ground, the terrorist glares at the boys, calling them monstrous bastards. With his last breath, he says they should truly be eradicated from the world. But Knuth gets enraged by this, yelling that they are the real monsters. At this, Lee Han calms him down, reminding him there are still enemies inside the base. He then turns to the other cadets, the ones he personally chose for the mission. Lee Han explains that he formed this task force because he thought they were similar. With a serious look, he prepares to give the most important order of all. We're told that he felt in his bones the punishment for letting emotions take over. Therefore, he warns them to either control their feelings or the entire task force will fail. Lee Han draws the plan in the dirt, saying they know the terrain best. With the strategy set, he orders the leaders to move out with their squads. The cadets then split into smaller groups, following Lee Han's orders. But suddenly, Dmitri turns around, seeming to have another goal in mind. He asks Lee Han for permission, saying he needs to take care of something quickly. The leader agrees, so Dmitri runs off to confirm his suspicion. The scene shifts to the psychiatric ward, showing the door to one of the rooms. Inside, several bloodied bodies are already lying on the hallway floor. Just then, Dmitri arrives, his face filling with immense rage. He then comes face to face with the traitor, who was in the middle of the massacre. The long-haired man turns, recognizing Dmitri, and asking what he's doing there. Dmitri yells at him, saying he's holding an ally and telling him to snap out of it. But the traitor questions if Ark is really on their side, grabbing the hostage. He begins to explain that in the third year, cadets are sent into real battles. It's revealed that he was overcome by fear, feeling he could never defeat the enemy. Dmitri thinks about the dragon's fear, as the traitor says Ark sends them to fight it. He explains that to Ark, they are just disposable, and he is one of them who broke. He then reveals they tried to recycle him, locking him up to inject mind control drugs. The traitor says it's not worth protecting a humanity that acts so cruelly. At this, the man just laughs, showing he had already lost all faith in the organization. But Dmitri replies that he doesn't like Ark either, but he has a family to protect. With his eyes glowing, he yells that first he'll finish the dragon, and then the bastards. The scene changes, and a map shows that Alpha Team has been defeated, and the enemies are heading to Delta. On the radar, we see the green dots of the cadets and the red dots of the enemies closing in. A terrorist then loads his grenade launcher, saying he'll kill them all at once. The tactical map shows the enemies are almost upon the cadets' squad. Meanwhile, Lee Han's group pushes forward, wondering how the enemy found this place. Lee Han then concludes that, as expected, the only explanation is the traitor among the proctors. But he suddenly stops everyone, warning them that what's ahead is a trap. Seeing the grenade, he wonders if he should have brought Kuro with them. One of the terrorists then peeks through the door, preparing for the final attack. Just then, he and his squad find the shelter, saying they've finally found them. The leader orders them to eliminate everyone, but a soldier hesitates to shoot at children. But the chief tells him to forget pity, because those monsters will dominate the future. The soldier is terrified by the order, thinking that this is an insane massacre. Losing patience, another terrorist shoots the soldier who questioned the order to kill. The leader then says they just do what's necessary, without thinking about right or wrong. Suddenly, a loud shot rings out, and Lee Han is shocked by what happened. He screams in despair as Knuth threw himself in front of him and took the hit. He drags his wounded friend away, while the others try to provide cover. Lee Han yells for Simon to go ahead, and the group retreats to save their friend. The two then run down the hallway, trying to escape the enemy's hail of bullets. But as they turn a corner, they come face to face with more terrorists, ready to attack. One of them aims a grenade launcher, firing a projectile straight at them. Simon panics, knowing he won't have time to create a barrier. Lee Han realizes the barrier won't be enough, and his eyes glow with power. Using his telekinesis, he reaches out his hand to try and stop the grenade in midair. He concentrates, visualizing his own hand grabbing the incoming projectile. With the grenade under his control, he prepares to send the present back. And without wasting a moment, he hurls the explosive back at the enemy with all his might. The grenade explodes right in the terrorists' faces, and they scream from the blast's impact. Smoke from the explosion fills the hallway, but the squad manages to escape unharmed. Lee Han takes the chance to shoot, making sure no enemies are left. On the ground, a fallen terrorist's communicator starts beeping, drawing his attention. A radio message comes through the device from a contact named EZ. The voice announces that Center A has been cleared, leaving Lee Han deeply concerned by the information, and they announce over the radio that they're heading to Center D. Back to the fight, Dimitri is sent flying. He then charges full force at the traitor, preparing a mid-air strike. OI charges at Dimitri with everything he's got. Dimitri takes another punch, spitting blood from the heavy impact. But OI asks if he still doesn't understand the situation after all this. He explains there's an opponent they'll never be able to defeat, no matter what they do. Then he attacks with his energy blade, trying to end the fight right there. But Dimitri activates his power, crushing the spear with his body-strengthening ability, and says he doesn't understand how he lost to a coward like him. The scene cuts back to Knuth, who's in the hallway, badly injured from the last attack. We then see a lonely boy at sea, who seems to be in some kind of test. Jose comments to Lee Han about a talented guy from Class B they need, but the reality is he's not meeting any of the expectations, which is a disgrace. Lee Han then tells Knuth he can't send help and asks him to wait there. Alone, a wounded Knuth is left behind, watching the rest of the squad run down the hall. He then bites his lip hard, frustrated that he can't help his comrades. The scene changes, and we're back to battlefield number 4, where the fight continues. Hidden in the forest, the terrorists fire non-stop at the cadets. Then, one of the enemies seizes the chance to throw a grenade into the middle of the group. One of the boys spots the danger and yells, warning that a grenade is coming. But then Kuro uses his power, his eyes and hands glowing with blue energy. With his ability, he creates a portal in the air that swallows the grenade and detonates it. The terrorists get nervous, complaining that the weapons aren't working and reinforcements aren't arriving. Their leader then worries, knowing that ARC reinforcements will arrive soon. A cadet realizes Lee Han's plan was just to hold off the enemies until help arrived. Far away, an enemy soldier tries to open a metal door with a tool. Suddenly, the leader gets a warning that the enemies are coming through the shortest route. On the tactical map, it's revealed that Delta Team has also been completely defeated in combat. The terrorist leader reflects that, despite being young, their bodies are different from humans. He realizes they didn't panic, even after seeing the massacre that happened there. Seeing his chance, Lee Han charges forward to lead his squad's advance. The entire group moves in tactical formation, following their leader through the destroyed hallway. But he suddenly stops everyone upon seeing the enemy's location on his map. It's shown that the EZ squad was already waiting for them, ready for the coming fight. The two teams then meet, with Lee Han's group at a clear terrain disadvantage. With a wounded face, he turns to his team and starts to explain the attack plan. The scene changes, and we see an airstrike with several missiles falling from the sky. A huge explosion goes off, showing that reinforcements have finally arrived to help. A massive missile then falls at high speed, heading straight for the battlefield. It's revealed that an unmanned bomber plane is providing air support. The aircraft then moves, heading towards battlefield number 4. Lee Han explains his plan, saying he'll go through the ventilation ducts. He'll get into the room before them so he can attack the enemy from the rear. Simon questions the plan, saying the risk of dying on this mission is too high. But Lee Han replies that they don't have time to think of another way. Just then, Knuth suddenly appears, saying he thinks he can be useful here. He shows that his leg is already healed, leaving everyone quite surprised. Simon comments that the healing ability suits him, and Knuth accepts the compliment. So Knuth enters the ventilation duct, which was much wider than he thought. Even so, he's very nervous about the mission, breaking into a cold sweat inside the duct. Lee Han explains that he and Simon will go first, to attack together when the focus is on Knuth. With the plan in mind, the boy peeks around the corner, waiting for the right moment to act. Suddenly, a noise on the ceiling catches the attention of the terrorists below. One of the enemies then yells that there's something above, telling everyone to fire, and Lee Han yells to Simon that it's time to move in. The two then run down the hallway while the enemies are distracted by the attack. The terrorists fire non-stop at the ceiling, trying to hit the noise they heard. With an opening, Lee Han fights back with everything he's got, landing a direct hit on one of the enemies. One of the terrorists opens fire, but Simon is already preparing to defend against the attack. Using his psychic power, he creates an energy barrier, blocking all the shots. Then, a powerful explosion hits Knuth. One of the terrorists then reports that they've been taken care of, but the danger isn't over yet. Seeing the door being opened, the leader asks if the path is finally clear. He then yells for his squad to charge in, firing in all directions, but Lee Han doesn't let them in, and yells for everyone to move. In the middle of the smoke, Knuth appears on the floor, covered in blood and almost powerless. The two look back, worried about Knuth's condition, but suddenly, a dark green energy starts to emanate from his body. As his face heals, he asks the bastards where they think they're going. He says he was tired of always getting hurt and being dead weight for the team. Then he shouts that this is incredible, because a healing factor has to be this strong. And up in the sky, the bomber plane finally arrives to provide air support. But Kuro looks down, terrified by a red energy that appears out of nowhere. Jose gets desperate, shouting Kuro's name as he suddenly falls to the ground. Then, the boy's eyes glow an intense red, releasing a frightening energy. The red energy rises into the sky, taking complete control of the bomber plane. With that, a gigantic bomb stops in midair, right above everyone's heads. Kuro then thinks of Lee Han, feeling relieved that he isn't there to see this. And in the next instant, a massive red explosion destroys the entire battlefield. The bomber plane then unleashes a barrage of missiles, destroying everything below. In a panic, the group watches the attack, wondering if it's a bombing run. The inspectors start to panic, screaming that they're all going to die right there. But Kuro just stares at the sky, his eyes glowing in a strange way. In a flashback, we're shown that life at ARC was tough and full of training. All the cadets went through hard times, having to push past their limits. But Kuro thanks Lee Han, because he didn't want to go back to his old life. Back in the present, Kuro looks up, determined to do something about it. He thinks it's a good thing Lee Han isn't there to see what's about to happen. With a tear in his eye, he tells himself that his friend can't die like this. He remembers that Lee Han would never give up, and is filled with a new courage. With that, Kuro unleashes an immense power, and his eyes glow with blue energy. His aura then soars into the sky, preparing to stop the falling missile. One of the inspectors stands there, mouth agape, asking in fear what that thing in the sky is. Just then, a giant hand of energy forms, surprising everyone with its appearance. With his energy hand, Kuro manages to stop the barrage of missiles in midair. The force is so great that the projectiles begin to shatter in the sky. And then, a fiery explosion lights up everything, showing the boy's power. The inspectors are shocked, as they've never seen anyone project psychic energy like that. One of them despairs, saying they are monsters that shouldn't exist. In an act of madness, he pulls out a gun, thinking of taking out at least one of them. The man then takes aim right at Kuro, who is exhausted and has his back turned after the attack. Meanwhile, Lee Han is trying to wake up Knuth, who's lying on the ground. The boy is unconscious with a serious head wound from the battle, but then his healing power kicks in, regenerating the wound instantly. Knuth then wakes up and answers that he is Lee Han, leaving his friend relieved. Lee Han scolds him, but the boy complains that he's already lecturing. With help from the others, he reports that evacuation zone level 1 is secure. Radio messages start coming in, confirming the situation has been resolved in other zones. And in the end, we see Dmitri carrying the traitor, showing that the battle is finally over. 3 days later, the inspector goes to the rooftop to meet our hero, Lee Han. Getting closer, he asks how squad leader Lee Han is feeling now. The boy replies that he's fine now, but needed medication to sleep for the first few nights. Then, the inspector mentions that others are still in bad shape, breaking things for no reason. It's explained that it's very difficult for them to suppress their killing instinct against humans. During the mission, they saw the bodies of the level 1 cadets, who had no powers. Lee Han says the terrorists didn't seem human, treating them like monsters to be killed. The inspector is shaken by the conversation, breaking into a cold sweat as he hears those harsh words. But Lee Han states firmly that he doesn't want to become a monster like them. He adds that humans shouldn't get used to killing and that there's no justification for it. The man is speechless, staring at the impressive maturity of the young boy. He then confesses that he doesn't know what to think, since he's just a teenager. The inspector admits that Kuro's power terrified him, but Lee Han is scary in a different way. Lee Han then falls silent and thanks the man for saving Kuro's life. It's revealed that the traitor caused enormous damage by attacking the most vulnerable facility. The inspector comments that now the inspection committee won't be able to get on ARC's case anymore. He says Lee Han probably doesn't like adults who only think about themselves. But the man explains that humans aren't logical and always repeat the same mistakes. Lee Han then responds coldly, saying they would just aim for each other's heads. The inspector says he's also acting for the future and that one day the boy will understand. With a very serious look, Lee Han just watches the man walk away. He then says that's a coward's excuse and that a mistake shouldn't be repeated. Turning his back, the man admits that the boy is truly terrifying for his age. We are shown that the 2 disasters that happened after the rift left a mark. That incident at the ARC base really changed the course of many things there. It's revealed that most of the level 2 cadets died, and half of the survivors left. Because of that, everyone who stayed was scheduled for regular psychological treatment. We then see Lee Han walking alone down the hallway, with an uncertain future ahead of him. Just then, he encounters a mysterious figure wearing a very sinister skull mask. And so, he became the only person to ever advance to level 3 at ARC. Lee Han stares at the masked man, who remains silent, just watching the boy. Our hero then asks if something is wrong, but the man still doesn't answer. Suddenly, he's surprised by Lee Han's height, wondering when he got so tall. Then, the masked man gets very close to his face, staring at him with an intense gaze. Without a word, he just grabs Lee Han's arm and starts walking. The boy shouts in confusion, asking Silence to wait and explain what's happening. The scene takes us to the entrance of Region A8, the Level 3 area of the ARC base. Lee Han reads the sign on the wall, wondering what this psychic force could be. A strong man then appears, explaining that everyone there is part of the psychic force. He introduces himself as Johnny Schwartz and extends his hand to our hero. Lee Han says his name and Johnny greets him, mistakenly calling him Ri Chan. He then says the veteran is waiting and wishes the rookie good luck. The two of them stand in front of the room's door, which slowly opens. Lee Han is impressed, as the room they entered is simply enormous. The veteran then tells him to leave his bags there so they can go get breakfast. In the kitchen, the chefs were preparing everything, from fancy dishes to simpler ones. In the cafeteria, the veteran explains that he can get any kind of food he wants there. Lee Han replies that he's Korean and finds it strange that the place is so different. The veteran then fills his plate with only sweets, asking if they eat rice in Korea too. Lee Han says he doesn't miss it, but he's shocked by the amount of sweets the other guy took. The man explains that psychics need a lot of sugar, since they use their brains to fight. Eating his rice, our hero remembers the old days before all of this. Suddenly, the veteran stares at Lee Han, who doesn't understand why. He's impressed that Lee Han knows how to use chopsticks, calling it a mystery of the East. He then mentions that in an old movie, the hero could even catch a fly with them. Lee Han then asks if the mask he's wearing is also from a famous movie. He explains that the mask belongs to a cyborg, and he asked ARC to make one just like it. After eating, the two of them leave the restaurant, walking calmly down the base's hallway. But then a man appears in front of them, asking if he's the super rookie who leveled up. The man then introduces himself as Lao Cha, greeting the newly arrived rookie. Lee Han then introduces himself to the man, who was there with his veteran. The man says his name is Corporal Lao Cha, and that's why he has a rank. With a serious look, he asks if Lee Han is the kid who blew up Red's leg. Our hero gets a bit nervous at the question, not knowing how to answer properly. But then Lao Cha starts laughing out loud, and Lee Han retorts with a sharp comeback. The man then says he's not a cute kitten, but a tiger cub. With fire in his eyes, he invites the rookie to the gym right now. Lee Han realizes the guy wants a fight and senses that he's very strong. Arriving at the gym, several other members already surround the two, ready to watch. Already shirtless, Lao Cha says he wants to see the kid's skill in a brawl. The rookie gets into a fighting stance, warning that he won't be responsible if the man gets hurt. Seeing the scene, the others start to shout, cheering for the rookie to win the fight. Lee Han wonders if they're cheering for him because they think he's going to lose to Lao Cha. Without wasting time, the man throws a punch, telling the boy to stop getting distracted. But Lee Han defends himself, and his hands change shape, revealing sharp claws. Lao Cha stares at the boy, preparing for the first move of the fight. He then rushes forward with a punch, but Lee Han defends and immediately counters. Then, he tries a knee strike, which the boy blocks with a standard combination of moves. He thinks that the combo was simple but strong, showing the guy has trained for real. But then, Lee Han takes advantage of the opening and throws a powerful punch at him. The punch lands square, and he warns that his strength and body has a weakness. Even though he's injured, our hero remains on his feet, ready for the next round. But Lao Cha is faster, and lands a punch right in the middle of his stomach. Feeling the pain, he realizes he needs to take his opponent down somehow. With that, he grabs Lao Cha's legs, who praises the boy's good tactic. But Lao Cha holds him tight, saying with a smile that the fight ends here. And without giving him a chance, he throws him over his shoulder with brute force. The boy flies across the gym, crashing into everything. Lao Cha then lands, observing the result of his devastating blow. Lao Cha thinks that if he were normal, that blow would have been a serious injury. With the boy on the ground, he asks if the kid is okay after the fall. But suddenly, Lee Han shoots up, his eyes glowing with power. Seeing the energy staff, the man smiles and says, "This is where it ends." With tears in his eyes, our hero prepares to attack with his weapon, but then he bows and apologizes, surprising Lao Cha with his attitude. The veteran hands him a towel, asking if he noticed his body's weakness. He explains that with the strength, the body becomes hard as iron, but also very heavy. He then says the strategy was good, but he should have used grappling techniques. And then, he says that's enough for today, but to come back tomorrow at the same time. Lee Han is speechless, wondering if he'll have to go through this again. The next day, Lao Cha is already at the gym, welcoming the newbie. The boy arrives with a smile, greeting his new training mentor. The veteran then points to a guy who's training, and Lee Han recognizes him instantly. It was Johnny Schwartz, the guy who welcomed him when he reached level 3 of the base. The veteran explains that he's a first-generation psychic, a specialist in hand-to-hand combat. With a smile, Lao Cha tells the boy to go over there and knock out Johnny Schwartz. Lee Han is surprised by the order, but thinks there must be a good reason for it. He then approaches and politely asks Mr. Schwartz for a sparring match. The man asks if he has experience using his abilities, but Lee Han says no. With both on the mat, he says he won't use any psychic abilities in the fight. With a smile, Johnny tells them to start the fight, calling the boy Ri Chan. But our hero corrects him, saying once again that his name is Lee Han. At that, Johnny charges forward with a punch, shouting that it doesn't matter and that he's coming for him. The newbie dodges, preparing for a counterattack, with Lao Cha watching from a distance. The camera flips upside down, showing Lee Han's view as he falls. Lying on the ground, the boy didn't even have a chance to react to the lightning-fast blow. Johnny tells Lao Cha that he's still no match for him, but Lee Han gets up, angrily demanding another round. Seeing his stubbornness, the veteran tells Johnny to finish him off so he'll learn his lesson. With a smile, Johnny agrees to fight, and the two return to their fighting stance. The scene cuts, and we see the sun setting, showing the training was long. Lee Han is exhausted, his face drenched in sweat and his mouth dry from the beating. Sitting on the floor, he admits he would have lost, even if he had fought a third time. Lao Cha then explains that armed combat is the boy's best skill. In a flashback, Dimitri jokes, saying he'll strangle the dragon if things go wrong. Back in the present, our hero smiles, remembering his friend's determination. He agrees with the veteran, saying it's not important for him to fight unarmed. But Lao Cha tells him to think carefully and find the answer himself. The veteran asks what he would do if he asked him to knock out Johnny again. Lao Cha then explains that they aren't athletes. They just need to win in the right environment. Lee Han finally understands the lesson, smiling for having learned something so important. After that, he was treated like a younger brother by everyone in the group. A few days later, Lee Han walks with his new squad through the base. It's revealed that Lao Cha is a national hero from Thailand, and they even made a movie about him. Lao Cha proudly asks if he's cooler now, and everyone laughs. At that, he invites the guys out for a drink, but Lee Han refuses, saying he doesn't drink. So our hero says goodbye to the group, walking back alone through the base's hallway. But when he gets to his room, he finds Silence standing at the door, waiting for him. Lee Han then asks if it's already been 3 days since he returned from his tasks. The veteran replies that he watched a movie called Lao Cha the Jungle Hunter. The scene then shows us a preview of the movie, which seems to have a lot of action. The movie's hero yells in anger, telling the bastards to come at him, and the enemies were a bunch of giant monsters who charge forward to attack with full force. The hero then rushes into the fight, facing the monsters with his machete in hand. Silence is disappointed, saying he wanted to see a movie, not Lao Cha in action. With that, he says that if it's a movie he wants, he can show him one right now. The veteran then touches a device, wishing our confused hero a good night. In an instant, Silence vanishes, leaving Lee Han completely speechless. He's impressed by the veteran's speed and cracks a small smile. Lee Han remembers how powerful and threatening Silence seemed at first, but now he understands that Silence is just a kid, like him. In the training room, Lee Han faces his opponent, firmly gripping the metal staff. Lao Cha then challenges him to a rematch, but this time with armed combat. Just then, Johnny Schwartz shows up, doubting the kid is ready to beat him. He unleashes his purple aura, looking like a giant, furious bear. He's even more threatening with a weapon. Johnny charges forward, yelling the wrong name, and the kid corrects him, saying it's Lee Han. For the past 3 days, the big guy trained non-stop, unleashing brutal blows. Lee Han defends the attack, as he has memorized all of his opponent's fighting patterns. He can predict every future move, blocking all attacks perfectly. It's as if the kid has the power of clairvoyance, dodging with ease. Finding an opening, Lee Han lands a powerful blow right in the brute's stomach. Johnny feels the impact, spitting and unable to believe the strength of the attack. He wonders how someone who just reached level 3 can be so strong. Lee Han doesn't give him time to think and moves in to end the fight. With one last, precise strike, the kid finally manages to take down the giant. Johnny wonders if this is the end, but Lee Han tells him the fight is over. With his opponent off balance, the kid moves in to deliver the final blow with his staff. He raises the weapon, but at the last second, he stops the attack, leaving Johnny surprised. Johnny blocks the attack with his hand. With a smile, the kid then admits that he was the one who lost the fight, but Johnny had his katana at his opponent's face the whole time. Johnny realizes he hesitated on purpose and praises the kid, calling him by the wrong name again. Lee Han corrects him again, but the big guy doesn't care and invites him to get something to eat. As he walks away, Lao Cha congratulates Lee Han on a job well done. He explains that winning isn't always the best solution, and that he's gained a friend. Lee Han understands that he didn't need to humiliate a colleague, as he could learn a lot from him. Suddenly, someone calls his name, and we see Silence standing in the doorway, waiting for him. Octo formally introduces himself as Chief Engineer Siegfried, shaking his hand. He explains that his nickname comes from his agility, as if he had 8 arms. Lee Han is a bit confused by the explanation, thinking it's just his own interpretation. As they walk, Octo mentions that Lee Han is the first person to join the PF with such a low rank. Just then, the engineer points to something up ahead and asks if he's noticed it yet. He then reveals a giant robot, a veteran warrior from the last war. The kid's jaw drops as he instantly recognizes the Psycho frame, but he notices that, by the looks of it, only the armor's skeleton remains. Octo then explains that he restructured the old model purely for training purposes. From now on, Lee Han will train every single day to be able to activate the robot. The scene changes, and we're told that a monster has defeated 2 Chinese teams. At this, a soldier becomes worried, finding the situation more dangerous than expected. The creature seems to use a psychic shield, making it a very difficult opponent in enclosed spaces. But Johnny Schwartz says they're different and can easily pierce that defense. He yells for Lee Han to confirm, but gets the kid's name wrong again. Johnny gets annoyed that he doesn't even bother to correct his name anymore. Seeing this, the other soldiers start laughing at the face he's making. A helicopter flies over the forest, taking the team directly to the mission site. It's been a month, and Lee Han reflects that his first mission is once again against the Elu. This mission brings back terrible memories for one of the soldiers, reminding him of an old trauma. We are shown a massacre, with several bodies scattered across the blood-soaked floor. From the shadows, the creature rises with a sinister smile, revealing its terrifying form. The helicopter finally lands in the middle of the desert, at the supposed psychic research center. As they get out, they see the place is just a large, flat, empty lot. Johnny explains that many countries keep their research secret to avoid detection. Hearing this, Lee Han falls silent, and his colleague realizes he's hit a nerve. Johnny then puts a hand on his shoulder, saying they don't usually give orders to kill. A memory of the Ark tragedy surfaces, a shameful event with no other options. He asks the kid to please never get used to taking another person's life. But to break the tension, Johnny calls him by the wrong name and starts laughing loudly. Suddenly, the sound of approaching cars catches everyone's attention. Several vehicles arrive kicking up dust, a sign that the people in charge have appeared. Armed men and researchers in lab coats get out of the cars, their demeanor very serious. The Ark team watches the convoy, preparing for first contact. The group approaches and one of the researchers welcomes the Ark team. He thanks them for coming all this way to help with the mission. Lee Han is suspicious, noticing the armed men don't look like regular soldiers. As a sign of respect, the Chinese soldiers salute the hero of their nation. The Ark team returns the gesture, saluting them back. Johnny tells Lee Han and the rest of the team to wait, as he's going to talk with the Chinese. The two then walk away, leaving the team to await the outcome of their conversation. Suddenly, a researcher taps Lee Han on the shoulder, calling him a child soldier. The kid snaps instantly, shoving the man away and yelling at him not to touch him. In pain, the researcher complains that the kid has a real temper. Lee Han and his partner are confused, wondering what that scientist's problem was. The team is then guided to an elevator, the only entrance to the base. Everyone gets in, and the elevator begins its descent into the underground facility. We're shown a map of the facility, which has a total of 3 floors. Once underground, Johnny explains they have 2 objectives for the mission. They need to retrieve the data and search for survivors, avoiding the enemy if possible. Lee Han asks about the data, but Johnny reveals that no one shared any information. Another soldier chimes in that this is why their comrades died in vain, sparking anger. Johnny gives a serious warning, telling him not to forget something important. He warns that Lee Han is a precious asset and therefore cannot die here. But with a smirk, Lee Han says if he's weak, he'd be better off dead. This irritates Johnny, but the sound of the elevator cuts their conversation short. The door opens and Victor's squad gets ready. The mission is about to begin. They step out into a long, empty corridor with dimly flickering lights. Cautiously, the team approaches the first door, ready to breach. They storm the control room but find no threats inside. The first floor was clear, so there was nothing left for them to do there. As they descended to the second floor, Lee Han felt they'd missed something important. The team then stops in front of the door to the second floor, a palpable tension in the air. One of the soldiers activates a sensor, which starts beeping because of the smell. They all realize that from this point on, the whole place reeks of blood. Suddenly, it clicks for the kid, and he's shocked by his realization. The pieces finally fit together, and he understands why everything felt so strange. A soldier comments that there are no signs of a struggle between the first and second floors. Lee Han then concludes the attack likely didn't come from outside the base. The squad leader agrees, having also felt that many things didn't add up. He questions why the third floor was isolated, realizing it must have been for greater control. Because of this, he decides the team will pull back, since they were given bad intel. But suddenly, the lights in the hallway go out, catching everyone by surprise. The power cut out at a very suspicious moment, as if someone was listening to their conversation. Lee Han remains silent, starting to connect all the pieces of the puzzle. He remembers the moment the researcher touched his shoulder earlier. That touch wasn't a simple gesture, and now he finally understands why. Johnny notices the kid's reaction and asks what's wrong, getting his name wrong again. Lee Han then shows them a small device he found, a bug planted on his vest. He warns them that they've been bugged, and the leader says that was to be expected. With no other choice, Johnny announces they have to proceed with the mission. The gruesome scene reveals bodies hanging from the ceiling, dripping blood onto the floor. Johnny and his companion are horrified, their faces filled with hatred for the brutality. Down the hall, the carnage continues, with more bodies scattered everywhere. Lee Han freezes in fear, breaking into a cold sweat as an old trauma resurfaces. One of the soldiers curses, calling the whole trap a treacherous, disgusting setup. His partner shakes him and asks if he's okay, but Lee Han can't answer. His mind throws him into a dark memory, hearing a distorted voice call out to him. The voice screams his name once more, and the boy gets lost in the nightmare. To calm himself, he drinks some water from his canteen, trying to return to reality. The soldier asks if he has recovered, and Lee Han apologizes for the moment, but he reassures him, saying it's amazing he didn't pass out at a scene like that. He mentions having siblings, and Lee Han says he also has younger brothers at home. Then, the soldier reveals he had two, but lost his family in a minion attack. In a flashback, we see him as a child, charging at the monsters, blinded by desperation. Even knowing it was useless, he just wanted to die with them that day. Even wanting to die, the boy realizes it's not so easy to just give up. After that, he became a soldier and fought every battle as if it were his last. But the more he taunted death, the more his reputation as a soldier grew. Lee Han becomes thoughtful, imagining the pain of losing his own brothers too. With the team regrouped, Johnny asks if the boy feels well enough to continue. The leader announces that the second floor is clear, and now they're heading down. The squad reaches the entrance to the third floor, the only one with an electronic door. With no power, the door was completely sealed, but Johnny tells them to wait. His eyes then glow, showing he's about to use his power to solve this. He focuses his energy and unleashes a golden aura, preparing a powerful strike. Lee Han is shocked, as this was his physical enhancement ability. With his brute force, Johnny manages to open the door, revealing a dark room, and inside, a mysterious man points a gun at the entire team. The leader wonders if he's a soldier, maybe one of the massacre's survivors. But in reality, it was a sinister figure with a macabre smile and red eyes. The creature lets out a crazy laugh, and the leader yells for everyone to take cover now. Without warning, the monster starts firing everywhere with a heavy machine gun. The team dives for cover, dodging the hail of bullets coming at them. Even when hit, the creature doesn't flinch and keeps firing relentlessly in their direction. Seeing this, Johnny becomes furious and activates his ability, glowing with a golden aura. He screams that this is it and charges like a comet toward the enemy. With his power at its peak, he prepares a powerful punch to end the threat, but the creature reveals it has pulled the pin on a grenade. Johnny is shocked to realize the enemy used it as a trap. The grenade explodes with full force, creating a cloud of smoke that covers the entire room. The smoke clears, revealing Johnny in the middle of the room, his clothes completely torn. He's surprised to see the enemy has vanished, and the team shouts his name. A soldier comments that he's never seen an Elu use human equipment like that. The leader realizes the monster fights like a human, using tactics to split up the team. Johnny then says they need to find out what really happened in that place. The soldier concludes the enemy won't attack again, but wonders how it disappeared. Far away, the creature hides in the darkness, beginning to remove the bandages from its face. It realizes the human weapons didn't work, and that it needs to become much stronger. The monster then stands up, determined to surpass its limits to continue the hunt. With pure hatred, it screams that it wants more power to tear them all apart. To do this, the creature begins to absorb the life energy from the bodies hanging from the ceiling. A dense purple aura flows from the bodies, heading straight to the center of the ritual. All the energy is channeled into the monster's head, initiating a bizarre transformation. The process ends, and it stands there, feeling the power it has just received. And with a sinister laugh, the creature shows that its evolution was a success. Suddenly, the emergency lights flicker on, illuminating the base's dark corridor. With their vision restored, the soldiers prepare to advance cautiously. Johnny then puts on his glasses, and Lee Han finds it strange he'd do that in a situation like this. They reach a place that wasn't on the map, ready to see what was hidden there. Filled with rage, Johnny realizes the Chinese used them to retrieve the research data. The team concludes they were training a captured Elu for military purposes. The group presses on and finds a fork in the path, one way to the right and another to the left. A soldier asks if they should split up, but Johnny says it's not necessary. He points to the bodies on the floor, which serve as a trail to follow. The team enters a destroyed laboratory, with more scientists' bodies scattered on the floor. They discover the researchers made the Elu too strong, and it lost control. A soldier explains that by regulation, countries were supposed to report this kind of psychic research. Lee Han grows weary, realizing that once again, the fight is just between humans. Johnny orders them to copy the important files because their superiors won't let them leave otherwise. But suddenly, Lee Han yells a warning, having spotted the enemy approaching. The team braces for an attack as the monster emerges from the lab's shadows. The leader then yells to open fire, and everyone unloads their weapons on the enemy. But the creature uses a psychic shield, effortlessly blocking all the bullets. Lee Han realizes he needs to use his spear to neutralize the threat. Just then, Johnny tells him to fall back, announcing that it's his turn to fight. The monster scoffs, but Johnny lunges forward with a cutting blow of blue energy. He screams that he'll tear the scrawny thing in half, swinging his blade with force. But the creature simply dodges, using a blink to evade the attack. Lee Han is in shock, realizing the monster used a teleport to attack. The creature then appears behind another soldier, instantly taking him hostage. The hostage soldier screams in desperation, telling the team to attack the monster without hesitation. With courage, he tries to stab himself to create an opening for the team to attack. Seeing this, Lee Han is certain that the decision to attack was the right one. Without hesitating, Lee Han pierces through the monster and his teammate with a single spear thrust. But in a memory, we see a soldier freezing up when faced with a difficult decision. He couldn't bring himself to attack, lacking the courage to sacrifice his teammate. Seizing the opening, another soldier shoots the monster right in the head without a second thought. The creature then screams in pain, feeling the bullet's impact right in the middle of its skull. Johnny yells at Lee Han to focus because the battle wasn't over yet. The kid notices a psychic crystal on the creature's forehead, revealing its power source. Wounded, the monster flees at high speed, leaving a trail of energy behind it. Johnny rushes to help the wounded soldier and asks Zai how he is. The man can barely respond, showing he's already dead. With hatred in their eyes, the pair decides they won't let the enemy escape. Lee Han closes his eyes, concentrating for the chase that will follow. He then says they need to go after it and kill the creature once and for all. Johnny questions him, asking if he's just doing this for revenge. But Lee Han explains that now is the best time, since the creature is weak and wounded. With a determined look, Johnny agrees to the plan and announces that the hunt is on. The three of them head down the corridor together, following the wounded enemy's trail. Johnny takes the opportunity to ask what the kid learned from the last fight. Lee Han explains that the creature can't use its teleport and shield at the same time. That's why it used Herald as a shield, a risky ambush that thankfully worked out. But luckily, they managed to wound the monster, creating the perfect opportunity to strike. Reaching the fork, they decide to split up to corner the target faster. Johnny warns that it doesn't matter who finds it. The most important thing is not to die. Lee Han then proceeds alone down one of the corridors, alert for any suspicious movement. Suddenly, the scene startles him as he finds himself surrounded by dead soldiers, a trap to mess with his mind. The kid takes a deep breath, but fear and pressure begin to take hold of him. Even so, he composes himself and tells himself it's okay, staying focused. With courage, he walks through the illusions of his fallen comrades without looking away. He passes by the bodies on the floor, ignoring the monster's attempt to intimidate him, and the monster awakens among the soldiers. Lee Han walks by unnoticed, and the monster appears at his back. Lee Han understands this macabre display isn't meant to scare or provoke him. It's explained that the scene is meant to charge the psychic crystal with mental energy. He remembers the hatred he felt and uses that satisfaction to increase his power. Suddenly, the monster appears behind him, ready to strike with its blade. With a swift move, the creature lunges forward, its weapon brimming with dark energy, but Lee Han dodges at the last second, rolling across the floor. He seizes the chance to counterattack, landing several shots on the enemy. Then, he strikes it hard with the butt of his gun, making the monster scream in pure agony. With his eyes glowing, he knows he needs to end this once and for all. He then uses his energy spear, piercing straight through the creature's chest. The blow strikes the creature's soul dead on, and it begins to teleport away. Spinning his weapon, the boy gathers even more power for the final blow. With a furious roar, he prepares to unleash all his energy into the attack. And with a devastating attack, he hurls his power-infused spear towards the monster. With the enemy defeated, Lee Han collapses in exhaustion, trying to process everything that just happened. He's left breathless, shocked by the outcome of the brutal and bloody battle. The scene cuts, and we see the fallen soldier's body, already inside a bag. In a somber mood, the team carries their comrade's body out of the base. Lee Han then says that those people didn't have to die like that, but Johnny explains that the people in power don't care about the deaths of a few soldiers. We're shown that to them. It's all just a game of chess, moving pieces around. He warns that you get used to it over time, and Lee Han is shocked by the idea. The boy gets angry, but Johnny says that with time, any experience becomes routine. He then places a hand on the boy's chest, offering some important advice. He tells him that if his heart ever grows cold, he must remember that every life is precious. Lee Han replies that he's never forgotten anyone, and he doesn't plan to start now. The scene then shifts to outside the base, with the harsh desert sun beating down. The team carries the soldier's body, preparing to leave the area. But Johnny stays behind, using a metal plate as a shield, ready for whatever comes next. Lee Han and his colleague carry the soldier's body, leaving the base under a red sky. But outside, the Chinese soldiers are already waiting for them, blocking their path. Johnny wonders if they'll have to force their way out, just as he expected. Seeing the situation, Jae-jun offers to go forward and try to negotiate. He then walks towards them, doubting they would shoot an unarmed man. The Chinese leader recognizes him, while his men aim their weapons without hesitation. With all his might, Jae-jun shouts that the research center deceived the army. He explains that they created a monster and hid the truth, causing pointless deaths. A researcher orders them to shoot him, but the leader tells him to shut up and listen. The scientist is shocked, unable to believe the soldier disobeyed him so blatantly. Jae-jun continues, saying they are not slaves and are aiming at the wrong people. A Chinese soldier then reflects, as the order to fire never made sense to him. Jae-jun yells that they have a duty to question orders that don't make sense. Behind him, Johnny and Lee Han watch everything, waiting to see what will happen. And suddenly, one of the soldiers aims upwards, changing the course of the situation. The Chinese soldiers become confused and hesitate, unsure whether to obey the order. Seeing this, the lead researcher becomes furious. But the Chinese leader isn't surprised, as he expected it to end this way all along. It's explained that Jae-jun is a war hero, serving as an inspiration to everyone there. Desperate, the scientist grabs one of the soldiers and yells, asking why they stopped. He accuses the leader of treason, ordering him to make his men fire immediately. The man then threatens not only the leader but his entire family if he doesn't comply. But suddenly, the sound of a gunshot echoes through the desert, cutting the argument short. The ARC team watches the scene, completely surprised by this turn of events, and we see that it was the Chinese leader who fired the shot. With the researcher on the ground, the soldiers turn and aim their weapons at the other scientists. Night falls and the ARC team departs, receiving a salute from the Chinese soldiers. Lee Han asks if they'll be okay, and the leader warns they will be punished for disobedience. But he explains that all the blame will fall on the researchers, avoiding a larger scandal. The leader thanks Jae-jun, but he says the credit belongs to his brave soldiers. The Chinese leader says he'll lose his rank at most, praising Jae-jun's courage. With that, the ARC team boards the helicopter and finally heads back to their base. Inside the aircraft, Lee Han passes out from exhaustion, sleeping soundly after so much fighting. Johnny then approaches silently, watching the boy rest for the first time. He remarks that it's strange to see him sleep, but his colleague says it's normal. At that, Johnny keeps watching, perhaps reflecting on everything they've been through together. Lee Han sleeps peacefully, finally having a well-deserved moment of peace and quiet. And so, the helicopter flies over the ocean, traveling under the light of the full moon. The scene changes, and we see a gun salute, honoring the fallen soldier. The entire team pays their last respects, their heads bowed by the great loss. A long line of comrades forms, showing the respect of the entire troop. Just then, Lee Han approaches and salutes with a serious and determined look. He honors his friend's sacrifice, promising his death will not be in vain. Later, Jae-jun admits he was really nervous when negotiating with them, but Lee Han says that if he weren't a hero, they would have shot him without a second thought. Jae-jun says everyone there are heroes, but he doesn't think he's that special. A colleague then tells him not to be modest because he's already a hero. Suddenly, Major Kang appears and informs them that Lee Han has just been summoned. He takes him to a fancy room, telling him to wait because they are on their way. The boy is confused as the Major left him alone in that luxurious place. He looks back, trying to understand who the people were that called him there. Curious, the boy looks out the window, hoping for a sign of who it might be, until a screen in the room lights up, revealing two mysterious figures fighting. On the screen, we see Jose and Knuth Meyer fighting together against a powerful opponent. Lee Han realizes the level 3 competition must have started again. Jose yells for Knuth to advance while he acts as a decoy to distract the enemy. He then unleashes a blast of fire, forcing the adversary to retreat from the attack. But Del Simon faces the fire, his blue eyes glowing intensely amidst the flames. Suddenly, he counterattacks with an energy shield, completely nullifying the fire's power. Jose yells for Knuth to take the chance, and he charges full force at Del. The blonde boy's eyes glow as he prepares to unleash his full psychic power. He runs through the fire, ignoring the flames around him, but Del hits him with an energy blast, throwing him far away with great force. Jose screams in pain, feeling the overwhelming power of the attack he just took. Lee Han then realizes that Del Simon has become too strong, surpassing everyone else. He looks at the screen, worried, and wonders where Kuro has gone. A mysterious voice comes from behind him, and we see General Alexander Lacour. He introduces himself as the Chief of Staff of ARC, leaving Lee Han surprised. Lee Han breaks into a cold sweat, knowing this is one of the highest-ranking positions. He realizes the general is the one with the real authority within ARC. Lacour invites him to sit down and says he's in a very complicated dilemma right now. He needs to decide whether to classify Kuro as a lost cause or not. Based on what happened, Lee Han seems to be the only one capable of stopping this situation. The scene then changes, showing the two of them walking down a long, silent hallway. We learn that Kuro tested his S-rank ability during an ambush, but something happened afterward. An event that left the boy completely agonized. We see the inspector restraining an agent who tried to kill Kuro. Domingo and Jonggijo realize his fits of rage are coming back. Kuro then loses control, unleashing a powerful bluish aura from his body and releasing more energy that spreads everywhere. His power then manifests, creating a giant aura around his body. The energy launches a jet stream towards the terrorists. The jet flies at high speed, heading towards the soldiers in the forest. With a powerful strike, the energy jet hits its mark, causing a massive explosion. The general explains that Kuro believes he killed people and now refuses to train. He then asks Lee Han to convince him to come back, as they can't afford to lose a psyker. They finally arrive, and Lee Han takes a deep breath before entering the room. A soldier accompanies him and tells him to go ahead, as Kuro is already waiting. The boy then enters, and the soldier closes the door, leaving him alone inside. It's an interrogation room, and on the other side of the glass, Kuro waits for him in silence. Lee Han enters the cell and gets closer, noticing the state his friend is in. Kuro greets him, and the boy feels awkward, not knowing what to say at that moment. His friend looks dejected, trapped in a straitjacket, with an empty, sad look in his eyes. Lee Han tries to comfort him, saying it wasn't his fault, but just a coincidence. But Kuro says that deep down, maybe he really wanted to kill those people. The boy replies that it was to protect his friends, and no one blames him for it. But Kuro gives up, thinking it's the end, and Lee Han tells him he's too kind. Lee Han says he doesn't understand his friend's kindness, as he never had the luxury of feeling pity. He remembers that Kuro only endured everything because he always followed him, unlike the other children. If things go on like this, he'll lose another friend, so he asks Kuro to just stop. But then, with a cold look, Lee Han tells his friend to just give up on everything. Kuro is completely confused, and the boy explains that he doesn't belong in this world. So he says it's okay if Kuro just wants to drop everything and leave. Hearing his friend's words, Kuro is in shock. Lee Han repeats that it's really okay for Kuro to give up on everything now. He says he would kill an entire group of people just to protect his friend, but Kuro wouldn't do the same. So he advises his friend to give up the fight. Outside, the guard overhears the conversation and decides he needs to get Lee Han out of there. But as he stands up, Lee Han uses his powers. With his hand glowing, he drags the table to block the door, preventing any interruptions. The guards try to open the door, desperately shouting for Lee Han to stop this madness. One of them starts punching the glass hard, telling him to open the door immediately. But Lee Han snaps and yells for them to shut up, because he's still talking. With no other option, the guard warns they're going to break in and calls for a battering ram. Inside, Lee Han turns to Kuro with a very serious and worried look. He explains that he tried to convince him, but realized it would only make him suffer more, because that way, even if he survived, he would live in agony for the rest of his life. Kuro then warns him that he'll be severely punished for what he's doing, but Lee Han says it doesn't matter, since the most he'll get is a scolding. Kuro says his friend is smart, as he can calculate all his actions well. But suddenly, a loud banging on the door interrupts their conversation. Kuro is startled by the force of the blow, not understanding what's happening outside. It was the guards, using a battering ram to try and break down the cell door. They burst in and grab Lee Han, throwing him to the ground to restrain him. The guards hold him down tightly, while Kuro watches everything with a worried expression. Seeing this, Kuro's eyes glow and he shouts for them not to hurt Lee Han. He orders them to stop right now, leaving the guards surprised by his reaction. With that, Kuro explodes with power, blasting the guards away with his blue aura. Lee Han then looks at his own hands, which are in discomfort from the handcuffs. The boy leaves the room and finds General Lacour, who was waiting outside. The two then stand face to face in a tense silence after all the commotion. Alexander smiles and asks if it was all on purpose, saying he was almost fooled. Lee Han stares back, confirming with his eyes that everything went according to plan. The guards are paralyzed, feeling Kuro's energy hit them full force. They begin to suffocate and feel a pressure on their necks, completely confused. Then they realize it's an illusion of fear, created by Kuro's terrifying power. Even in his current state, He's strong enough to take out everyone in the room. Dread takes over the guards, who are completely defenseless against the mental attack. Kuro then announces that Han convinced him, and that he's going back to training. He demands they release Lee Han immediately, because the plan finally worked. The two friends face each other in silence, with Kuro now understanding what he needed to. He says that even strong people like Lee Han can have their moments of weakness. Kuro explains that now he has the power to help, since he was always protected by his friend, but he promises that things have changed, and that he will fight as an equal by his side. Alexander walks past Lee Han, satisfied with the outcome of their whole plan. He comments to a colleague that the boy truly has an impressive charisma, but all that charisma also seems a bit dangerous. The scene cuts, and we see Lee Han training, blocking a powerful punch from Lao Cha. In another session, Johnny Schwartz tries to grab him, but the boy manages to defend himself. With a quick move, Johnny throws him over his shoulder with all his strength. The heavy training continues, with dumbbells and equipment scattered around the gym. At night, Johnny says goodbye, getting Lee Han's name wrong once again. The boy gets annoyed, while his new friends laugh and walk away. He regrets saying he wanted to learn from them, seeing the result. His friends were super excited, and Silence asks if he saw their faces. He then questions why Lee Han wants to learn martial arts, since he doesn't need to. But the boy explains it's to be prepared to win in any situation. Johnny comments to Silence that the boy needs to relax a little. He says it's rare to see the boy calm and that the training has shaken him. Exhausted, Lee Han can barely stand after so much physical effort. Silence offers him a piggyback ride, but he refuses, saying he's fine. Suddenly, John Red kicks the training room door open with all his might. With a smile on his face, he announces to everyone that he's finally back. The team stares at the soldier, who now has state-of-the-art robotic legs. Lee Han is stunned, stammering Sergeant Red's name in disbelief. Johnny then jokes, complimenting the new shoes of his colleague who's back in action. Lee Han asks if he'll be returning to his duties, and he explains the plan. John praises the boy for the mission, but Lee Han says it was no big deal. The scene cuts, and we see John Red lighting a cigarette outside the base. Lee Han complains that he can't smoke there, but he just ignores the boy's warning. The boy finds it strange, since he's complained about it many times and nothing is ever done. Then, John asks if he remembers the mage Elu they captured a while back. Lee Han confirms, and asks if they found out anything during the interrogation. John reveals that the war won't start in 3 years, like they all thought. In fact, the main squad's attack preparations are almost complete. Lee Han turns pale instantly, shocked and terrified by the news he just heard. He explains that the prophecy wasn't wrong, but the war is coming sooner. The two continue their conversation as leaves fall around them in the wind. Suddenly, Johnny knocks on the bedroom door, calling Lee Han by the wrong name. He then opens the door wearing sunglasses and a grim expression. Lee Han is startled and asks what's wrong, not understanding the unexpected visit. Johnny hands him a memory card, saying it's a gift for him. He explains it's a video of the competition that happened between levels 2 and 3. Lee Han asks why he stays locked in his room instead of hanging out with them. The boy replies that he can't stand their dirty talk anymore, and Johnny starts laughing. With a gesture, Lee Han thanks him, but Johnny tells him to stop overthinking it. He then turns and leaves, leaving the boy alone with the memory card. With the remote in hand, Lee Han gets ready to watch the competition recording. On the screen, Carl's team faces Squad 3, their opponent once again. Lee Han watches the screen, surprised by what he's seeing right in front of him. He's shocked to see that Gijo has become the vice leader, completely confused. Lee Han thinks that despite Gijo's personality, he's actually pretty smart. The scene cuts to a messy room, with the sun setting outside. In the video, Carl argues fiercely with Gijo, who was the main reason for their victory. Lee Han is surprised, as his tactic was to split up and keep Simon busy by himself. Later that night, he lies in bed, staring at the ceiling and thinking about life. He's sure that soon, someone will level up and get stronger. The boy then wonders who will be next, maybe Simon, or even Knuth. Looking at the moon, he starts to wonder if what he's feeling now is loneliness. The scene returns to the video, showing Gijo announcing that he'll handle Del Simon by himself. At this, Jose and Knuth look at each other, as if remembering some old plan. Jose then panics, remembering what Gijo said last time, but their leader gets angry at their stupidity, calling them both idiots on the spot. He explains that a direct attack would be suicide, as the three of them would be an easy snack. Gijo reveals that Simon is weak in a team, and his ego wouldn't let him retreat. He says he'll just pretend, and while he distracts him, the others will attack the rest of the team. In the forest, the capture the flag match between squads 3 and 13 is about to begin. Gijo then steps forward, challenging Del Simon to a direct confrontation right then and there. But the blonde boy stares at him from a distance, noticing he was at a safe range. Suddenly, one of the opponents flies past him, leaving him terrified by the speed. Gijo realizes he didn't want to do this, but he'll have to play the villain again. The provocation works instantly, and Del Simon stops walking, turning to face him. Gijo then yells that he doesn't even compare, as Lee Han and Kuro are much better. He continues the humiliation, saying that even he is taller than the phony genius. Simon stands there with a hateful expression, falling right into Gijo's trap. But suddenly he looks back, surprising Gijo with his unexpected reaction. And with everything he's got, he unleashes his aura and flies towards Gijo to attack. The scene takes us back 7 years, showing a young John Red in an abandoned city. He was following a mysterious man down a hallway, trying to convince him of something, but the man turns around and warns him that he'd already told him to stop following. John then explains that his mission is to take the man back with him to the Ark base. The man says he understands the situation but doesn't care about the training center. He gets even angrier, refusing to let them teach children to kill again. We learn that his father offered him to a cult when he was just a child. There, he was raised as an active member and trained in a very inhumane way. His training started with animals, and soon he moved on to killing people without any hesitation. Because of this, he doesn't want any child to go through the same thing and tells John to leave. But John takes a deep breath, showing he won't give up on his mission that easily. He argues that if they don't win the war, all of humanity will cease to exist. So, he offers a deal, asking only that the man accept the position of instructor. Even so, the man refuses to cooperate, leaving John with few options. John then asks if he'll have to use force, but the man threatens him right back. Without hesitating, John lunges at the mysterious man, who glares at him with contempt. He tries to strike with his knife, but the man dodges, getting a cut on his face. But he strikes back, disarming John and sending his knife flying into the air. He manages to catch it mid-air. With a quick spin, the man attacks, forcing John to dodge. The man then says he could have already killed him and asks if he's satisfied, but John ignores the warning and lands a headbutt right in his face. The blow makes the weapon fall to the ground. John cracks a smile and says he should have killed him when he had the chance. The man is surprised, wiping blood from his mouth and tasting defeat. Suddenly, a plane flies low overhead, making a deafening noise. The camera pulls back, showing the fight is still going on. John tries an attack, but the man blocks it, and so the exchange of blows continues, with both men fighting as equals. With a powerful elbow strike, the man throws John back, who hits the ground hard, but the man seems tired. But John gets back to his feet, spitting blood. He tells him to finish it once and for all and use the weapon on the ground. John realizes he's wounded the man's pride, but the man doesn't fall for the cheap taunt. The man warns that he's going to end it, but that he doesn't intend to kill him there. At that moment, John senses that his opponent's hand is far more dangerous than the knife. The man prepares to attack, and John gets into a defensive stance ready to counter. Suddenly, the plane flies by again, and the man uses the distraction to strike. He lunges forward with everything he has, ready to land the final blow and end the fight for good. John unleashes his power, his eyes glowing red. He takes the hit, which cuts his eye, but he releases his power right in his opponent's face. Afternoon fell upon the city, ending another day of hard-fought battles. Johnny then appears on the scene, wearing a very serious expression. He looks at the two fallen men and asks what the hell happened there. John then explains that he suffocated the guy with his flames, knocking him out instantly. Johnny scoffs, asking if it was the same flame he uses to light his cigarettes. But John shows him an octo mineral, which helped him control his power. He says he couldn't just burn the guy's face off, and the other man complains about his methods. Anyway, he announces they'll take him back and calls for transport. With the man on the ground, he announces that the mission is finally a success. But then he stops and tries to remember what that guy's name was. Lying on the ground, John corrects him, saying the name is Wei Chen and calls him an idiot. After a tough workout, Johnny Schwartz grabs a drink to cool down from the heat. Lee Han watches him, curious about the drink he's having. With a yell, he crushes the bottle, releasing a cold vapor from his mouth. He offers the boy a can, who refuses. Johnny then wipes the sweat off him. Johnny says that despite his adult body, he's still a kid on the inside. He then gives a serious warning, telling the boy to survive for the next 2 years. Lee Han gets annoyed, since all he ever talks about is drinking. Meanwhile, the rest of the team continues their grueling training, running across the courtyard. Johnny explains that in 2 years, Lee Han will surpass him as a psychic warrior. But until then, not even Ark will be able to control the guys in his squad. We are shown a vision of the future, with Johnny fighting against a dark force. In this vision, he's covered in blood, seemingly at his limit. The scene reveals a body on the ground, hinting at the tragic outcome of that fight. He then warns Lee Han to never become a monster, no matter what happens. The boy reflects on the warning, and the scene cuts to his training with Octo. Octo explains that cost-effectiveness is a magic term for any real engineer. He realizes Lee Han is very cost-effective, a satisfied smile on his face. Although his psychic power is the lowest, so is his energy consumption. This is good, as it means he has much better control than the others. He can subdivide his power into 20 parts, while the others can only manage 10. The siren blares, signaling that the training time is finally over. Lee Han then collapses, panting and completely exhausted from the effort. Octo congratulates him, as his activation time has increased to 25 minutes. The boy says he used all his strength, and Octo disarms the equipment so he can rest. After hydrating, he sits down next to the engineer, still very tired. He complains that every muscle in his body is screaming in pain, but Octo says that's obvious since he pushed himself to the brink of exhaustion. Then, he reveals that the second-generation Psycho Frame will be much more comfortable. He explains that it's a secret project, and they can only manufacture 80 for now. Lee Han concludes the users have already been chosen, wondering who the others are. Octo gets defensive, saying he's just from the tech department and knows nothing about training. He then waves goodbye, leaving Lee Han alone outside. Lee Han walks through the base and finds John Red standing in his path. John greets him by name and asks if he's coming back from the level 3 building. At night, the two talk, and Lee Han mentions he just saw Silence. He says he's happy to see him back, and John notices his excitement. Lee Han explains that Silence is the only one his age, and that he mentioned him too. He says the soldiers are nice to Silence, but John doesn't quite agree. John shakes his head, blowing smoke from his cigar into the night air. He says that despite his age, the boy has always been very considerate of others. John explains that it's easy to fake consideration, and only a fool wouldn't notice. He then asks if Lee Han would like it if people talked to him like he was crazy. The boy reflects in silence, realizing John's point of view makes sense. John keeps smoking, but their conversation wasn't over yet. Lee Han then asks why Silence is always wearing that mask. John stares at the boy, surprised by the question he just heard. He asks if Lee Han really doesn't know, and the boy confirms he doesn't. The two fall silent, with John thinking about what to say next. With a smirk, he lets out a sigh, creating an air of mystery. He then reveals the mask is just for show, with no real purpose. The scene cuts, and we see that a few days have passed since that conversation. Johnny Schwartz welcomes the new recruit, introducing himself as a psyker. He extends his hand and the two shake, sealing the start of a partnership. Johnny tells him to come along, as there are a lot of people for him to meet at the base. The rookie then follows him through the hallways, curious about what he'll find. Suddenly, Simon and the new rookie appear, wearing a serious, intimidating expression. Del Simon follows Johnny down the hall, a clear look of superiority on his face. He stops him and asks if he's the genius he's heard rumors about. With a smirk, Del says he has high hopes for his future there. The scene cuts to a flashback, showing the boy's hands being applauded by everyone. We see his parents congratulating him, their eyes filled with pride and admiration. During a test, he could already use telekinesis, surprising the evaluators. A woman praises him, saying that at this rate, he'll be the best in ARC. The scene shows the boy arriving at the base, ready for his bright future. He looks at everyone, wondering if this place really is the famous ARC. The boy runs excitedly as helicopters fly over the training area. The other children surround him, curious about the new psyker who just arrived. He's surprised by the number of people and promises to be the best of them all, but suddenly he notices something that bothers him in the crowd of recruits. He sees Kuro crying and feels that the boy doesn't belong there. With a clenched fist, he gets angry, annoyed by Lee Han's presence. Del Simon wonders if that crybaby is also a psyker like him. With a look of disgust, he finds it unacceptable for someone like Kuro to be there. But what he really couldn't accept was something entirely different. He remembers beating the boy, who only knew how to cry and cower. It was the fact that this crybaby was a much better psyker than he was. It's explained to us that S-rank is on another level, something unattainable. Furious, he punches the wall, wondering what the boy did to deserve it. He's outraged because all Kuro ever did was cry. In the present, he punches the bathroom mirror, shattering the glass with pure hatred. The boy remembers all the effort he put in, always giving his absolute best. He pushed himself to remain a genius, even while everyone else was asleep. The scene cuts to a meeting room, where two people wait in silence. Lee Han finds it strange. It's an emergency meeting, and he wants to know why. Silence then appears, saying maybe it's another special mission for the two of them. The two are left alone, looking out the window and waiting for the meeting to start. Then Sai shows up, remarking on how long it's been. Lee Han says he might be the squad's vice leader. Sai explains he's short on psychers for his squad and asks Lee Han if he knows about the crack dimension. He repeats the name of the dimension. Sai explains it's the capital of Albania, the place where the first war broke out, a war in which humans were unable to defend themselves from the monsters. As a result, the entire Balkan Peninsula, including Albania and Greece, was left completely deserted. Lee Han comments that they might be trying to open the rift again, just like in Shinwiju. Sai says it's much worse than it looks, explaining that their troops were annihilated by the monsters. The second wave of battalions will be announced soon, and he says all troops must be ready for it. He explains that some Elon mages can open portals, allowing them to move large monster armies. They continue to increase their numbers by forcing the rift to open. Li Han knows this is developing much faster than anticipated. He knows the dragon will appear this time. A few people arrive at the location, saying they're late. Johnny points out that the last member of the squad has finally arrived. He dismisses the need for introductions, since everyone there already knows each other from previous missions. Li Han and Del Simon then face off, with a visible tension in the air between them. The blonde boy thinks about how Li Han always gets in his way, irritating him. He remembers the past, how the crybaby kept him from being the best. Li Han always seemed superior, as if he were silently saying he was better, but he promises himself that no matter what, he will surpass him. With everyone gathered, Johnny begins to relay the instructions for the emergency mission. He explains the objective is to stop the rift from opening and to face the minions, but air support will be limited, with only 3 units available to help. And if the plan fails, they'll have to use the psycho frames to stop the dragons. Del Simon and Psy listen intently, their expressions serious and focused on the plan. Li Han clenches his fist and says he's ready. He's trained for this. He then asks when they're leaving to get the mission started. Johnny replies that they're leaving immediately. There's no time to waste. The scene opens at the Tirana outpost, just 20 kilometers from the rift. There, Alexander Lacour analyzes a satellite image, warning of psychic shields in the area. He explains that a dragon summoning ceremony is underway, but they don't know under which shield. Lacour then tells the soldiers that an airstrike would be useless against such strong barriers. With a laugh, he shouts that he knows from experience that conventional attacks won't work here. In the audience, a young Li Han listens with a very serious expression. The commander gets a bit awkward, adjusts his tie, and decides to quickly change the subject. The scene shifts to the courtyard, where a team of soldiers walks toward their mission. Wei Chen gathers the squad and starts giving the final orders for the operation. Through the streets of the ruined city, war tanks begin to advance. Soon, they encounter a giant horde of monsters clustered near a statue. The plan is simple. The joint forces will distract the monsters while the PF teams hunt down the mages. In the skies, 7 support ships are on standby, ready to deploy up to 3 for assistance. But Li Han knows this is a last resort, as the enemy wants them to exhaust their resources. Without further delay, the operation begins with a series of explosions on the front line. The tanks open fire, relentlessly gunning down the approaching horde. Even when hit, the creatures keep advancing, showing incredible resistance. The real danger isn't the monsters themselves, but their collective madness. They simply ignore the pain and push forward, grinding their teeth in a sound that seems to urge them on. Dozens sacrifice themselves just to take down a single tank, surviving only through their rapid reproduction. The battle rages on, with explosions and gunfire echoing throughout the destroyed city. Meanwhile, the PF team sprints through the streets, moving toward their true objective. Through his visor, Li Han detects approaching enemies just ahead. The squad comes face to face with 4 monsters blocking their path. Without hesitation, the team charges in, engaging the creatures directly. But suddenly, a giant monster appears. One of the soldiers freezes, looking up, terrified by the new threat. A massive ogre emerges, roaring, putting the soldiers on high alert. Li Han then tells Silence and Corporal Psy to handle the remaining grunts. Next, he calls for Simon, who readies his spear to face the larger monster. Li Han yells to the team that they need to take down the ogre together, right now. Del Simon then faces the creature with a serious, confident gaze. With that, Silence and the other soldiers split off, running to deal with the smaller monsters. One of the grunts takes the opportunity to charge the soldier, but Li Han is faster and fires a grenade. He yells, drawing the beast's attention, daring it to come at him. The creature becomes enraged, crushing a nearby car with its giant claw. With a roar of pure fury, the ogre charges the first person it sees. The monster tries to attack Li Han, but he dodges. Li Han then announces he's aiming for the head and asks Simon to clear a path. Simon agrees, and a blue energy starts to glow from his hands. Using his powers, he lifts several rocks from the ground, creating an attack route. Simon then shouts at the top of his lungs, telling Li Han to go now, and so he runs across the rocks, leaping toward the ogre's weak spot. With a look of pure determination, Li Han prepares for the final blow against the creature. He then uses the monster's own arm as a ramp, fearlessly running toward it. With his spear, he lands several blows on the ogre's face, breaking through its defense. Mid-leap, he pulls out a grenade, revealing his true attack strategy. The ogre opens its mouth to attack, but in doing so, gives Lee Han the perfect opening he was waiting for. The boy then throws the grenade with precision, aiming straight for the beast's throat. From inside the monster's mouth, we see the explosive fall as the hero gets clear. Simon uses his powers to cushion Lee Han's fall, who was caught in the blast. The grenade then explodes with full force, blowing the ogre's head off from the inside out. Simon watches the outcome of their plan, seeing smoke rise from the defeated monster's body. Lee Han lands safely and, weapon in hand, announces they need to keep moving. The scene shows the victorious team, with Silence and Lee Han looking over the fallen monsters. Corporal Tsai is impressed, wondering if this is the same kid he once knew. He reflects that he always thought Lee Han was incredible, but this is on another level. Even with years of battle experience, he feels like he's being led by a reliable superior. The team keeps advancing through the ruined city streets, pressing on with the mission. Suddenly, Lee Han gives a hand signal, ordering the entire squad to an immediate halt. They enter a building and find several bodies scattered across the dark floor. Touching the blood, he realizes the bodies haven't been there for long. Simon then turns to the team leader, cautiously calling out Lee Han's name. He finds a werewolf's hair on the ground, a crucial clue about the enemy. With this, he's certain that Elu hunters are hiding nearby. His senses go on high alert, picking up strange noises and movement in the area. Just then, a dark, sinister smoke starts to form on the ceiling right above them. He calls out to Simon and Silence, ordering them to ready their close-range weapons. Lee Han explains that beheading the werewolves is far more effective than just shooting them. He throws a rock to check out the area. It starts to ricochet off the walls. Very carefully, the squad moves down the alley, holding a flashbang. Everyone gets into position, ready for combat, expecting the enemy to show up at any moment. Without a second thought, Lee Han pulls the pin on a flashbang and moves forward. Two werewolves made of pure darkness appear, ready to attack the soldier with everything they've got. He then throws the grenade at the monsters, using the light to blind them. The grenade explodes, creating a bright flash that lights up the entire dark alley. With the enemy stunned, Simon and Silence emerge from the smoke. The duo then gets ready to finish off the monsters while they're still vulnerable. With their blades, they slice through the creatures, finishing the job with ease. Meanwhile, the rest of the PF team continues to fight the other werewolves. But suddenly, Lee Han's expression changes, as if he saw something. On top of a building, a mysterious figure watches the battle from above. Lee Han panics and desperately yells for everyone to take cover right now. The archer then draws his bow, aiming a purple energy arrow at the team. It's revealed that Simon used his powers to stop the arrow with a body. Everyone recovers from the shock. Simon says their lives are more important, leaving Silence confused. But Lee Han is furious, ignoring the danger and preparing to counterattack. Tsai tries to stop him, saying the grenade won't reach and the enemy will just dodge it. With his eyes glowing, Lee Han leaps and uses his powers, concentrating energy into his spear. He then hurls the weapon with all his might, turning it into an energy projectile. The enemy archer sees the attack coming, as Lee Han struggles to guide the shot. The grenade pursues the enemy, heading straight for the shooter. The attack hits the building head-on, causing a massive explosion at the top. Impressed, Silence turns to Lee Han and gives him a thumbs up. Lee Han admits he doesn't understand powers, but that he did something incredible. Simon then explains that the technique was difficult, like a half-court shot made backward, but the explosion reveals a horde of flying monsters emerging from inside the building. At the objective's location, the monsters are watching the rift open, but an explosion goes off, wiping out the monsters. A psychic shield has been exposed, and now the team has orders to eliminate Point 9. Without wasting any time, the PF squad starts running toward the new target. Lee Han reports that Izzy squad is approaching Point 9, 1 kilometer away. Corporal Tsai keeps running, but now with a much more serious and thoughtful expression. In a flashback, Lee Han asks Tsai to connect a tripwire and use some grenades. He explains that all the noise will attract the monsters, which is why they need a trap. The corporal reflects that Lee Han is becoming a soldier faster than anyone else, but it hurts inside because he's just a 10-year-old kid in the middle of a war. The scene then focuses on the psychic shield, surrounded on all sides by a horde of monsters. Lee Han explains the plan, saying that everyone except Silence will clear the path to the target. While they secure the escape route, Silence will cross the shield to kill the mage. With a nod, Silence confirms he has perfectly understood his part of the mission. He then unleashes his dark aura, as the entire team is counting on him to win. The scene shifts to a flashback, showing a little girl mesmerized in front of the TV. Someone turns off the set, and the girl, her legs bandaged, gives a strange little smile. Back in the present, Silence focuses and tells himself that he is the heir. We're shown that his technique is to move like the wind, freely and unpredictably. As the team advances, he runs ahead with his purple aura, ready for the kill. He then dives into the middle of the horde, unleashing a wave of energy that clears a path. With absurd speed, he cuts through the enemies, surprising the mage Elu. The phrase, "kill the monster," appears on his visor as he mercilessly attacks the mage. Meanwhile, the rest of the team fights bravely, holding back the horde of monsters. The phrase, "no mercy," appears on his helmet, and Silence continues his brutal assault. He becomes a purple blur, slicing through several enemies at once with his blades. Then, he leaps and launches an area of effect attack, leaving the monsters below confused. But suddenly, a gigantic explosion of fire and energy consumes the mage Elu. Li Han then reports on the radio that Point 9 has been eliminated and the team is pulling back. Corporal Tsai complains to Silence, asking why he has those childish messages on his visor. The scene cuts to the sky, where a Psycho Frame support ship approaches the battlefield. Its underside opens up, charging a powerful energy to provide ground support. With that, the ship fires a beam of light that hits the top of a building with full force. One of the soldiers watches the attack, impressed by the air support's firepower. Li Han then announces that a unit has been sent to help, and that they need to hurry. Suddenly, a radio call comes in. It's the Alpha Squad leader, calling for Izzy 1. Li Han promptly answers, identifying himself and confirming he's receiving the message. The other team's leader reports that their next target is Point 8, and they're going to join up. Our hero is surprised, wondering how they've already finished their assigned missions. He thinks it's good they were so fast as he continues to run through the city, but the Alpha leader warns there's a small problem, which worries Li Han. The soldier explains they eliminated the mages, but ignored everything else to get out quickly. Because of that, a gigantic horde of monsters is chasing them right now. It's then revealed that the Alpha Squad leader's name is Derek, and his power is electricity. Li Han starts thinking, looking for a place to use the electricity ability. With his team exhausted, he calls the Alpha Squad leader on the radio without wasting a moment. Derek replies, saying he was starting to think Li Han had abandoned them. At that, our hero gives him the coordinates, telling him to turn and head straight. He explains there's an outdoor pool nearby that should have collected rainwater. Derek understands the plan, impressed by the strategy the kid came up with. With a smile, he tells his team they're heading to the designated location. But then he calls for Izzy 1 again, leaving Li Han a bit confused by the situation. Derek then proposes that if they survive, the two of them should become real friends. Li Han gives a slight smile and agrees to the proposal, accepting his new friend. The scene then cuts back to the escape, with Alpha Squad running from the horde of monsters. One of the creatures lunges to attack, making a soldier scream in fear and desperation. One of them asks how much further, while another shouts that they're almost there. Derek says it's just around the corner, and that he's going to fry every last monster to death. With a determined look, he begins to charge his body with overwhelming electricity. But upon arriving, Derek is shocked to find the pool is empty. The plan had gone down the drain, as the place was completely dry and destroyed. Corporal Tsai then explains that since the floor and walls are broken, the water leaked out. Li Han is speechless, paralyzed to see his strategy fail at the crucial moment. Furious, Li Han clenches his fist, frustrated that they've been cornered like this. The guilt starts to weigh on him, and our hero feels terrible about the mistake he made. He's torn up inside, thinking the blame is his and his alone. Seeing the kid's state, Tsai approaches and places a hand on Li Han's shoulder. He then yells at him to calm down, saying it's okay, and that no one has died yet. Li Han looks up in surprise, as Tsai shows the look of a leader, ready to handle it. With that, our hero takes a deep breath, regaining his composure to return to the battle. The team retreats down a hallway, but the screams of the horde are already echoing right behind them. With his eyes glowing blue, Li Han shouts that the enemy is coming, and for everyone to get ready. Alpha Squad spots the Izzy team just ahead, running to meet them in the hallway. Derek screams in panic, telling them to run for their lives. Right behind them, a horde of dark monsters emerges, relentlessly chasing the squad. With that, the Izzy team moves in to provide cover, with Silence leading the counterattack. Li Han then shouts a new order, telling them to prioritize protecting Alpha Squad. The team charges forward, with Silence and Simon using their blades to slice through the monsters. The rest of the soldiers open fire, providing cover for Alpha Team to retreat safely. Li Han then yells for everyone to fall back, only killing the monsters that get too close. But the horde was massive, and soon both squads were completely surrounded. Jonggijo warns that they can't afford to be left behind, and that they need to call for a Psycho Frame. Li Han becomes thoughtful, knowing he must decide carefully, as everyone's lives depend on it. Calling for air support would save them, but there are only 2 units left for all the squads. He then decides they need to get out of this on their own and starts thinking of a plan. Suddenly, he has an epiphany, an idea that could save everyone from danger. In the distance, he spots a giant water tank, an object that could change the course of the battle. Li Han realizes that water tank is right there, and it could be their salvation. He then shouts for Silence and Simon to get to the other side of the old swimming pool. He then orders the rest of the soldiers to hold the defensive line at all costs. The plan is to lure the horde of monsters into the swimming pool, using the team as bait. Lee Han tells Silence about the tank and orders him to open the lid to check inside. Knowing it has water, he says that half of it will be enough and tells Simon to get ready. Using his powers, Simon fires several energy projectiles at the tank's base. Meanwhile, one of the squad's soldiers finishes off a monster that managed to get through. Through his visor, Silence gives an OK sign, showing that the plan is working. Lee Han yells for all troops to fall back and tells Alpha 1 to get ready to move. The tank's support structure begins to crack and break under the attacks. The massive metal reservoir then starts to topple, about to fall into the pool. Simon and Silence watch as water begins to leak from the structure. With that, the water tank finally tips over, unleashing a waterfall onto the area below. The pool is now flooded, trapping the monsters and leaving them vulnerable to attack. Derek then says it's time to restore his reputation after his earlier failure. With that, he concentrates an insane amount of electricity into his fists. With a malicious grin, he shouts that tonight's dinner is going to be a barbecue. He then prepares to release all the accumulated energy at once, and just like that, he discharges the electricity into the water, frying every monster in the pool. From a distance, a pillar of light is seen, showcasing the overwhelming power of the electric attack. Derek then celebrates with a laugh, yelling that it was a complete victory. But after so much effort, he collapses from exhaustion, caught by Lee Han. He apologizes for running out of strength and asks Izzy 1 to take care of Alpha Squad. Lee Han agrees, but grumbles that he's a persistent bastard and that they need to go. The scene cuts to a long shot, showing the Psycho frames attacking other locations. We are told that all ground support units have already been deployed to the battle. Lee Han then realizes they have the upper hand, and there's only one last point to go. With that, the two squads advance together, moving past the bodies of the defeated monsters. One of the soldiers is confused, as he thought they had already defeated all the monsters. But it's then revealed that there's only one objective left, the operation's final psychic shield. Meanwhile, the support forces are fighting gigantic monsters on the front lines. The advanced mechs cut down smaller enemies, clearing a path with their energy blades. With that, the squads approach the target, which is protected by a horde of creatures. Lee Han then yells to Silence, ordering him to charge forward and pierce the shield without hesitation. The soldier obeys and runs at full speed, piercing the shield. But suddenly, a wave of purple energy erupts. From inside the shield, a mysterious voice begins to recite a strange incantation. Then, the silhouette of a giant dragon appears behind the barrier, shocking the soldiers. Del Simon freezes, completely terrified by the creature that has appeared, wondering what the hell those bastards are. The monsters continue the ritual, and the dragon's image becomes clearer and clearer. Lee Han shouts that there's no time to waste, and that they need to kill the mage immediately. In the sky, a vortex of purple energy forms, indicating the ritual is almost complete. The monsters continue the ritual in unison, ignoring the mage who was already down on the ground. Suddenly, a helmet falls and rolls in the dust, signaling that the fight is about to change. Then, a vortex of dark energy begins to form, sucking in everything around it. Lee Han is shocked, as the ritual continues even after the mage has been defeated. And from the ground, a gigantic dragon claw emerges, materialized by the ritual's energy. Lee Han stares at the energy dragon, wondering what kind of monster it is. He's shocked by the creature's size, even though he can only see its front claw. We're shown that this dragon is twice the size of those cataloged in the Ark. The ground begins to crack beneath his feet, and the portal grows increasingly unstable. Silence is going to get Lee Han out of there. Silence rushes to the edge, as it looks like Lee Han is about to fall into the rift. One of his companions shouts Lee Han's name. Silence hands a device to Lee Han, which displays an important message. On the screen is a simple, direct request: don't die in this battle. He explains that courage isn't about not being afraid, but about overcoming the fear you feel. Lee Han is inspired and asks where he heard that, but gets no answer. Silence then replies it was from a movie, and promises to show it to him when they get back. And without hesitation, he leaps towards the rift, flying over all the monsters. The dragon starts to suck everything in, devouring all the monsters and creating a purple shockwave that spreads everywhere. The impact is so powerful, it throws all the soldiers back, slamming them to the ground. Lee Han and his companions try to get up, but the force of the blast knocks them down again. Before them, a bizarre creature begins to devour the bodies of the fallen monsters. Lee Han screams in desperation, warning that the monster is eating its own followers to get stronger. The scene is horrific, with the sound of breaking bones echoing across the silent battlefield. The rest of the team watches in shock, unable to believe what they're seeing. After feeding, the creature fully reveals itself, a dragon of pure dark energy. He realizes the rift was too small and that they need a psycho frame now. Just then, the dragon lets out a deafening roar, unleashing a wave of psychic energy. The creature looks up at the moon and roars again, even louder, spreading its influence across the entire area. The mental shockwave hits the soldiers, causing one of them to fall to his knees. Lee Han's eyes glow red, showing the agony of the psychic attack. All the soldiers collapse, screaming and writhing in pain as their minds are invaded. The pressure is so intense that a desperate soldier points his gun at his own head. The dragon stares at the moon as 5 gunshots ring out in the background, having no effect. Telepathically, it announces that the disgusting pests are up in the sky. Lee Han screams in pain, feeling the crushing pressure of the mental attack in his head. One of his companions also drops to his knees, unable to resist the psychic wave. The monster announces it will finish off those on the ground as soon as the rift widens. Del Simon is also in agony, screaming for the creature to get out of his head right now. The dragon then turns and snarls, saying it will first get rid of those things. It's referring to the support ships, which were made from their flesh and bones. Lee Han realizes the target is the cargo plane and that he must stop the attack. But the boy can barely move, feeling the crushing pressure all over his body. The creature then begins to charge a blast of pure purple energy in its mouth. Simon has already lost hope, and with red eyes, he warns that they're all going to die. Lee Han watches in desperation, thinking everyone will die if nothing is done. But he rises, realizing that he has to be the one to act. With eyes red with rage, Lee Han fills with the determination to fight with everything he's got. The dragon is about to fire its energy blast, a devastating attack aimed at the soldiers. But the hero doesn't give up. He runs forward to grab his spear, feeling excruciating pain all over his body. With a furious roar, the boy unleashes all of his energy at once. Lee Han faces the threat, ready to use his maximum power against the monster. Consumed by fury, Del Simon aims his weapon, his eyes glowing bright red. He screams, "Die!" dropping his rifle to the ground, completely consumed by uncontrollable rage. His mind fills with hatred, the word "die" echoing relentlessly in his thoughts. In a burst of fury, he writhes, losing control of his own psychic powers. But after the peak of his anger, his body gives out, and he collapses to the ground, completely exhausted. The boy gasps for breath, his body feeling heavy after expending so much energy. Just then, Lee Han approaches, asking how the hell he managed to do that all by himself. He then stares at his friend, wondering how he was the only one left unharmed. Lee Han runs toward the monster, shouting and wondering how he's the only one still standing. The scene then cuts to a flashback, with someone handing a confidential file to John Red. He questions Grossman, wanting to know what he's going to do with that promotion list. The instructor then begins to flip through the papers, analyzing the names closely. He announces he's sending one of these guys on the mission as a member of the Ri-chan squad. John Red is confused, but Grossman explains that Ri-chan is the nickname he gave to Lee Han. Repeating the name, he finally gets the joke, having a small revelation right then and there. John Red complains that it's the same old nonsense as with Wei Chen, asking if he hasn't matured at all. But then Grossman shows Dimitri's photo, saying he likes the guy and that he looks like him. John Red loses his patience with the joke, giving his colleague a dirty look. Grossman then says Dimitri is better, but John Red retorts that he looks more like Grossman. Grossman tells him to just obey, saying they'll be the perfect pair, but admits they don't get along. He explains that although they don't get along, they never let it interfere with a mission, and that Lee Han hates losing more than anything, which is what drives him forward. Back in the fight, Del Simon screams with all his might, releasing a bluish aura of energy. He fills with courage, shouting that if Lee Han can do it, he can too. With that, Lee Han charges forward with his spear. His weapon glows intensely with his power. He then uses his power to jump, landing right on top of the giant creature. The two boys fight in sync, using the full extent of their psychic powers. But suddenly, Simon feels the strain. His body can't take the effort, and he faints, collapsing. Lee Han then leaps towards the dragon. With his eyes glowing blue, he knows he's not going to hurt the monster. He just wants to change the trajectory of its breath attack using his power. And so, a pillar of white and blue energy shoots into the sky, changing the attack's direction. The blow hits the dragon square on, pushing the creature's head back. The force of the impact throws Lee Han far, slamming him hard onto the ground. But the diverted breath attack hits the cargo ship, causing an explosion. The monster declares it was a futile attempt, and that they no longer have any hope. Lee Han's body feels numb. He can't feel his left arm and leg, but for some reason, The dragon senses that he still thinks he has a chance. The creature is angered by the boy's gaze and decides to finish him off once and for all. The monster then prepares to strike with its claw, intending to kill. Even injured, Lee Han kneels, staring death in the eyes without any fear. But suddenly the creature turns, sensing another presence approaching. The dragon realizes it's sinking, not understanding what's happening beneath it. Its giant paw gets stuck in the ground, which begins to dissolve into pure energy. Lee Han is shocked, wondering why the rift is suddenly closing. With that, the creature starts being sucked back into the rift against its will. Furious, the dragon glares at Lee Han, yelling that it only needs to kill him to win. With one last attack, it tries to crush the boy with its gigantic claws, but the hero can barely move, realizing his leg is badly injured, and unable to dodge, he can only watch as the claw comes right at him. But out of nowhere, a beam of light descends from the sky, blocking the dragon's attack. From the smoke, Johnny emerges in advanced combat armor. The mech holds back the monster's paw, leaving Lee Han surprised by the unexpected help. He wonders how the pilot got down without a pod, as the man asks if he made it in time. Johnny reveals he thinks he was the only one who survived on the cargo ship. Lee Han stares at his savior, shocked by the revelation and ready for whatever comes next. Lee Han realizes in shock that the pilot's legs are being consumed by the rift. With a terrified look on his face, he hears Johnny asking him to live a long life. With that, he is pulled into the rift along with the dragon. Kneeling, Lee Han screams in despair, feeling the pain of Johnny's loss. After the explosion, all that remains is silence and the image of our hero on the ground. As the sun rises, he lets out one last scream of pure anguish and frustration. The codename of the 8th dragon is revealed, the apocalyptic creature known as Bahamut. During a presentation, Jaijun remarks to Sasha Grace that she gave the creature a rather grand name, but she explains that this dragon is different from the others, being much larger and stronger. The commander then laments the loss of 4 psycho frames, a huge setback for them. The good news is that the dragon's appearance has made other nations interested in the Ark project. Meanwhile, Alexander Lacour thinks that Bahamut's appearance has complicated things for the purists, but suddenly, his expression changes, as if he's noticed something odd. He then asks them to freeze the screen and questions who managed to injure the dragon's eye. The focused image reveals damage to the creature's eye, an injury no one expected. The scene shifts to a flashback, with Johnny training in hand-to-hand combat with Lee Han. He comments that the boy seems emotionless at times, as if that's his strength, and that he'd walk straight to his death if he thought it was the right solution to the problem. Johnny is sure he wouldn't think twice about sacrificing himself for the greater good. With that in mind, he goes all out, charging at Lee Han, and with a swift move, he throws him to the ground. In his memory, Lee Han hears Johnny's voice, telling him not to die, to survive. With a smile, the instructor says it's time to get up, calling out to Lee Han. His vision then starts to clear, bringing the boy back to a harsh reality. He wakes up in a hospital bed and sees John Red standing right in front of him. Still groggy, he recognizes the sergeant, still recovering from what happened. He asks how long he's been asleep, and John Red tells him it's been 2 whole days. Then, he remembers the pilot, Mr. Schwartz, who sacrificed himself in the battle. John Red then explains that he vanished and has been listed as missing in action. The boy turns his face away and, in a weak voice, asks for a moment alone. John Red gets the message and turns to leave, respecting the soldier's grief. Outside, other soldiers question him, asking if this is a daycare, but John Red tells them that Lee Han just woke up and needs some time. Alone in the room, our hero remains silent, processing all the losses. He grips the sheet tightly, feeling the weight of guilt and the sacrifices of others. With a determined look, Lee Han shows he's ready to move forward, stronger. It's explained that many countries didn't detect any monsters because they were all killed in the battle. Jaijun comments that this is a relief, as they'll be able to breathe for a bit. But suddenly, Octo appears, asking them to look at something very important. Alexander Lacour glares at him angrily, not understanding what he's doing there. Octo then proposes that Team 1's prototypes be transferred to Team 3, his team. Charlie Smith gets angry, saying the prototype could be activated at any moment. The argument gets heated, with Octo yelling that the dragon matter level is high, but Octo insists, saying he has the perfect person for the prototype and asking for their trust. Lacour finally gives in and tells him to submit the proposal, thinking he's going to lose his mind. 3 days later, Lee Han walks down the hall, his arm still healing. He then runs into Del Simon, and the two exchange a very serious look. With their backs to each other, Lee Han thanks his friend for his help. Del Simon turns to face him, a cold and distant expression on his face. Lee Han thanks him for his cooperation on the last mission, showing his respect. Del Simon has a troubled look, clearly affected by the events of the last mission. He remembers the battle and how useless he felt while Li Han faced the danger. Li Han then tells him not to underestimate him just because he was a squad leader a few times. But Simon explodes with anger, yelling at him not to treat him like a childhood friend. Our hero just stares at him in silence, his expression serious and unreadable. Then Li Han reverses gravity and taunts him, reminding him that he lost badly to Guo. Enraged, Simon tells him to go to the gym, shouting that he'll break his other arm. Li Han isn't intimidated, and with a smile on his face, immediately accepts the challenge. And so the two start walking, side by side, towards the gym. On the way, Simon curses himself in his thoughts, feeling like a complete idiot for the fight. He wonders if he's made things worse, revealing his clear inferiority complex to the other. Then he thinks about what he's doing with a cripple, but quickly corrects himself for thinking that. Either way, he decides he won't be made a fool of by that bastard. Just then, two other soldiers see the pair passing by and wonder if it's really them. One of them then shouts, calling out Li Han and Simon's names loudly. Dimitri approaches excitedly, announcing that he and Knuth have advanced to level 3. But Li Han and Simon don't seem the least bit impressed by the big news. Li Han then tells Simon they both need to cool off, but he disagrees. Dimitri and Knuth arrive with smiles on their faces. In the cafeteria, everyone greets Li Han, praising his feat with the spear. Knuth takes the chance to tease his friend, asking what it feels like to be a hero. Another soldier approaches, saying the incident is more bearable with this story. It's Derek, who comes to collect on the promise they'd become friends if they survived. Li Han recognizes him, and with a smile, calls him by name, happy to see him well. Derek is surprised he knows his name and officially introduces himself to Li Han. The scene then changes, showing the four of them sitting together at the same cafeteria table. Suddenly, Derek pokes Li Han, warning him that the guy is at it again. Just then, Silence walks in carrying a mountain of cakes and sweets, shocking everyone. Li Han can't believe it, and Derek comments that it's been 5 days since the mission. It's explained to us that he calls this wall training, going days without eating or drinking. Li Han comments that he'd already noticed, and that he seems to be testing the limits of his stomach. Without a word, Silence places the giant tray of sweets on the cafeteria table. Our hero then notices he changed his mask, and Silence explains he forgot to charge it. Li Han wonders how he's going to eat, but then asks him about the wall training. He laments being useless, just watching while the other fought. Silence asks who the boy next to him is, and Li Han introduces him as Knuth Meyer. Knuth greets him, and Silence says he'll try to remember him from now on. The boy then gets a look of revelation, as if he'd discovered something important. Suddenly, Silence takes off his glasses and mask, revealing a female face underneath. Knuth is completely shocked and blushing, unable to believe what he's seeing. The scene then shifts to the gym, where several soldiers are training hard. Knuth struggles with the bench press, grimacing in pain from the weight. He breaks into a cold sweat, finding what he saw impossible, and starts questioning himself. He wonders if there was a girl in Ark, and if not, then he must be into guys. To get rid of the doubt, he decides he needs to check for himself, just to be sure. He musters his courage, shouting that he will unravel the unknown instead of fearing it. He thinks he won't be able to tell with the mask on, and that this is his only chance. Whistling, he approaches Silence, thinking about the rumors of a scar. He prepares for the plan, thinking that if it's true, he'll just apologize. Knuth lunges to take off the mask, but Silence is faster and grabs him. With a well-aimed kick, he sends the boy flying, showing impressive reflexes. Fallen on the ground, Knuth yells in pain, while Silence just walks away silently. Making a sign with his fingers, he warns that you should never let your guard down. Knuth is furious and curses at him, but wonders what the hell a Nin soldier is. Li Han advises him to stop, but Knuth says he can't until his curiosity is satisfied. Kasim then appears and scolds him, saying he understands how he feels. He whispers in the boy's ear, setting up a meeting on the rooftop to discuss the details. The two shake hands and Kasim leaves, making Li Han very suspicious. Alone, our hero stands thoughtfully, hand on his chin, trying to make sense of the scene. The scene then changes to the rooftop, an open space perfect for secret meetings. Kasim then introduces himself, saying they are a secret organization within Ark. They call themselves the SMO, and they've gathered to uncover the face behind the mask. With a handshake, he welcomes their new comrade, the curious Knuth. In his hand, an emblem made from a bottle cap, the symbol of their organization. Knuth is silent, staring at the emblem with a disappointed look on his face. He complains they could have done better, and that the organization seems as questionable as its emblem. But Kasim explains that its trashy appearance is on purpose, to maintain their secret identity. He says it's impossible alone, but with the power of 4, they can succeed. Knuth then thinks and replies that the minimum number of people for a mission is 4. Kasim gets excited, saying they're stronger as 4 and the spot will be filled. The boy finally gives in, and with a serious look, asks what their plan is. With a smile, Kasim reveals their chance will come in 20 minutes on Field 7. He explains there's going to be a training session to test Silence's teleportation ability. Afterward, he won't even be able to blink, and that's when they'll surround and ambush him. Knuth thinks the plan is a bit cowardly, but Kasim retorts that he knows nothing about Silence. He then runs off, saying that after seeing the training, he'll think differently about it. The test begins, and Silence prepares himself, his eye-shaped amulet glowing brightly. It's 6 continuous teleports, with the last one being vertical, straight up. The scene shows the vast training field, with Silence in the center, ready to begin. With the order to start, Silence begins to move, disappearing from view. He teleports at high speed, hitting the targets with absurd precision. His body becomes a blur of purple energy as he masterfully touches each target. He thinks he needs to go a little faster, pushing himself to overcome his limits. With a final push, he launches himself upward, thinking he just needs to go further. He then soars into the sky, his amulet glowing, ready for the final phase of the training. It's explained to us that even when teleporting, he doesn't lose his accumulated acceleration, and that all the kinetic energy will be released at once when he lands. With that, he descends like a meteor, creating a shockwave of purple energy. Knuth is shocked, and Kasim explains that he's more terrifying than he looks. He warns that the soldier will do 2 more sets, and that they need to get ready. With clenched fists, the duo prepares to solve the greatest mystery in Arc. The scene cuts to Lee Han, who is walking down a hallway carrying a pile of books. He sees the crazy duo shaking hands and can't help but sweat drop. Our hero then walks away, thinking he hopes those guys will be okay in the end. The scene opens with Knuth and Derek appearing, getting ready to face the next threat. Then a guy in a skull mask and sunglasses, Silence, appears walking toward them. The entire team then surrounds Silence in the hallway, ready to start the fight. But the fight is quick, and Knuth is already on the ground, feeling the enemy's overwhelming power. He gets angry and yells that they're too weak, with all his teammates defeated. Sitting on the floor, Knuth complains that his special electricity power doesn't work on Silence at all. He then realizes that brute force is useless, and they need a brain to lead them. Just then, the door opens and Lee Han appears, calling Knuth and Derek to talk. The scene changes, and now the two are sitting in front of Lee Han, who looks very serious. Lee Han begins to speak, explaining his opinion on how they should handle the situation. Derek then asks him to be honest, and asks if he isn't curious about the masked man's face. Without hesitation, Lee Han answers with a blunt no, surprising both of them. Knuth gets frustrated with the answer, thinking their leader isn't taking the problem seriously. Suddenly, he remembers something important from the past, from when he first joined the squad. This memory hits him hard, bringing back the circumstances of his arrival on the team. Lee Han says that, even without him, they would have found a way to create their own squad. At that, Knuth stands up and says he's leaving, saying goodbye to Lee Han. He tells Derek it's time to go, but in his mind, he's already apologizing to Silence for what's coming. But just as he was about to leave, Lee Han's voice calls out, making him stop at the door. Their leader says he'll help just this once, but if they fail, they have to give up. Knuth gets all excited with the chance, turning around and giving a confident thumbs up. Their plan is revealed. The idea is to lure Silence to the building's rooftop. To make sure he gets there, Lee Han explains that he'll share the locations of the traps. The whole team is shocked by the maps, seeing that there are traps everywhere. Knuth comments that he knew if they just left it to Lee Han, the plan would be perfect. The leader gives more instructions, forbidding anyone from getting within 20 meters of the enemy. He explains that if Silence disappears nearby, their only chance is to roll forward and hope for the best. With everything explained, he claps his hands and yells for everyone to get a move on, and the team gets pumped. The scene cuts to the rooftop, where Lee Han is already setting up a large blue tarp on the ground. He then places a communicator in his ear, preparing to coordinate the start of the attack. The entire squad confirms the communication status, and everyone responds that they can hear him loud and clear. On the rooftop, Lee Han announces that the target is about to appear, and tells Knuth to lure him to Team 1. So, Knuth takes off running desperately, and Silence starts chasing him at full speed. But just as he's about to catch him, Derek appears by surprise, ready to block his path. Derek tries to grab him, but Silence easily dodges the attack. With the target inside the building, Lee Han orders the pairs to switch, beginning the next phase of the plan. Suddenly, a hand grabs Silence from behind, but he sees it was just a helmet bomb. The helmet falls to the ground, and he realizes he's fallen into a trap, which makes him very angry. He looks down the hallway and notices the team is much more organized and intelligent than before. He then understands they didn't get smarter on their own, and that someone new has joined the group. With a furious look, he curses the person responsible for the plan, vowing to find them no matter what. Over the radio, a desperate warning comes in, saying the target has suddenly started moving. Ignoring the traps, Silence rushes through the building at an absurd speed, dodging everything. Lee Han explains he never expected to catch him, as the important thing was for Silence to know the traps existed. The real goal was to make Silence lower his guard so they could attack with everything they had. While running, Silence complains that the trap is poorly made, and he would never fall for it. He continues up the stairs, ignoring the warnings and feeling much smarter than the team. But something feels off, and he senses he's walking right into the enemy's hands. Over the radio, the team reports that the target is heading straight for the rooftop, just as planned. With a final push, he finally reaches the top of the building, breathless from the chase. There, he comes face to face with Lee Han and finally understands he was the brain behind it all. He looks around and sees the two giant tarps, finding the whole setup completely absurd. Suddenly, a laser dot points at one of the tarps, and he wonders if they're treating him like an animal. Annoyed, he ignores the traps and decides to charge full speed toward the other team members. His plan is to simply jump over the first tarp to get past the obstacle. But Lee Han had already predicted this move and knows exactly what Silence is thinking. The tarp activates and traps him in midair. He's shocked, as he hadn't touched anything. It's explained that Lee Han can manually activate the second trap, controlling the battlefield. With no choice, Silence uses his teleport to escape, appearing right in front of Lee Han on the rooftop. At that moment, Lee Han grabs him and puts a bucket on his head, apologizing for the surprise attack. Lee Han yells for everyone to attack at once, and the team surrounds Silence with the bucket on his head. Meanwhile, Lee Han just watches. Lee Han is shocked by Silence's movements, which look like something out of an action movie. But Silence is an exception, and he counterattacks with impressive physical skill, taking everyone down. Even without being able to see properly, he manages to defend himself, kicking one of the team members away. Then, he finally manages to pull off the bucket and comes face to face with Lee Han, who had just stood there. With a look of pure hatred, he tells Lee Han that he's the worst of them all. The protagonist gets a bit awkward, realizing the guy didn't appreciate the prank at all. Then, Silence simply turns and walks away, leaving everyone defeated on the rooftop floor. Lee Han thinks to himself that he really pissed the guy off, and that the situation has become very tense. Lying on the ground, Knuth asks why he didn't take off the mask when he had the chance. He questions why their leader just stood by, since the plan was for everyone to attack together. But then Lee Han reveals the reason, explaining that he did nothing because he isn't a member of the team. A short while later, someone knocks on one of the room doors, wanting to come in and talk. It's Lee Han. He's gone to Silence's room to make things right after their fight. He calls out Silence's name, hoping the person inside will hear him. In a serious tone, he says he came to apologize for what happened. He asks for forgiveness, and the door opens, revealing a short-haired girl who turns out to be Silence. The girl, whose name is actually Sasha, asks why he did that to her on the rooftop. He explains he couldn't say no to Knuth, since Knuth had helped him so much in the past, but he corrects himself, saying it was all his fault, and that he actually had fun. Sasha asks what was so fun about it, and he says he wanted to test his own skills. Lee Han also admits he was a little curious to see the face under the mask. Watching him on the door monitor, Sasha gives a little smile, finding his honesty amusing. Suddenly, the door swings open, and Lee Han is surprised, not knowing what to expect. Just then, Sasha appears wearing a robotic skull mask and grabs Lee Han's arm. With the mask's eye glowing, she warns him never to do that again, and he agrees, startled. He gets the message and thinks that if she doesn't want to show her face, he won't push it anymore. Lee Han offers to get Knuth to come over so he can apologize too, but she tells him it's okay, as his apology was all she wanted, and then says goodbye. But then she pulls him inside the room. He's taken aback by the unexpected gesture as the door closes. The scene cuts abruptly to an aircraft carrier, where helicopters are preparing for a major mission. It's explained that today is the day of the final attack, when they will invade the Purist base. A soldier then asks how they discovered the location, and the answer is that it was thanks to Bahamut. One of the enemy's executives got scared and gave up the base in exchange for his own safety. Another officer comments that this whole situation is a victory with a bitter aftertaste. The soldiers then run towards the transport, ready to fight for humanity and the next generation. Back at the training grounds, we see several recruits running on the track under the strong morning sun. Running beside him, Knuth asks Lee Han if he managed to apologize to Silence yet. Lee Han confirms he did, and that she accepted his apology, much to Knuth's relief. Knuth then asks if this means he's leaving the team, and Lee Han confirms their deal. On the track, Domingo speeds past, yelling for everyone to get out of his way. Then, Lee Han invites Knuth to watch a movie later, mentioning that silence lent it to him. The scene flashes back to the previous night, when Lee-han went to Sasha's room to get the movie. She asks if he remembers her promise to show him a really good movie. He remembers right away and says the name was The Samurai Who Slashed the Moon. Sasha asks him to wait a moment while she finds the file for him. Meanwhile, he looks at the wall and asks if all those posters are from movies too. Her room is completely decorated with pictures and even replicas of famous movie weapons. Impressed, Lee-han comments that she must really love movies to have all this stuff, but she reveals that movies are the only way she gets to see the outside world. He then remembers that she arrived at Ark about 7 years ago, when she was still very young. At that moment, he understands that the only world she knows is the island and the stories from the movies. She hands him the file and says she knows it's all fake, but she can't help but admire it. With a friendly gesture, she says goodbye and hopes he enjoys the movie. Back at practice, Lee-han notices the field is much quieter than usual. He finds the silence strange and wonders where all the other training soldiers went. Just then, a man in uniform appears in the stands, watching the group with a very serious expression. The man then calls out Lee-han's name, making the boy turn around in surprise. It's Major Kang, and he announces it's an emergency, telling Lee-han to go get changed. Without questioning, the boy walks towards the major, who is already waiting by his motorcycle. The major then hands Lee-han a helmet and tells him to get on the back. As they're ready to leave, he warns that he won't be answering any questions, and Lee-han simply obeys. With that, the two speed down the road, showing just how urgent the matter is. Lee-han thinks that this must be serious for a major to come and get a simple soldier like him. Lee-han is taken to an underground tunnel, and he remembers an old joke that went around among the soldiers. The joke was that the Under-Ark was actually located right under the Ark base itself. This was just a common joke everyone told, but no one ever really took it seriously. But when he gets there, Lee-han's eyes go wide, as the joke turns out to be true. He sees a massive underground base, something far beyond anything he could have imagined. Getting off the bike, he and the major are greeted by a man in uniform with a red beard. Alexander says he'll guide him from there, making it clear he's someone important. Lee-han recognizes him and calls him Chief of State, indicating the man's high rank. To get in, Alexander has to go through an ID check by scanning his palm. After the handprint is confirmed, the system scans his face and finally grants them entry. The two approach a massive door leading to a highly restricted area of the base. They start walking down an all-white, high-tech corridor with a heavy silence in the air. Lee-han then asks what's going on, since he isn't cleared for this area. The chief explains that someone really wants to see him, and that this person doesn't have much time left. With that, they continue walking down the corridor, heading towards a door at the end of the hall. The chief announces they've arrived and says the person inside is very important to Ark. He then reveals that it's the second commander, Jurgen Teller, leaving Lee-han completely shocked by the news. The door opens, and they step into a lavish room with elegant decor all around. A voice welcomes them, and Lee-han stands frozen at the entrance, not knowing how to react. Sitting at a desk, a man with white hair asks if he's Lee-han, confirming his identity. The old man extends his hand and asks him to come closer, looking very weak and tired. Lee-han gets tense when he sees the man's arm has an IV line, showing he's sick, but the commander tells him not to be nervous, trying to make the boy a little more comfortable. At this, Lee-han slowly approaches, and the old man prepares to shake the boy's hand. When their hands touch, a powerful red energy glows, completely enveloping them both. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a strange space, with a grid of red light everywhere. He sees himself as a child again, frightened and confused by this strange place. Jurgen then explains they are inside his mind, and that this is Lee-han's true form. With a very serious look, the commander stares at the younger version of Lee-han with great intensity. He praises the boy for calming down quickly, and comments that he is exactly as the rumors said. Jurgen says he is incredible for his age, and wonders if his environment shaped him this way. At this, the commander's hand slowly reaches out, getting closer and closer to the frightened boy. But Lee-han reacts quickly and slaps the old man's hand away, refusing to obey. Suddenly, the mental world shatters, and Lee-han is thrown out with full force. Back in reality, the chief yells his name, seeing the young man staggering back unsteadily. He leans against a bookshelf, still dizzy from the shock, trying to catch his breath and regain his balance. Breathing heavily, he asks the commander what he just did. The chief gets furious and yells at him, but Jurgen says it's all right, as he expected it. He explains that Lee-han's mind is very closed off, and that not even he can enter it. At this, Lee-han understands that the commander is the only telepath, and that he interrogated the mage Elu. The commander then gives a slight smirk, confirming the boy's suspicion without a word. He says that now that he has seen him in person, he can finally entrust him with a great mission. Then he reveals he will give him the second-generation Psycho frame, shocking Lee-han. Suddenly, the commander says he's tired and politely asks them to leave the room. Once in the hallway, Lee Han asks if Commander Jurgen has any psychological problems, but the chief cuts him off immediately, warning him that it's none of his business and forbidding him from telling anyone. Lee Han agrees right away, saying he just wanted to confirm something he already suspected. He then remembers seeing the shackle marks on his wrists and the door locked from the outside. With this, he realizes that the amount of time the commander can maintain his sanity is very limited. The chief gets irritated and yells at him, asking if he wants to brag about being so smart, but he takes a deep breath and confirms it, explaining that the commander has been tortured by enemies for a long time. During these few lucid moments, he analyzes documents and leads ARC. The chief then tells him he used up the commander's precious time and asks if he understands the weight of that. He explains that the second-generation Psycho frame allows a soldier to face the dragons as an equal, but that also means that an enhanced soldier is as great a threat as the dragons. Lee Han immediately understands that the test was to see if he would harm humanity or not. The chief finishes by saying that either way, it was an extremely difficult decision for the commander to make. With a determined look, Lee Han agrees in his thoughts that it was indeed quite a decision. Lee Han comments on how difficult it must have been to leave everything in the hands of a mere 10-year-old child. The chief turns his back and complains, saying he's rubbing salt in the wound with that talk. He then reflects on how cruel it is to leave the future of humanity in the hands of children. But perhaps they were always looking for a superhuman they could trust without any shred of guilt. Lee Han is called back to reality, and Alexander hurries him, saying they need to leave. The scene shifts to a vast desert, where a small military camp is set up on the edge of a canyon. Just then, Knuth starts yelling, complaining that the place is hot as hell and he can't stand it. The whole team is sitting in the shade, and he complains he can't even step a foot out of it. A soldier, annoyed by his whining, threatens to throw him off the cliff if he doesn't shut up. We learn they're in an African desert, where the fourth dragon appeared in the past. This dragon fired energy beams so powerful, they ended up creating several holes in the ground. Because of this, the local people started calling those holes the Dragon's Canyons. And to make matters worse, a very ancient dragon fossil was found there, one much older than humanity itself. Back in the present, Knuth asks Silence if she isn't hot wearing that helmet, but she reveals she had a portable air conditioner installed in her helmet before the mission. Knuth goes wild with envy and immediately tries to steal her gear, but Silence is faster. She lands a kick that sends him flying into the middle of the group. With a hand on his head, Lee Han sighs at the situation, thinking he just wants to go back to ARC. The camera shows an overhead view of the camp, revealing a bridge leading to the canyon entrance. A group of people in white approaches, one of them commenting on the unbearable heat. A researcher walks up to the group and asks for one of them to go down with the team below. Given the hellish heat, no one on the team seems excited about the idea of moving. But then, Lee Han takes a deep breath and says he'll go, volunteering to accompany them. He then gets up and walks toward the scientist, confirming he's ready to descend. Suddenly, Silence appears and says she'll go too, since she's not feeling the heat at all. With the team assembled, a giant elevator begins to descend into the total darkness of the Great Canyon. On the platform, soldiers and researchers brace themselves for the descent to the bottom of the mysterious pit. Down at the bottom, the darkness is absolute, and the group has to use flashlights to see the path. Lee Han then points his light forward, announcing that the fossil is right there on the wall. The light reveals a gigantic dragon arm, and everyone is completely shocked by its size. Lee Han realizes instantly that if it's a dragon, it's in the same class as the mighty Bahamut. The lead researcher then turns to him and asks him to confirm the creature's identity. He carefully approaches the giant bone and places his hand on it to feel the fossil's energy. As he does, a blue energy begins to glow from his hand as he reads the creature's memories. The entire team stares, mouths agape, and they gasp in awe at Lee Han's power. Energy flows from the fossil, and the image of a giant dragon skeleton appears in his mind. Lee Han strains, trying his best to withstand the overwhelming amount of information he's receiving. But Silence senses the danger and pulls his arm away, breaking the connection with the bone. She then supports him by the shoulders, helping him recover from the shock he just endured. Breathing heavily, he thanks her for her help, still trying to process what he saw. The researcher is ecstatic, confirming their work here is done since it was, in fact, a dragon. As they walk away, Lee Han is in shock, thinking that it's impossible for it to be a dragon fossil. It finally clicks, and he wonders if dragons existed even before humanity. Suddenly, one of the scientists who stayed behind stops and asks what's going on. His colleague bends down and says it's nothing, that he just stepped on something on the ground. He then touches a strange object, which glows with a yellow light, not understanding what it is. A scream of pure desperation echoes through the cavern, startling Lee Han. The researchers start running in a panic, and one of them yells, asking what's happening. A strange slime grabs the scientist's leg and he screams for someone to get it off him. The slime begins to crawl up his body, and the man screams in agony as he's being dissolved. The slime starts to grow rapidly, and the scientists scream for help, horrified by the scene. The soldiers react instantly, unloading their weapons on the creature, but it's too late. The monster ignores the bullets and swallows the researcher whole. Lee Han then yells at everyone, ordering the entire team to run for the elevator immediately. One of the scientists recognizes the creature and shouts that it's a death worm, and it's still alive. He remembers what he learned at Ark, that the worm will soon form a pupa to transform. Desperate, he urges everyone to get on and tries to contact the Izzy squad on his communicator. As the elevator ascends, they prepare for battle, watching the worm turn into a giant cocoon. Over the radio, he reports that the opponent is a single death worm, bracing for what's next. Then, the cocoon begins to stir, and the creature prepares for its terrifying second form. The cocoon bursts open with a terrifying roar, and the creature finally reveals its new monstrous form. Lee Han is shocked by its speed, as the monster has already managed to break out of the cocoon and evolve. The creature then begins to climb the shaft, and despair takes over everyone in the elevator. With its mouth full of teeth, the death worm inches closer, ready to strike. Panic sets in, and the researchers scream for help, terrified they're about to die. Just then, the monster reaches the platform and starts shaking everything with incredible force. The beast gets face to face with Lee Han, trying to intimidate everyone with its massive size. The elevator floor starts to crack under the attacks, and the group screams at the destruction. He then tells everyone to calm down as they are almost at the surface. With a serious look, he gets everyone's attention and begins to explain the attack plan. We're told that if anyone dies, the monster's evolution will accelerate even more. As soon as the target is in range, Lee Han yells for everyone to move and start the attack now. The team waiting above runs across the desert to surround the creature once and for all. Knuth then shouts to the monster and starts shooting to get its attention, but the shots seem to have no effect, and the death worm charges forward, unfazed by the bullets. Knuth grabs the monster's mouth and says that it hurts, telling Dimitri to get the tail. Dimitri activates his body-strengthening power and holds the monster down. Simon activates his power and tells Derek to go. Derek leaps with his spear, activating his electricity power, and pierces the beast. Meanwhile, Lee Han and Silence are arriving to help their team. Knuth says the monster is paralyzed. Lee Han says he'll leave the rest to her. He throws a grenade into the monster's mouth and tells Knuth to get clear. The grenade shatters the monster's mouth, and Silence is already charging at the monster with everything she's got. Silence activates Blink, combining it with her falling speed. The sword strikes the monster head-on, which explodes into pieces from the impact. With that, Silence lands stylishly on the ground, farming aura. But suddenly, Lee Han notices the body moving, and they realize it's trying to rejoin its head. A soldier then runs to a truck, yelling that he's going to push the body off the cliff now. He floors it towards the monster, using the truck to stop it from regenerating. With his foot to the floor, the driver doesn't give up, pushing the creature with all his might. He manages to throw the body into the abyss and yells for the disgusting plague to finally die. The team then approaches the head, and the soldier calls it a disgusting insect, filled with hatred. But Lee Han shouts for him to stay back, though the soldier completely ignores him. He then starts shooting non-stop, determined to turn the monster's head to dust. Just then, something attacks the soldier by surprise, and he screams in pain as he's caught by the enemy. Tentacles burst from the monster's head, attacking the soldier who was firing relentlessly at it. Carl is furious at the foolishness, yelling that they should have stayed put and not interfered. The head then explodes in a green goo, transforming into a new, even more bizarre creature. Lee Han realizes the monster has evolved and yells for Simon and Silence to get ready to fight. At that moment, the creature reveals its insect-like wings and starts to fly away, escaping their team. The monster then attacks from above, and the team scatters to dodge its aerial assault. Everyone looks up in shock, unable to believe the creature can now fly and attack from a distance. The death worm then starts to leave, and Lee Han yells that the monster is getting away. He warns that they can't lose it, and tells Simon to use the aerial bits right now. The team then prepares to attack, and Lee Han grabs a hooked spear to use. With the weapon in hand, he readies himself to fire the hook and attach himself to the flying monster. He then fires with all his might, and the hook flies toward the creature in the sky. The hook catches on the beast, and Lee Han is instantly pulled upward with immense force. With his eyes glowing, he yells that the ground is where disgusting insects like that belong. With that, he hits the monster with an energy strike, which bleeds and starts falling from the sky. The creature crashes hard into the desert, and the team runs to see what happened to it. The entire team then shouts Lee Han's name, worried about what might have happened to him. The scene shifts to a high-tech laboratory, where several scientists are working on a major project. A man is being tested in a chair, and the researchers comment that he's incredible for an A rank. But for him to become an S rank, They explain that a type of external stimulus is needed. Just then, the machine finishes the procedure, and a notice on the screen says the test is complete. A scientist congratulates Kuro on his good work and asks if he'd like something to eat. He politely refuses, replying that he doesn't want anything, as he'd just like to get some rest. With a smile, she agrees to his request and says she'll take him back. But Kuro has already figured it out, thinking to himself that her kindness is completely fake. He knows her attitude will change entirely as soon as he's no longer useful to them. As they walk, she informs him that the testing schedule is almost over and that he'll be advancing. He then reflects on what it means to be promoted to the project's mysterious level 3. With a determined look, he vows that he will now protect someone, since he has the power to do so. The scene cuts back to the desert, where the team is running desperately, shouting Lee Han's name over and over. He's on top of the fallen monster, finishing the beast with several stabs to its head. With one final precise strike, the worm's head explodes, and he leaps away from the danger. The monster finally falls to the ground, defeated, kicking up a giant cloud of dust in the desert. His body covered in blood, Lee Han wipes his face, still panting from the difficult battle. Suddenly, a sphere of energy appears in front of him, cushioning his fall to the ground. The team arrives running and shouting his name, and he realizes Simon saved him. They gather around the monster's body, and Lee Han tells them he's okay. He then approaches Simon and thanks him for the help, which saved him from a nasty fall. But Simon complains about the local soldiers, who almost ruined everything and put the mission at risk. Furious, he says he won't let this slide and that he's going to confront them. He's outraged because they revived an enemy the team had almost managed to kill on their own. Knuth doesn't understand his anger, and Silence explains that it's one of Simon's flaws. The scene cuts to a meeting, with a report on the dragon Kronos which has been found. The fossil dates back to the Cretaceous period, sparking many theories about the origin of dragons. But the chief cuts them off, saying the important thing is that the fossil allowed them to create weapons. The woman then jumps to the part about the oracle, revealing they plan to awaken her soon. In the audience, a blonde man stands up furiously, showing he doesn't agree with this at all. Indignant, John Red shouts, asking if this is the commander's order, because he thinks it's too soon. The other soldiers try to calm him down, but he yells that they still haven't found a cure for the disease. The chief of staff just watches the commotion, ordering everyone to restrain John Red by any means. With his eyes glowing with rage, he screams for everyone to get away from him, completely losing his mind. He then explodes with power, throwing everyone back with a wave of fire out of control. Alexander faces John Red head-on, unintimidated by the flames surrounding him. He then lands a quick punch right in John's face, knocking the wind out of him. He holds him and tells him to get a grip, asking if his feelings are more important than the mission. The chief explains that everything was unpredictable, and that the dragons might attack sooner than they think. John Red finally calms down, but his face is bruised as he accepts the harsh reality of the situation. He then says he's going to solitary to cool off, but the chief says he understands his side of things. With a sad look, he turns away, able to think of only one person, a woman named Catherine. The scene changes to a few days later in the cafeteria, where people are gossiping about the oracle. At the table, Silence explains that the rumor going around is that the oracle has finally awakened. Derek then confirms he heard that this person, who can predict the future, awakened recently. Someone asks Silence if she's seen the oracle, but she just shakes her head while eating her sweets. Suddenly, a blue-haired woman enters the cafeteria, drawing everyone's attention. The soldiers start whispering among themselves and soon recognize the woman as the famous oracle. Knuth and Derek hear the noise and wonder what's causing all the commotion in the cafeteria. Annoyed, the woman asks what they're all staring at, and if they've never seen a human before. Knuth is shocked to discover the oracle is a girl, since most of the people there are men. Silence stops eating and stares at the woman, her red eyes glowing strangely. The woman then approaches Lee Han with a vacant stare, as if she's seeing something else entirely. Lee Han has a vision of the first generation and wonders how she can be so young if she's from that era. With a suspicious look, Silence thinks to herself that she didn't like that woman one bit. The oracle then lights a cigarette, completely ignoring the rules and the people around her. But then John Red gets up and confronts her, getting in her face to call her out. With a furious look, he asks what she thinks she's doing in this restricted area. She yells that she has permission to be out and tells him to mind his own business, calling him an idiot. Then, he snatches the cigarette from her mouth and warns her that she must have a death wish. With his eyes glowing, he creates a fireball and prepares to teach her a lesson. He then grabs her arm forcefully and tells her to shut up and follow him now. He drags her out of the cafeteria as she screams desperately, not understanding what's happening. The other soldiers just stand there, watching the scene with their jaws agape, not daring to interfere. The people at the table comment that those two are brutal and wonder what she did wrong. But Lee Han remains silent because he knows Sergeant Red is actually trying to help. Just then, John Red shows up at the scene, looking for someone who seems to have vanished. He wonders where the girl went, since he lost sight of her in the confusion. But the Oracle was just hiding, and she watches him run from a distance with a look of contempt. The scene changes. Octo looks very nervous at the data on the screens. It's the day of Lee Han's test, and a voice asks if he's ready for his first training session. In full armor, he readies his weapon, and the voice commands the training to begin. His eyes glow blue, and he feels the power of the armor flowing through his entire body. The second-generation Psycho Frame activates, and the whole suit glows with a bluish energy. Meanwhile, the Oracle walks down a corridor, complaining that they dared to try and contain her. She calls John Red Ark's lapdog, showing she has no intention of following the rules. Back at the training, Lee Han appears, panting, and a message announces that the test is over. Octo congratulates him, saying he moved really well for his first time in the suit. The scientist says the next test won't be a problem, but Lee Han doesn't understand. It's explained that soon there will be a demonstration in front of some very important high-ranking people. Lee Han stays silent for a moment, wiping the sweat from his face with a white towel. He then asks Octo if he's close to Sergeant John Red, trying to get more information. He then asks if the scientist knows anything about the so-called Oracle, who recently awakened. Octo explains that she was cryogenically preserved and that the process was expensive, but worth it. Lee Han then asks why she needed to be frozen, as it doesn't seem to make sense. It's revealed that some of the first psychics couldn't handle their power, and their bodies turned to stone. The scientist then adds that the Oracle is also in a state where she could die at any moment. Suddenly, the Oracle appears and asks if they're talking about something interesting behind her back. Octo gets startled and asks what she's doing there, and she replies that she wants a favor. She explains that she's bored to death and asks him to get her a video game console. Annoyed by the delay, she grabs him and yells that if he doesn't have one, he should just make one. Lee Han just watches the scene, not understanding what's going on between the two of them. The Oracle then faces him and seems surprised to see the boy's face for the first time. She gets closer to him and starts feeling his muscles, impressed by his physique. With a sly smile, she invites him to talk somewhere quieter and more private, but Octo tries to separate them, telling her she can take him since the training is over for today. Then, Octo whispers for him to handle her because he hates stubborn women like the Oracle. She ignores the scientist and keeps insisting to Lee Han, asking him to make the console. Tired of the commotion, Lee Han just says they need to go and starts walking ahead. The scene then changes to an outdoor area of Ark, with the buildings visible in the background. The two are in a kind of park, and he asked what she wanted to discuss that was so important. She turns and asks if he heard from Octo about her current health condition. Then, she confirms that she doesn't have much time left and reveals that her hair wasn't always blue. With a sad look, she says she wants to be happy and invites him to run away from this place with her. Lee Han remains silent for a moment, just observing the desperate plea she made to him. He then says that if she has nothing else to say, he's leaving. Annoyed, she complains that he's no fun and realizes he already knew about the whole situation. He confirms that he knew, and she unleashes her power, saying she wanted to tell him something. Suddenly, the Oracle touches his face with a pink energy, leaving Lee Han very surprised. The energy glows brightly in the park as she uses her power to show him something important. She warns that if he wants to live, he should stop participating in the operation because of Red. He then asks if she saw his future, but she replies that the problem is that she can't see it. At this, she explains that this usually means death, because dead people don't have a future to see. But Lee Han isn't shaken by the news and faces her warning with great determination. He questions her, saying that if it's in most cases, then there's still a chance to survive. So he thanks her for the warning and turns away, saying his life has been on the line from the very beginning. The Oracle can't believe his attitude, shocked by the courage he's showing. Watching him walk away, she sees John Red in him. Her expression changes completely, and she becomes furious at Lee Han's stubbornness. Enraged, she yells at him that if he wants to live like that, then he can just go die like a dog. A month has passed, and helicopters are arriving at the Ark base. There, Johnny Schwartz informs everyone that the soldiers have returned from their mission against the Purists. He faces the recruits with a grim look, preparing to deliver the terrible news. He then reveals that during the operation, their comrade, Lao Cha, was killed. Lee Han is stunned by the news, while Silence walks silently beside him. Enraged, Silence clenches her fists, showing her pent-up anger. Lee Han tries to speak to her, calling her name to try and calm her down, but Silence walks away, and Lee Han understands she needs some time to herself. Just then, Johnny Schwartz approaches from behind, observing our hero's reaction. Lee Han says he can't believe it, because he feels like Lao Cha is still out there somewhere. The captain asks if his reaction is normal, and the young man says he feels less sadness now. Johnny listens in silence, taking a drag from his cigar while analyzing the situation. He remarks that Lee Han is far from ordinary, remembering the hardships the boy has already faced. He adds that if Lee Han were a normal person, he certainly wouldn't have survived. Johnny concludes that he made it through because he never stopped being himself. Lee Han faces his captain, his expression tense and sweating nervously. Johnny tells him it's time to go, reminding him that the important test is waiting for them. The two walk across the courtyard together as the captain contemplates the boy's future. He mentally advises the young man to remember this moment in case he ever loses his emotions. The scene then shifts to a high-tech room, where Lee Han is wearing a futuristic suit of armor. He replies that he isn't nervous, but his captain's impatience is what worries him. Dr. Octo watches apprehensively as he doesn't want to be humiliated in front of Smith. Old Man Smith doubts their success, already assuming the prototype won't be his. The audience murmurs about the psycho frame, commenting on how cool the weapon looks. The test finally begins, and the armor activates, glowing with an intense blue energy. With glowing eyes, he focuses, thinking to himself that he has to nail this. The narrator explains that the test itself is simple, but everyone expects it to be extremely difficult. The first part just involves walking, running, and jumping, basic movement through the course. But even the simplest actions are incredibly difficult in this suit. Dr. Octo, however, is impressed, amazed that he can control it at all. Old Man Smith watches with a cold gaze, showing no emotion. Lee Han moves on to the final stage, where he just needs to hit the target with his weapon, but out of nowhere, a cannon fires a massive fireball, catching him completely off guard. The audience gasps, thinking the weapon is overkill for a simple test. Octo shouts to see if he's okay, and Lee Han confirms that the suit absorbed the entire impact. But he quickly realizes this wasn't part of the plan, and he wasn't the one who activated it. Octo becomes furious, yelling that it had to be Smith, and asks Lee Han if he can destroy the cannon. Just then, the cannon fires again, forcing our hero to dodge the blast quickly. The weapon then launches a series of energy rings that fly straight at him. With incredible agility, he dodges every ring, weaving through them without being hit. He then focuses his power, unleashing a massive wave of blue energy from his body. With a spectacular leap, he soars toward the cannon, leaving the crowd completely stunned. He reaches the ceiling and targets the weapon's blind spot, preparing his final attack. With all his strength, he crashes down, delivering a blow that shatters the cannon and the floor beneath it. The audience is stunned by the boy's power, unable to believe what they just witnessed. Dr. Octo trembles with joy, cheering and shouting that Lee Han is the best. Amid the wreckage, the young man leans on his spear as the doctor congratulates him. But inside the suit, Lee Han can barely breathe, reporting that he's at his limit. Octo sees it on the monitor and yells that he's on his way to help him immediately. The scene shifts to night, showing the main building of the ARC military base. In a meeting room, a superior is praising Dr. Octo, saying the test results were unexpected. Celebrating, Octo throws a few mock punches in the air, shouting that the prototype is now his. Alexander, however, is annoyed by all the noise, especially the video game sounds coming from the background. It's revealed that the Oracle is the one playing, and Alexander asks John Red to make her stop. John turns to the girl and calls her by her codename, Oracle. He stares her down with a serious expression, making it clear he isn't playing games. Suddenly, her handheld console is snatched from her hands. It's then thrown to the floor, leaving the girl in complete shock. John Red tells her to finally focus on the ongoing meeting, but she lashes out, yelling that the meeting is boring and has nothing to do with her. Alexander explains that because of Bahamut, they believe new invasions are likely to happen. He then turns to the Oracle and asks if she can still see the same future she saw before. The girl is silent for a moment, her expression turning serious and thoughtful. She reveals that there will be a new leader among the dragons, and that she saw a city burn to the ground. The news lands like a bombshell, leaving everyone in the room in a state of shock. Desperate, Alexander yells, demanding to know where and when this tragedy will take place. The Oracle replies that it will be in Paris, 10 days from now, because she saw the Eiffel Tower in her vision. John Red becomes furious with her for waiting so long, demanding to know why she's only telling them now. But the blue-haired girl ignores his question and begins to walk out of the room in silence. Enraged, General Alexander slams his fist on the table with all his might. He then shouts urgently that they need to act immediately. John Red drags the Oracle out of the room as she screams for him to let her go. Furious, he suddenly lets go of her, his face filled with rage and darkness. The girl stumbles and falls backward, surprised by his sudden aggression. He then approaches, standing over her with a threatening posture. From the floor, the Oracle glares at him defiantly, showing no fear. His eyes glow red as he yells, asking what her problem is. He pins her against the wall, demanding to know why she didn't mention the vision sooner, but she yells back that he already knows the answer. that she doesn't care about the world. John tells her to stop acting like a child, saying she's not the only one making a sacrifice. He leans in and asks if she has any idea how old the second-generation kids are. He reveals they're 12 or 13 at most, as we see the young soldiers. He shouts that even they are risking their lives, but she replies that she doesn't care. She scoffs at the word sacrifice, calling it a nice way to warm their hearts, because she won't live to see the next invasion. But they still have hope for the future, the hope of living in a peaceful world, where the dragons have finally been defeated. Desperately, she screams that she doesn't care about the ability, because she has no future herself. John Red stares at her seriously, preparing to say something that would surprise her. He then says it's because she's a good person, leaving the girl speechless. After that, he turns and leaves her alone, giving her space to think. But she gets up, furious, calls him an imbecile, and runs off without looking back. The scene then shifts to Paris, with several military helicopters flying over the Eiffel Tower. It's strange to see the city so intact, as soldiers walk through the empty streets. Knuth Meyer even comments that with the evacuation, the place looks like a ghost town. Dimitri guesses that in 7 days, it will all be in ruins, and Del Simon probably agrees. Li Han takes it all in, remembering the Oracle predicted a gate and a dragon here, and since an event like this is about to happen, they're in a completely new and secure location. The mission's importance has drawn the attention of elite forces from all over the world. We then see a fully equipped American soldier, showing the scale of this massive operation. The troops organize on the streets, preparing for the battle that's about to begin. The American glares at them and asks if they're from Ark, telling the little friends to get out of the way. With a mocking smile, Dimitri says the street is wide and asks why he doesn't move instead. The American soldier and his squad start laughing, telling them to fly over like magicians. Domingo gets angry and wants to fight, but Li Han holds him back, telling him not to fall for the provocation. The young man then asks who they are, since they look like they're from the United States. The big guy introduces himself, saying they're America's elite, better known as the Hellboys. Li Han is surprised. He's heard of them and realizes they're the same age. It's explained that they don't have psychic powers, but have undergone physical enhancements. He recalls that their standards are higher than Ark's, which is why they're bigger than Dimitri. The Hellboy's leader laughs and says that without their powers, they'd be crushed like sandwiches. Li Han finds the joke funny, and then tells his friends to keep moving. The American finds it all very dull and says goodbye, calling them skinny, boring nerds. He turns to his comrades, who are still watching the other group walk away. But then he gets close to Domingo and warns him threateningly that he'll see him later. After that, the two squads finally part ways, each heading down a different side of the street. The scene shows helicopters in the sky as the troops prepare for the great battle. Knuth Meyer's jaw drops at the hotel room, saying he's never seen such luxury. He throws himself onto the bed, celebrating the unexpected break before the big battle. Excited, he jumps up and shouts that the bed is too soft, and Li Han admits he's never touched anything like it. The boy then runs his hand over the sheet, thinking he finally understands what luxury is. But then Knuth opens the minibar and calls his friend over to see the drinks inside. He points happily, but Li Han says it's okay, and he doesn't want anything right now. The boy then grabs a pack of cookies and takes a big bite, eager to try them. He's amazed by the taste, but can't read the French packaging, and neither can Li Han. Suddenly, Knuth stands up with determination, and his friend asks where he thinks he's going. He announces he's going to steal cookies from the other rooms, since the soldiers probably won't eat them. Li Han tries to stop him, telling him not to wander off since other troops are around, but his friend ignores him, saying he's not the leader and can't give orders, then leaves anyway. Alone, Li Han sighs, tired, thinking about how Knuth is always so hyper. He then covers his face with his hand, but his gaze shifts to one of complete focus. The scene ends with him analyzing a holographic map of the city, preparing for the mission. He decides to memorize the buildings, knowing that if he isn't prepared, he won't win. He remembers that preparation at the right time can guarantee their victory. Li Han remains focused on the map, thinking he'll never forget this important lesson. But he suddenly hears a noise at the door and turns, calling for his friend Knuth. To his surprise, however, the Oracle is the one standing there, watching him in silence. She enters the room without a word, and the two just stare at each other for a moment. Silence arrives at the door, out of breath, asking them to wait a moment. He just wants a minute to catch his breath, feeling the exhaustion hit him full force. But when he looks inside the room, he wonders what's going on. He sees the Oracle leaning on Li Han, looking very tired and shaken. He immediately focuses on her, recognizing the girl, and wondering about the situation. The scene shows her resting on his shoulder, as he comforts her without a word. Then, Silence quietly closes the door and runs down the hotel hallway. He runs, wondering what the hell she was doing in there with Li Han. The scene shifts to the pool area, where Domingo is cracking his knuckles to intimidate. He says the American was scared, and that's why he brought his little friends along. His rival shoots back, telling him not to worry, because he's the only one who's actually going to fight. Dmitri then gives a smirk, sarcastically asking if that's really the case. And he adds that he won't be using his magic powers either, the ones the other guy fears so much. The two of them stare each other down with hatred, ready to start the fight at any moment. The clock on the wall shows the time has come, heightening the tension in the air. Silence keeps watching the oracle, still not quite understanding what's going on. She peeks through the door and sees the two of them sitting together in a very strange atmosphere. She feels uncomfortable with the scene and decides it's better to get some fresh air on the terrace. The clock strikes the hour, and in the hallway, Knuth sees Silence leaving in a hurry. He's confused by the rush, wondering where his masked friend is going. Meanwhile, at the pool, Domingo lunges forward with a furious punch. The American blocks the blow with his chest, showing absurd resistance. But Dmitri doesn't give up and unleashes a flurry of punches. The American then withstands a barrage of punches without even flinching much. Domingo breaks into a cold sweat, realizing that Bastard's body doesn't make any sense. He tries another flurry of attacks, but none of them seem to break through the defense. Just then, the soldier finally reacts, grabbing Domingo's fist with brute force. He's about to counterattack with everything he's got. Dmitri blocks the punch with his forehead. He thinks that if punching doesn't work, he'll have to resort to another tactic. His companions then shout for him to use an armbar in the fight. Domingo jumps on his enemy and applies a submission hold with all his might. He tells the American to give up if he doesn't want his arm broken right now. But the guy is in shock, as his technique doesn't seem to be working properly. Using sheer brute force, the soldier simply ignores the pain and breaks free from the hold. With a swift move, he throws Dmitri to the ground with absurd force. The boy spits on the ground, feeling the violent impact of that brutal throw. Without mercy, the American raises his foot, ready to crush his opponent right there. But at the last second, Dmitri manages to roll aside, dodging the attack. He gets up quickly, keeping his distance from his enemy, who seems like a monster. Even injured, he smiles and says the guy is a very dangerous bastard. Then he rips his shirt, shouting that now he's going to fight with everything he's got. But he stops mid-motion, feeling something on his back, and Silence calmly walks up, right into the middle of their fight. The American tells Silence to get out of the way, saying he could get hurt. But Silence is furious, saying he just wants to break something right now. Suddenly, a bluish energy envelops the American's hand, leaving him completely confused. He gets furious with the guy, calling him a bastard for doing that. Then he lunges with a punch, shouting if Silence wants to die or something. But the masked man parries the brute's attack with his hand, and in an instant, he counterattacks, landing a powerful punch right in the enemy's gut. The soldier screams in pain from the impact, feeling the absurd force of that attack. With no chance to react, he falls to his knees, completely defeated by a single blow. The other soldiers are in shock, unable to believe what they just saw. Seeing their leader on the ground, they prepare to advance and get the masked bastard. From a distance, Knuth and Dmitri watch everything, impressed by their companion's strength. Knuth explains that Silence is just too strong, not that his opponent was weak. In the blink of an eye, Silence defeats the rest of the squad, who fall, groaning in pain. Dmitri just watches in silence, stunned by his friend's absurd power. Silence leaves, and Dmitri admits to himself that he doesn't think he can beat that guy. Back in the room, the Oracle tells Li Han she's going to inform their superiors about something. She reveals she had a terrible vision, that Li Han will die in this operation. Then she tells him that with a single word, she can send him to the safest place there is. The girl gets angry and yells that a dragon is going to appear, and that he's too young to die. Suddenly, a blue aura explodes from her body, revealing her psychic power. But the energy is too strong, and she faints, caught by Li Han. Worried, he holds her and says he'll call the medics immediately for help, but her hand glows on his shoulder, and she asks him not to. Crying, the Oracle says it's nothing, and that she just wants to rest in his arms for a little while. He then realizes the gravity of the situation, and that her survival rate is simply 0.